Hi everyone and welcome to the UK Open 2025 live in Manchester. I'm Marcello and it's my pleasure to be here with Dale. We'll be your commentators for this amazing event where about 441 players have gathered from all over to compete for this beautiful trophy over what will be 9 rounds of Swiss. We're excited for it, right?
Yeah, I can't wait. This is the first official event with the brand new set, Maze of the Masters. So I can't wait to see what strategies players can bring up with that one as well. On top of that, it's also got the Blue Eyes White Dragon structure deck. So I can't wait to see. I'm hoping that today someone is going to banish Mausoleum from the graveyard and search out Burst Stream. We're going to have a full-on anime moment.
Absolutely, and yeah, there is a lot in store. Obviously, we were in the UK recently for YCS Birmingham, and a lot of action from there with quite surprising ending with Dinkabui taking it all with Fire King, a deck that no one expected. So we'll see if we'll have a bit of a repeat on that. But yeah, as you have mentioned, a lot of exciting news as compared to what the meta looked like for Birmingham. And yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens here in Manchester. Obviously, first and foremost, we should say that we're live from quite the venue as we are in the Etihad Stadium. So I'm a bit jealous that we actually don't get to play as well because it's such a good venue here.
Yeah, the views out there, the weather is amazing as well. It really is turning out to be a quite special day, and we haven't even touched on round 1 yet. Yeah. There's going to be so much to come from this entire stream, and I can't wait to see all of the strategies, all of the players. I'm just excited to be here.
Absolutely, and obviously, although we've mentioned that they are going to fight it out in what will be 9 rounds of Swiss, no top cut to claim the trophy, our players will be here also for different prices. So let's bring up what will be some of the pricing for the event. Obviously, making it all the way to the top finishes. You'll be able to get, the exclusive game mats from the regionals, as well as the WCQ qualifier invitation. You don't want to miss that out. Obviously, we'll have later on in the season the European Championship in Berlin and the World Championship in Paris. So, a lot of exciting events to look forward to. But while we move on to the top 2 finishers, there we are. Beautiful, beautiful oversized card of Evil Hero Neos Lord, as well as the PlayStation 5 for the first place and the trophy, most importantly. So yeah, as you have mentioned, we have a lot to talk about and a lot of different strategies and different decks. So later on, actually, we won't take too long, but we'll be able to show you guys the deck breakdown for the event. We'll see the main differences. Talking about Birmingham, technically the #1 most represented deck was Malice. Although if we add the different, I guess, Ryzial iterations, they would, come out briefly on top. What do you think? Are we going to see something similar or? Yeah.
Well, I think it's going to be very, very interesting because you also got to remember that Ryzial technically, with the brand new support of the 7th Tachyon, are going to get a additional consistency card added to it. And then I'm a bit of a sucker for Blue Eyes. I'm always going to be rooting for a bit of Blue Eyes behind there. And that was the one big thing that was probably missing between Birmingham and now, is we have got that brand new structure there that has really increased some creativity among the player base. I feel that a lot of fans of the Blue Eyes Dragon itself have kind of decided to pilot that. So I feel that there is going to be another competitor towards Malice and, of course, the Ryzial strategies. So it's going to be very interesting to see what comes out of the back of Maze of Masters, Blue Eyes, and just everyone coming forward for this event.
Absolutely, and yeah, a lot of different interesting picks. At the same time, these events are always quite unique to me because they are mostly in a transition phase between what has been, the YCS season, and then we will obviously be approaching national seasons and the European Championship. And on that note, we should definitely mention that coming up right after UK Open, we are gladly to announce that the UK National Championship will take place in Liverpool on the weekend from June 13 to 15. So later you'll be able to find on our official page more infos about the event, and in the upcoming days, obviously, infos about venue, tickets, and so on. But I'm sure that all of the people will try their best to, become UK national champion for the 2025 season. But here, as you can see, our duelists are already shuffling up, and what a better way to start things off than with the current UK Open champion, Andre Deluri, coming off strong off the win with Tempai back in London. And what a player he is.
Yeah, he's done absolutely amazing. Off of the back of, or just before the UK National in London, he was also on the final stages over the sea, I suppose, in America, and it was. You know, I was always rooting for a local home to bring that back with us. But then obviously he came back and showed the UK what he was all about. Ended up winning the previous UK Nationals with the Tenpai strategy. We all know that has taken a slight change on the Forbidden and Limited list. So it's going to be very interesting to see what he decides to pilot.
Absolutely, but I've got some exciting news for you, because something that the Tenpai deck and what he has brought today have in common is the type, dragons. So we are going to see what the dream case, best case scenario is here in round 1, because Andre is bringing that Blue Eyes White Destiny structure deck support fresh off the table, and in what could be just out of a movie script, his opponent will be Emily Cooper, fresh with some mates support. So it's absolutely gonna be a spectacle. I don't want to say too much about her deck, so we'll keep some mystery going. But we have an amazing round 1, and our duelists are pretty much done shuffling up. I say, let's go to the table for the first time here at the UK Open in Manchester. Here they are. I mean, gonna take just a few moments to set up, but as we have mentioned, it's gonna be quite the battle in round 1. I guess, we can take just a few moments and go back to us again in the meantime while they finish setting up, and just go on the last few moments. We have mentioned plenty of times, obviously, Dale, that it's kind of subjective, but at least for me, round 1 is always going to be the toughest. Because, you're not too used to playing, the nerves are there, so what do you think?
Yeah, exactly that. Round 1 is always kind of a good way to start the day off. It's obviously going to be a little bit nervous. You want to get off on a good footing. You want to make sure that you are keeping that win streak going for as long as you possibly can before anything really starts to kind of build up. It also gives you a fresh perspective, because round 1 you could face literally anybody on any deck, and that could always be the make or break moment as to whether or not you are prepared for everything, or those odd little bit of surprises might slip you up. But it really will be the true duelist that will come through the other side of it as well.
No, absolutely. And I mean, if you just easy, it's even tougher when you get to play on stream. You have a lot of people watching, and I mean, it is a privilege on the one hand. I think you have different opinions on this, but going back and looking at just playing on stream, and it will be a memory that sticks with you forever. So it's beautiful, but it's tough.
Yeah.
Let's face it.
I wholeheartedly agree with that one. I think it's always going to be a little bit nervous. Like you said, you've got hundreds of eyes watching you. You're trying to perform the best you possibly can. You're going to be trying to learn decks inside and out. And there's always going to be that added level of pressure. But there's way you navigate it will get you there.
Yeah, and I think if it's already tough for, high caliber events such as Nationals or a YCS, interestingly enough, for an Open, it can be even tougher, because at the end of the day, since it's only based on Swiss rounds, you usually cannot even afford to lose one round if you want to take that trophy home, because unless, at the end of the day, 8-1 could get you there, usually we are looking at something like 8 wins and a draw, if not 9-0. So, it's even tougher. And now here they are. Let's see who is going to take it. And as you can see from the name, up of his cards are going to be here from Emily. Let's take a look at this die roll. Seems like an I1, maybe a 9.
Oh, it looks like a 10 to me on that one, 10 or a 9. So can't wait to see who's going to go first. This is a scene out of the anime. Odin's Apophis facing off against the Blue Eyes White Dragon strategy. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what type of plays are made here. And it will be very interesting to see if Andre has done his research on this brand new set, because keep in mind that Maze of the Masters was out on Wednesday, technically, and officially on Thursday. So there's going to be a lot for him to try and learn and navigate and understand what they do and how they interact. But it looks like we're starting off with Lordy Load. This is going to be, is that Lordy Load? It's a very, very shiny Lordy Load if that is. So it looks like Lordy Load has been activated. I believe you will be searching off your Primite Ether Barrel. Yep, straight off with the normal summon of the Primite Ether Barrel. This one usually searches you out your Primite Drill Beam, which can provide you as a very, very good form of interaction. But it can also be something else as well to kind of give you a different bit of a strategy. It seems if there's any kind of reaction or integration from Andre himself, whether he has any interaction to stop this, but it looks like the Ether Barrel might be resolving. You also need to keep in mind as well the secondary effect of the Primite Lordy Load can sometimes come out to give you access to a normal monster from the deck. It looks like Emily is going into Blue Eyes.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe it's actually the other way around.
Yeah.
But yeah, or maybe we're gonna just witness a mirror match. We're gonna get confirmation on the deck lists from the players.
It seems that it's Andre piloting the Blue Eyes at the top, and it brings out that amazing ghost Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Sure. It's just the cameras,
Yeah. So going straight into the Link one of Blue Eyes White Dragon and then being able to get both of those on the board. I believe he used the secondary effect of Lordy Load, which is quite interesting to get himself into the Hieratic Seals, which is going to give him a very nice sort of interaction during his opponent's turn, alongside the Primite Drill Beam, if he is able to either reveal a non-effect monster in the hand or another Primite monster. Remembering as well that is the all-important errata or change to the text on the Primite Barrel, which means it will only come back during your standby phase, not the standby phase. And it looks like Emily has started off with Kashtira Fenrir. So at this exact moment in time, keeping the strategy very, very hidden, because Fenrir doesn't really give a huge amount away, apart from the fact that it is an incredibly powerful extender, starter, you name it. Fenrir can lead it to itself to be a very aggressive out to this Hieratic Seals, but then it can also branch itself into another Kashtira monster, so that if the Hieratic Seals was to be used and Fenrir was to be returned back to the hand, that would then leave the field completely open for a Kashtira Unicorn to hit the board, which can then add even more to the presence as well. So it looks like the Fenrir is going to attempt to go battle phase to try and get rid of that Hieratic Seal or tempt out that interaction. Oh, it looks like we're going to be using the effect to target the Lordy Load to banish that face down as well.
Makes sense.
Very interesting to see if Andre responds in kind by using the Hieratic Seals. I think that he's well aware that there could then be a follow-up Kashtira monster coming down. And it is quite insane to believe how powerful a single Kashtira Fenrir can be against this, what would say a simplified Blue Eyes board field state, but still very, very effective.
Yeah. At the same time, it makes you wonder if this is going to be the case, then Andre could have just used the seal earlier on at the start of the battle phase and prevent the effect. But yeah, it seems like he is going to act right here. And we just quickly move to main phase 2, all right?
Yeah, it looks like Andre was able to reveal a Blue Eyes White Dragon in the hand for the effect of the Primite Drill Beam, which in turn will negate and pretty much dealt with that Fenrir outright. This does mean that Emily has used up her battle phase, but this means that we can then go terraform in to search out what looks like the planet Rysoth, and this will work its way into Kashtira Unicorn, which we all know if Fenrir is good, well, Unicorn's definitely on the same level, if not a little bit more. This will then allow the ability to search out Kashtira Birth, which could, in theory, bring back the Kashtira Fenrir, which is going to be incredible bit of recursion here. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what type of interactions Andre might have from the hand or the field. So activating that Hieratic Seals, he can still return the Lordy Load, which is exactly what he's decided to do. And then he's going to be using the Tribute effect. Oh, there it is, and chaining the Fluoros, double Fluoros.
Double Fluoros, wow.
Okay. I mean, that does explain why he brought back the Lordy Load, leaves him with a completely empty board. And Fluoros can be quite damaging here for Emily, because if they are going to be special summoning down any type of Kashtira monster, that will then provide the working through into the extra deck that could then provide more draw power for Andre.
At the same time, I guess there is a universe in which you can just get the Unicorn, get the Birth, bring back the Fenrir, not give them pretty much any draw. Unfortunate hard drawn, the only targeting deck. Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. But you can just pass, just get some searches, and this is all right.
Completely agree with you. I feel that this board, even with the two Fluoroses already being activated, you can pretty much be safe leaving it here. Oh, but we're going to see the brand new Temple of the Kings. So Treasures of the Kings, which is the brand new field spell that has come out in Maze of Masters. And this is where the hidden strategy, well, not so hidden because the title is on the screen for you, for Andre at least, is going to be the Apophis cards. Now, keeping in mind that the Kashtiras have not used up the single normal summon of Emily's turn yet. So being able to access the Apophis cards, which can work their way into the brand new man with the mark as well. The consistency of this engine is going to be very, very interesting. And it looks like Andre is going to be reading these cards, so there might need to be a bit of the unknown in regards to this as to how he should navigate around these plays. Emily, as you've already mentioned, can play quite reserved and hold back, not allowing Andre to draw anything into the Fleuros, but then also still being able to maintain a very powerful board presence to face Andre during his turn.
And here you get to see the additional effect of the field spell. When you have 2 or more set cards, you can just add the card I mentioned, the Temple of a King. In this case, the man with the mark, it seems like is going to be the choice. And as you have mentioned, no normal summon has been used, which means we are not stopping. And essentially, I mean, it will be interesting to see throughout this match what this engine really can accomplish. But you know, it can do quite a bit. You can set up multiple negation, and we see a Veiler. Okay, we have rather used the Fenrir, but we can still go for the Unicorn.
Yeah, I think this unicorn is going to be quite important as well, as there are, now that we've already gone through one of the Blue Eyes Spirit Link monsters, it looks like the Spirit Dragon was chosen on this one, so that's one less of the Synchro that Andre has access to. And it does look like it's going to be a pass here. Now, keeping in mind, we know that along the back row is one of the brand new Apophis, the Serpents, and this one could be special summoned as a normal monster. And that's going to be quite a form of interaction alongside the effects of Fenrir and, of course, Unicorn as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty good deal because you get to access this Womp Deity and essentially negate up to 2 face-up cards from your opponent until the end of the turn. So it doesn't matter if they're spell monsters or so. It's a pretty good form of interruption.
Yes, and all of this was well under double Fleuros, and then you still have the aggression of the Kashtira monsters themselves, which will see the plays go through. And let's see how Andre can navigate through this. He does have the Primite Beryl, which is going to be coming back from the graveyard to the hand, and this is going to allow him to normal summon that again. We do know that he has Lordy Load in the hand and a Blue Eyes White Dragon, so the knowledge is well and truly there.
And here comes the second copy of the Synchro. Now Andre out of any. Let's see how he will fight back.
Yeah, so taking away the Spirit Dragon can be a very pivotal point for the Blue Eye strategy. Oh, and there's a Dominus Purge as well. So that is another very, very interesting. I mean, the fact that it was that set or did that come from the hand?
No, it's set.
That was set. So the fact that it was set means that there is no repercussions in regards to the lockout of the different attributes. And I believe that Purge is light, fire, and dark fire and not wind, water. Dark fire and water. Exactly. There we go. Always trying to differentiate between the two. It looks like we're going to be recycling that drill beam from the graveyard, which can still be quite useful because that will act as another form of negation. It'll be very interesting to see if Andre is playing any rank 4s with these 2 barrels on the board. Would be very, very, like a Exciton Knight could be quite an interesting one. But I would like to think that Emily, when she got to look at the extra deck, might have taken that option away from him.
Indeed.
So it looks like we're going to be activating the Lordy Load. I still want to see the secondary effect of getting that Blue Eyes from the Blue Eyes to the board. Maybe even a rank 8 play would be quite interesting. Not that you'll be able to activate the effects from that point on. But it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this is going to be navigated.
Yeah, you can see we're just asking some clarification because the interruption from the Apophis trap card is still right there. This Womp DT can come at any point to negate 2 cards from Andre, or at least cards up to the number of continuing face-up traps we have.
Yeah, we still have 1 set unknown, I believe, in rotation. And, of course, Fenrir hasn't used its effect as of yet. So at a certain point, we might see those starting to interact. And it looks like Lordy Load may be either a target or is being questioned as to what might be coming from this.
Yeah, I guess there is also some consideration to then use the Birth to banish, 3 cards from the graveyard later on. So
correct, yes.
Could be quite annoying.
Well, I believe we do know that there is a Blue Eyes White Dragon in the graveyard. All of the barrels are luckily for Andre, are no longer in the graveyard. So I suppose it's trying to maximize the targets you can banish from his graveyard in order to kind of hold this Blue Eye strategy back a little bit. But it'll be very interesting to see what develops from here, what Andre can produce. Obviously, we've already gone through the Hieratic Seal, so whether there is a second one in his extra deck. There is no dedicated tuner on the board yet, which would be very, very interesting because he was able to get another level 1 tuner. The 2 barrels and the tuner would obviously make a level 9, if there are any level 9 synchros left. Whether he plays the 3rd Spirit Dragon or not waits to be seen.
Yeah, only 2 are in this extra deck. And also, I just noticed he's only on 2 Fuvolos in the main deck, so he drew both. Yeah, quite maybe not the matchup for it, at least in game 1, but yeah. I guess just some clarification on the Lordy Lord at the moment.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the Treasures of the King, see if there's any type of protection. So the Treasures of the King allows you to set an Apophis trap on activation, and then as you mentioned earlier, 2 or more set cards on the field, or a trap in your graveyard. You get to add a monster that mentions it. So it looks like that is pretty much the end of the effects in regards to that one. You've also mentioned the brand new Apophis the Serpent. So it could be special summoned as a normal monster, but then you also get to set the Apophis trap, which we've already seen be activated. If it is sent to the graveyard, you go to add an embodiment of Apophis from the deck to your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. So it looks like there is a bit of recursion on the board as well, should that Apophis the Serpent be sent to the graveyard. It does look like we are going to be using Birth to banish the Hieratic Seals, the Blue Eyes, White Dragon, and of course the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. So it does clear out any type of dragon from the graveyard. Banishing the Blue Eyes is obviously quite a good target as well, because if Andre was to go into a second of the Blue Eyes Link monsters, they would be able to tribute that off and then either summon the Blue Eyes back from the graveyard, which would be the most ideal situation, or we do know that there is a Blue Eyes White Dragon in the hand. Luckily enough, a Blue Eyes White Dragon is strong enough to deal with a Fenrir or a Unicorn, but it looks like we are passing straight back to Emily with a possible known of a Drill Beam along the Spell and Trap zone for Andre, and of course the 2 Primites. Emily proceeds to activate the Treasure of the King because there is a trap card in the graveyard as well, so this is going to get another Apophis trap, which can be very, very interacted to Andre's board.
Yeah, seems rough at the moment. I mean, losing those 2 Fuvolos to not really accomplish much. Now Emily free to do whatever she wants with this field.
Yeah, it looks like she's added Anubis the Last Judge, which is another brand new Apophis card, which the artwork is absolutely amazing on this one. So this card cannot be normal summoned or set, and it must be special summoned from the hand or graveyard while you have 3 or more cards in your graveyard with different names, which exactly where the Cash Tiers will come into play. And it looks like we're going to be bridging our way into the Fiendsmith engine on top of that.
Yeah. You can see Andre not too happy about that discovery, but we'll try his best.
So he's going to be activating the Drill Beam in order to banish the Moon, and that will then obviously try and cut off the supply to the Fiendsmith engine. And here comes the response of the original Apophis to negate said Drill Beam. So it looks like the Fiendsmiths are going to be well and truly proceeding to enter the field.
And this is another great interaction. We can special summon the Divine Serpent from the extra deck, which can be fusion summoned, but can only summon by tributing 2 Apophis monsters, in this case, conveniently. And I think Andre has seen enough. He picks up his card, so the current champion not starting things off too well in this round 1, although winning the die roll. So.
Yeah, won the die roll. Wasn't the strongest start from Blue Eyes, with very little interaction from Emily themselves. So I feel that the Primate engine does offer quite a lot to the strategy, but you also really do need to see access to either your Maiden with Eyes of Blue or, of course, your Sage, because that can then be your additional summon off the back of Mausoleum to kind of help everything escalate. And then with Emily opening up the access to the Cash Tier, just straight away being able to have access to the Fenrir provides her with the ability to pretty much threaten the field of Andre, dealing with that Hieratic Seals and then dealing with that Lordy Load in return. And I feel that after that point, even with the double Fluvros from Andre, it was going to be an uphill battle.
Absolutely, and now at the same time, it's going to be interesting once we move to the side decks, because none of these 2 decks are maybe the most represented in the room. Obviously, Blue Eyes has caught a little bit of attention as of lately, so I could expect Emily to, and prepare for it. On the other hand, Andre was reading some of the cards. I mean, I don't blame him. The cards have been, released this week, and they're completely fresh. Given he's playing the Blue Eyes, when you go first, you don't really want to overside. You're gonna hopefully get your other engines and set up your field. But yeah, what do you think are the best cards in general this format to fight against Blue Eyes in the side deck?
That's a very good question. I feel that Blue Eyes itself will have just natural choke points in a sense. I feel that Draw and Lockbird can be quite effective depending on the sequence of cards in the hand. Just the normal main deck of something like an Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs can still be very effective alongside the standard Infinite Impermanence and Effect Veiler that we've already seen Andre pilots himself. I feel the biggest question for Andre is he's probably still, as you've mentioned, going to want to go first in order to maintain as much advantage as possible. But then it does kind of question that we've already seen the strategy of Emily herself has the power of playing some very incredibly strong cards to go second with the Kashtira's as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Kashtira's have been so good across all of the last year. We have seen them from time to time, first in Snake Eyes and then in this sort of Fiendsmith decks. And it doesn't surprise me because, going first or second, they provide a lot of utility. So let's see whether that will be the case and whether the current champion will be knocked already here in round 1 and if Emily is going to be able to advance 2-0. Our duelists are almost done with their side deck, so let's jump into game 2. Let's see. Some Blue Eyes action from Andre.
Ooh. Okay, from the opening hand, I would like to think... There we go.
Okay.
Oh, I thought he was going to go second there for
yeah.
a second. So he starts with the Lordy Load. That gets responded with the Ash Blossom. Quite effective on that one. That will stop the access to the starter in the form of the Primite. Oh, it looks like he's going to have to be forced to use the secondary effect to grab him a Blue Eyes White Dragon from the structure deck. Not from the structure deck, sorry, from the deck.
That would be an interesting play.
But the day that Ghost Rares come in the structure deck, that would be pretty amazing.
That's it. Oh, and that's just it. Only a Blue Eyes, also in defense, It's quite rare.
2,500 defense is still going to be a pretty strong thing to deal with.
Wow.
It doesn't look like Emily has opened up anything too well for the Kashtira side. We do have Treasures of the King. We already know where this is going to lead. And then a single interaction off of Andre on the Man with the Mark coming out could also be quite damaging. As you can see from Emily's hand, there are some very interactive hand traps there. Some of them being very good.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Majesty not letting that Treasures even attempt to resolve.
I mean, makes sense. It pretty much guarantees a +1, and that's it also. Wow. Very different game from the last.
Going straight from explosive to very more reserved, I suppose is the right word on that one. We can see that there is what looks like an Effect Veiler, a Ghost Ogre, and a Ghost Mourner in the hand of Emily. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see where these interact. But the very interesting thing about those mixture of hand traps is in a normal game state, they would all be very, very effective. But if we're just going to go for a Blue Eyes attack beatdown, this could also be very, very different.
That is it. Yeah, 3,000. So, I mean, love to see it. I mean, good old Blue Eyes White Dragon attacking here.
Well, that is the one big caveat as well, is unfortunately Blue Eyes cannot turn into the Link 1 as it does require a level 4 or lower dragon. Oh, here comes the Ghost Ogre on the Lordy Load.
Okay. Sure, I guess.
I mean, it's probably one of the very few chances you could use it because you would like to feel that unless Andre has top-decked his True Light, that's probably not going to be set. But then we haven't seen a normal summon. We haven't seen any interaction. Ooh, normal summon of the Effect Veiler to work his way.
Good old way. Yeah, this is 2016 Blue Eyes action. And I mean, it does the trick. Here comes for the first time the Spirit.
Yeah, so the Spirit is still going to have that on-field negation for the graveyard, and then have the ability to tribute itself to special summon out one from the extra deck, which can lead itself into either a Moonrose Dragon, which can return a card from the field to the hand, or, of course, the brand new Lightstorm Dragon to deal with any spells or traps. And that looks like how Emily wants to work the way into the Treasures of the King again, off of the back of the Man with the Mark. So it'll be very interesting to see what Andre has set along the back row, or the spell and trap zone, and then to see if there is any response to the activation of this Treasures. So it does look like Spirit Dragon is going to be coming out. Are we going to be seeing a Moonlight? Oh, okay, he's going to be going into the brand new Ultimate Spirit
Yep.
Dragon, which does provide with a negation on the board. So it looks like Andre is trying to stop the access through any card of the Treasures of the King, which is actually going to be very, very effective, especially if Emily has opened up multiple hand traps. So we don't know if Man of the Mark was... oh, looks like Emily is passing straight over. So just going to end the board on a Man with the Mark. Let's just check to see if the Man with the Mark has any inbuilt protection. It does have protection while you control Temple of the Kings, but unfortunately, with that not in rotation on the field, that is not going to be able to provide. We do know that the Ultimate Spirit Dragon will be destroyed during the end phase thanks to the effect of the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, but then also allow Andre the ability to revive a dragon from the graveyard. And it looks like he also hard opened up the Jet Dragon. So Jet Dragon will be allowed to summon itself from the graveyard or the hand if another card on the field is destroyed. So he now presents the board with 2 Blue Eyes White Dragon monsters, one in the form of Jet and one in form of the original Blue Eyes, which has a total of 6,000 damage on the field. We just need to get past the Man with the Mark. So there might be a additional extension to the board that could get it, and there could be with the True Light, giving direct access to Wishes, which would be the ideal scenario here, because that would also allow him to gain access. And the fact that Andre has he has a common True Light from the structure deck, but he's also going with quarter-century secret rares of the Wishes, Ghost Rare, Blue Eyes, and Jet Dragon. I would like to think that is a strategy. He thinks probably maybe the common version is a little bit luckier than the ultra rare, but you just never know.
Yeah.
Ooh, discarding the Harpy's Feather Duster in order to grab what I would believe is going to be Sage, and then one other Blue Eye Spell or Trap, which could very easily be Roar of the Blue-Eyed, and that would allow him to provide another Blue Eyes to the board. And in theory, with that one, you can banish Wishes from the graveyard. I'm just thinking ahead on Andre's, trying to read Andre's mind here, but we could be very easily working our way into a Tyrant Dragon, which should... unless there is a cheeky Nibiru in the hand, be enough to push for game and tie this up at 1-1, but we will soon wait to see.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a lot more favorable. The Jet Dragon putting in a lot of work. It's actually coming from his side deck as a one-off, so it's definitely a good decision here from Andre to bring that in. And there he comes.
So there's the Neo. We're going to be turning this into a Tyrant Dragon. Maybe are we going to see a Synchro Summon with the Jet Dragon? The Tyrant Dragon does have the ability to recycle the Majesty from the graveyard as well, which can be very, very effective, as that will set Andre up with another nice non-target destruction. And it looks like he's going to be turning Sage into the Blue Eyes, and there is going to be the Ghost Mourner. I don't know how much this stumps the plays. I suppose it allows Emily to survive another turn, because unless there is another monster that can enter the field of play, there's going to be 2,000 damage off of the back of 2,400 damage, I believe, off of the back of the Tyrant Dragon, resetting the Majesty, and then the Jet Dragon in for the final 3,000 to tie this up 1 apiece.
Yeah, I mean, we said it from the start. It was definitely the unusual opener from both, because while we were talking about side deck options, you did mention Choke Points and Ash Blossom being extremely good against Blue Eyes. Then this is exactly what we've witnessed. And so we were a little bit afraid for Andre that he would be losing 2-0, but it seems as if one interruption was also all it took for him to stop Emily. And yeah, I mean, the score is tied, so it's going to come down to the game 3 to decide who is going to advance here in round 1. But now, for the first time, we'll get to see Emily going first.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting as to, I suppose you do keep the Kashtira strategy in because it still allows you to add to your field. It's also going to be very interesting to see what type of interactions Andre might have in place, because the Kashtiras themselves will demand a certain level of respect. You don't want to let them go off unanswered, but then you also have to keep in mind that a normal summon of the Man with the Mark or access to the Treasures of the Kings can lead Emily into the Apophis Traps cards. And we already saw in game number 1 how effective the pair of those Apophis Trap cards can work and really kind of catch Andre off guard.
Yeah, we saw that he brought in from the side deck, even going first, the RP Feather Duster, so obviously that was the main reason why. But yeah, it seems like one of those decks that can set up, interruptions that are in different ways. So you have monsters, spell and traps, and it's always tricky to be able to have answers for everything. At the same time, I'm interested to see whether he will keep those Fuvalos in. in game one, he drew both and they did nothing pretty much. So maybe, yeah, it will linger in his mind.
Yeah, I feel the Fluoros in this element, he's already seen that Emily is possibly on the Fiendsmith engine. I mean, we have seen Moon of the Closed World.
Absolutely.
So you can only take an assumption on that part. That will definitely put a bit of a block in regarding the Fiendsmith engine, because what you don't want is you don't want to be having the Apophis engine alongside the Kashtira engine, and then on top of that adding the Fiendsmiths into that rotation, because that could be very, very tricky to kind of battle or try and play your way through. And a card that I do miss right now, I feel, is Dark Ruler no more. I feel that is a card we don't see enough of, but I do fully understand why that isn't in the competitive scene. But it kind of gives that feeling that if the end board could be something along the lines of the Fiendsmith package alongside a couple of Kashtira monsters could be quite powerful.
At the same time, though, it wouldn't be quite effective against this deck, because you can just use the Apophis to negate it as well. So
very true.
It's an interesting one for sure. But as we've mentioned, only one duelist can advance with an undefeated record here. A great start in round one from Manchester. So let's find out who it will be in game 3.
Okay, so we're now about to see. I'm really hoping that one day someone is going to completely hoodwink their opponent and decide to go.
And I
second.
see something. Yeah. I see.
Andre is very smiling. Let's hope. There we go. Emily is going to confirm to be going first.
Yeah, Kashtiras are there.
Is that a Phantasme in Andre's hand? If that is a Phantasme, that could be a very interesting card to present to the board. Because if he brings that into the field, not only will it make the interactions from the Kashtira cards a little bit more awkward for Emily to succeed with, but it will also provide him with a bit of protection, especially if the Apophis cards will target as well to negate. But we do look like we're going through Unicorn into Birth.
We've drawn again the Birth, right?
I believe the Birth was searched for the Unicorn. Yeah. So we went from the Rice-Off into the Unicorn into the Birth, and then we're opening up the Fiendsmith Tract. This was a hand that definitely screamed for Draw and Lock Bird.
Bestial. Andre's thinking. Nope.
Okay, looks like that's going to resolve.
Yeah. Bestial's quite popular this weekend. We might be able to share some, stats for you guys, but I picked Magnamoth is in the top 5, I think, most popular cards in the main deck.
It looks like there is the Phantasme coming down. This is obviously a very interesting point as well, so that if the Phantasme comes down and the Requiem is tributed off, we're going to get a nice 1 draw. So that can kind of limit the additional advantage that Andre will be able to gather from the Phantasme.
At the same time here, we can use the Unicorn, but let's see what Emily wants to do.
Correct.
Probably not.
Looks like we're going to be using the Lacrima just to be sending that Fiendsmith Engraver to the grave. It looks like we're going to be able to get that set up in order to present still a very powerful board. Holding back that Unicorn can be quite valuable, just in case there is another hand trap that is activated by Andre. So Engraver is going to be coming back to the field. It'd be very interesting to see if there's a Chaos Angel play here, because that would definitely get rid of that Phantasme nice and easily. Looks like we're eyeing up the Fiendsmith sequence using the Unicorn, which makes complete sense because the Unicorn will then be able to be brought back from the graveyard off of Kashtira Birth. Sequence will provide the ability to work its way into a fusion monster. Looks like we're going for 2 Light Fiends. So we're going to get access to Aerial Eater, which then can, of course, send a Fiend from the deck to the graveyard. Be very interesting to see what gets sent here. Can't think if any of the Apophis cards, if it's only Man with a Mark, and the Man with a Mark is a spellcaster. Does seem that there is some form of interaction. There comes the Ash Blossom on top of the Aerial Eater. That's a very interesting choice. Looks like Aerial Eater is going to be linked off with the sequence. Are we going to start seeing... Yeah, there we go. Good old-fashioned Unchained Lord Yama.
Yeah, all of the different engines in the deck working pretty well. Yeah, you can see Andre, and I do like a lot the pace at which Emily is playing, showing a lot of confidence. Yep.
Working into that Rage could be very useful as well. We still have the ability, as mentioned, that Birth could bring back Unicorn, Ooh, Shavara to destroy the Rage. This is quite interesting because we'll be able to use Yama's effect in the graveyard to bring back the Rage, while also still having the Shavara on the board, on the field, and then using the Rage effect to recycle a Fiend monster from the graveyard, in this turn being the Fiendsmith sequence, to be utilized later on in the duel. Ooh, decided to bring back the Aerial Eater. Very interesting.
Yeah, the Paradise, yeah.
Oh, DD High Wave King Caesar.
I mean, it's a premium card against Andre's deck. The only concern is you also need to take Typhon into the picture at some point, because that's something they can always go for and just slow the game down a little bit.
Very, very true. Even with the Typhon coming onto the board, there's still a lot to be dealing with. The normal summon for the Kashtira Fenrir, working the way to bring back the Unicorn. Even with a Typhon, that is still a very, very strong board to be having to try and navigate around. I suppose at the very least you could try and go to the battle phase to attack with the Phantasme.
There it is. So solid opener through that Phantasme, and Ash Blossom set up the Fiend in Paradise. What an opener.
Very, very good. We can definitely see that there is a Maiden in White from Andre's hand, alongside an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, and of course the Harpy's Feather Duster.
Not quite the Harpy Feather Duster.
No. not as much
as his card.
Ooh, with the Primite Ether Barrel is probably one of the better starts he could have here as well. It looks like there was a Roar of the Blue-Eyed in the hand, so that can still provide with the Blue Eyes White Dragon to the field. And then, of course, you do have the Maiden in White, so there's still a lot to be played here. It's going to be very interesting to see when the High Wave King is chosen to be activated. It looks like Unicorn is going to be taking a look at that extra deck straight away. Now, here's a very interesting one. Do you try and, if there is a Typhon in there, do you take out the Typhon first without worrying about the two ofs?
It could be the case, yeah, but it's an interesting battle. Yeah, no, not quite. She's taking the long game, and yeah, I respect it. Maybe that could be the case. On the other hand, we have had a read of the Phantasma, because obviously the Fenrir would have been nice, but doesn't line up that well against it. Let's see, do we have any response? Nope.
So Lordy Lodi is going to get direct access to the Drill Beam, I could only imagine.
Yeah.
It's actually quite important that we're going to be able to add this, because that can then provide a form of negation or disruption, depending on what else Andre has in his hand, to deal with or to turn off or banish the High Wave King, which I feel is probably more of an issue card right now.
Okay, we use the Feather Duster right now.
I suppose it's quite good to be using that a little bit earlier rather than filling up your graveyard, because as soon as you put 3 months in the graveyard, that could be very damaging for the Birth to be able to banish those cards. Now, this is going to be another very interesting interaction, is whether Andre, you would naturally want to be using Mausoleum. Ooh, it looks like the Fenrir is going to be activated on the Lordy Load. Yeah, so the Lordy Load has been removed from the field. It now looks like Andre really only needs to worry about the 2 cards that are unknown in Emily's hand, and then, of course, the High Wave King. He knows that the High Wave King is going to get 2 forms of being able to stop a monster technically entering the field of play. So we're going to be activating the Maiden, which will grant access to the True Light, allow him to place that face up. And that can then in turn work its way to the Wishes. However, we have already used our main normal summon, but remember that the Mausoleum of White will provide you with an additional normal summon of a level 1 Light Tuner, which can very well be the card you search here. This is going to be very interesting to see when this Drill Beam is activated, as I suppose that might be why the High Wave King is held back, as I do feel that is the biggest threat currently.
Yeah, by far. I mean, it's the only one left as well in terms of interruptions from Emily. And
one very important thing to remember as well is once Andre gets access to, now that he's got access to Wishes, all he needs to do is get access to a Blue Eyes White Dragon, and that can be a Tyrant Dragon. And Tyrant Dragon on its own will be allowed to clear off Emily's field by being able to destroy the High Wave King, Fenrir, and Unicorn all in pretty much a single strike, leaving the Phantasme and whatever else Andre might be able to present to his field an open shot to the life points.
Yeah, it seems like this is the first game in which really Andre is able to go through all of these Blue Eyes combos. And I mean, if there is one that you must choose, it's definitely game 3, the clutch one. And yeah, this is just a demonstration of what that can do and why a lot of people are on it also today. Still has that element of surprise where you're going to be facing against players who are not super familiar with it, and we have seen plenty of time in previous events how strong an advantage that can provide.
Yeah, what I love about the Blue Eyes strategy, no matter which variant you choose to play, is the actual core cards of Blue Eyes are so versatile. They are so good. Like Sage with Eyes of Blue was an incredible addition way back when in Shining Victories, and that's only become even stronger with the addition of Maiden. So it's incredible to see this deck perform right now. It's actually going to be very, very interesting to see how Andre develops even further. So here comes the effect of Mausoleum in order to target one of Andre's monster. And it looked like he chose to target the Phantasme, which is great because that will increase Phantasme's attack by 800, meaning that it is now strong enough to deal with the High Wave King Caesar and puts the Blue Eyes into the graveyard. So do we take the punt on this one and attack with the Phantasma?
Yes,
yeah, we go straight into the High Wave King. It now means that Andre is relatively free to continue to combo in his main phase 2. The only way is I believe that in main phase 2 he should have the ability to clear off the Fenrir and the Unicorn if he sees them as a big threat during Emily's secondary turn. It looks like Shavara being sent as a material from the field to the graveyard is going to allow them to get hold of the escape, yes. Which can be quite important because remember that there is a rage in the graveyard as well. It would be very interesting to see if Emily is running Anguish. I still like that red dog. Puts in a lot of work sometimes, and a lot of people don't kind of expect it.
Absolutely. Doesn't line up too well against Phantasmize, so that was the whole point, but yeah. Ooh, and we see a Diddy Crow, though. Interesting, okay.
That is very, very interesting.
From the side deck, yeah.
Diddy Crow on a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Never thought I'd see the day.
Indeed.
Usually expect to see a Bestial do something like that.
Yeah.
There's the Roar of the Blue Eyes, so this is actually going to be quite important, unless there is an Ash Blossom to stop that happening. That will still allow Andre to present the Blue Eyes to the field.
Yep, doesn't seem like that's quite the case. I'm just gonna have a little bit of clarification about the effects that have been used, and then Andre can just bring the bad boy up once more. Here he comes.
I think it's also very important that Andre makes the most of this turn. I feel it's very important that he gets access to his Spirit Dragon, because we do feel that during the next turn, if a monster effect was activated, we know Emily has already targeted both Spirit Dragons in the previous turn. This could very well be a way to kind of get that on the board, get that into rotation and work from there.
Yeah, at the same time, time is also important, because there are about 9 minutes left and you don't really want to lose track of that. In this case, he's on the advantage, obviously, being 400 ahead, but that's not quite enough to be comfortable.
Yeah, so this is very interesting, turning his Maiden into another one of the Blue Eyes Link monsters in order to access the Hieratic Seals. So we are setting up a board with 2 set back row, alongside a True Light, Spirit Dragon, and of course the Hieratic Seals.
No cards in hand, I believe, from Andre, so all in on this with Chu Kashtira on the other side of the field.
Ooh, it looks like very early we are activating the True Light to bring back Blue Eyes White Dragon, which in turn will bring back Maiden. I wonder if Emily is familiar with the attack effect of Maiden, so you kind of don't want to be attacking Maiden too soon.
Are we going to use anything on our side?
Yeah, very interesting. That was a window opportunity for either Unicorn or Fenrir.
Escape is the first card that we are gonna use.
Yeah.
There comes. No more Phantasmi, at least. Let me check the extra deck if we can see what targets are in there. No, unfortunately. Yeah, no red dog. I'm
no
sorry.
red dog.
No red dog.
No
No
anguish.
red dog. No anguish.
only rage today.
Yeah.
So it looks like Fenrir is going to be using the effect to search out another cache tier. This does provide a little bit more. If Andre was to completely clear the field, Emily would still be able to fight back with, at the very least, a cache tier monster. So it looks like we're going to be using Rage just as that link 2 capabilities to work its way into what could only be imagined as a link 2 or 3. There you go, there's the SP Little Knight, targeting the Spirit Dragon. Now, does Andre respond here? Surely you would want to tribute off your Spirit Dragon in order to get another monster out. It will then in turn mean that SP Little Knight will attempt to trigger its own effect to kind of banish 2 more cards on the field. But it kind of feels like a lost opportunity to leave, to not get your effect off the back of the Spirit Dragon as well.
And yes, we are going to do it. And seems like she was about to target the erratic sphere. Is that going to be the case?
I would imagine, yes, that you'd want your SP to survive the turn.
No.
Ooh, going for the Maiden. That is very interesting. This is also a very interesting strategy as well, because it does put Andre on a bit of caution that if he does activate the Hieratic Seals too early and choose to return one of Emily's cards to the hand, the field would then be open for Emily to continue to make plays through another cache tier monster. So we're going to be using Maiden's effect to revive a Sage with Eyes of Blue from the graveyard as it was targeted. I mentioned earlier about the attack kind of effect, but didn't mention it also triggers on activation, targeted effect as well. It looks like we're going into the Moonlight. Moonlight is going to attempt to return a monster from the field to the hand. So will we be seeing the Fenrir going back to Emily's hand with a very empty board? There comes the Paradise, placed there all the way back on turn 1, which feels like feels like an age ago.
Absolutely.
Okay. So there's the Engraver effect, trying to work its way into a Tract. I feel with the Paradise, it might have been a question about missed timing.
Yeah, probably.
Because as we played that sequence back, the last thing was SP Little Knight targeting itself and the Maiden, and then Maiden chained to that. So Fenrir just kind of repairing this game state so that we can Moonlight, target the Fenrir to attempt to return that from the field to the hand.
I mean, not that it matters too much, but yeah. Let's see.
Engraver for Tract, correct. So we just kind of repaired to where we were correctly.
Well spotted, and now the Fenrir could just come back once more. Maybe activating. Nope. Okay, we're gonna go for the Tract. And yeah, time is ticking. 4 minutes remain, so it's an interesting spot. Can we find a way to push some damage?
So it looks like we're going to be entering into the Fiendsmith combo, so Laurie coming back to the field. But then we also need to remember that Andre still has a known 2 forms of interaction, one of them being the Primite Drill Beam along the Spell and Trap zones, and then of course we do have the Erratic Seals. So do you get to a point where there is no return for the Fiendsmith engine, and that's when you attempt to use the Hieratic Seals to return it? You've also got to remember that at the moment, the Seals is the only weak spot on Andre's board for damage. And as you mentioned, with the time slowly ticking down, you need to kind of mitigate as much damage you can take as possible.
And this Requiem could be an interesting point for Andre to respond, for sure. Let's see. Seems like it prompts a response, but no, not quite. Interesting.
I feel once the target's been chosen, that'll be Andre's. Is it Andre tributing that? It looks like Andre did tribute that in response. Ooh, returning the Fenrir. So
Fenrir is gone, and then we're gonna activate in a new chain this Hieratic Sphere, getting that Jet once more as in the previous game. The key card.
Yeah, Jet is such an incredible underdog in my opinion. I feel that it doesn't get as much value as it should. Very, very good card. The recursion from the graveyard can be invaluable sometimes.
Yeah, this is a wall of dragons to just fight through to get those 400 points of damage that she needs.
Okay, I believe we're going to be working our way into sequence, which is very important that that was recycled during the first turn. Massive foresight of play there. And this is where the drill beam will come into play to get rid of the sequence. I believe that is... I don't think we've seen a normal summon yet.
No.
Oh, okay, another Fenrir coming back down.
Okay.
Fenrir attempt to go... I mean, 1 minute 40 left on the clock. There comes the Majesty to destroy the Fenrir. Leaves with 1 card left in the hand. Is that 1 or 2? Another Fenrir. It just doesn't stop.
Wow.
I'll do it again. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be attacking the...
Is that it?
Moon?
Yeah,
SP comes back, Maiden comes back.
Not quite enough to push damage. And now it's going to be Andre in a very comfortable position.
Yeah.
That blue eye can just attack.
We're just going to go straight to the battle phase. Ooh,
no, okay.
That's very interesting. Lightstorm Dragon.
Oof. Yeah, we haven't seen this one yet.
Quite surprised he used Blue Eyes instead of the Jet Dragon, but there must be a reason for that one, I can imagine. There comes the Paradise. So we're going to be sending the Lightstorm Dragon. Lightstorm Dragon does have a very nice effect. They will allow Andre to recycle a card from the graveyard as well, which can be quite important depending on what he tries to get access to. So here comes Blue Eyes White Dragon back to the board, back to the field.
Yeah.
So there's still the capabilities for additional Synchro Summon. So he values to get rid of the Fenrir over the SP is very interesting. We know that Jet Dragon currently is 0/0. Maybe it's because he doesn't have access to any more Synchro level 9s.
Could be.
And that's probably why he wanted the Blue Eyes in the graveyard as opposed to having the Jet Dragon in the graveyard itself.
But it seems like time is pretty much over. So this could be just done any time soon. And there it is. Time is called and Andre is the winner. Just trying to defend his title, and you know, he had to go through some obstacles, some sweats, but managed to make that comeback happen after losing in round 1. Yeah, great start from him, and I mean, it really seems like dragons are his favorite.
Yeah. I mean, Emily did not make that easy on him at all. Made him definitely work for it, but it also kind of to show the type of duelist that Andre is. I feel that all of those games showed a little bit of everything. I think game 1 we really got to see what the Apophis cards could do with the combination of the Kashteras, and then we got to see how a very simplified game state probably benefited Blue Eyes a little bit more. And then in the final game from both duelists, it was actually a very good back and forth grind state, both being able to get 2 turns each and interacting with each other's fields in order to kind of build or dismantle, I suppose, what has been presented in front of them. Yeah,
it really had it all. So it's a great start of this UK Open. As a reminder, you know, we're gonna have a great day of Yu-Gi-Oh! 441 players gathering here through 9 rounds of Swiss to get this beautiful trophy home, and it's not gonna be easy. It's fierce competition out there, and obviously Andre trying to send a statement that he's not here just to mess around. He wants to go for the back-to-back UK Open Championship, so it will be an interesting one. But yeah, it was a great show also of how things have changed since Birmingham. So we have mentioned it in the introduction to the round, but you know, the structure deck of Blue Eyes White Destiny, great addition for all of you guys. If you're a fan of just Blue Eyes in general, here is one reason why you should pick up the cards, but also new set just this week. and some of the cards we could see in play, which was definitely interesting from Emily's side.
Yeah, 100%. I love the combination. I love the way that they worked with the cash tiers. I feel the cash tiers provided the aggression to what would more commonly be known on the Apophis side as more of a control style deck. And I feel that the aggression the cash tiers provided, the grind as well, really did provide a little bit more of an edge that was definitely needed in that duel, especially with a pilot like Andre, who clearly knows what he's doing with the Blue Eyes strategy as well. And it kind of shows the creativity and the overall balance that both of these decks could have, and kind of how he could pilot it correctly in order to take the win.
Absolutely, absolutely, it did. And yeah, it was a beautiful show. Again, it will be interesting to see now that we are having confirmation on the decks that are being brought for this event. I can confirm you, although we'll show you the full graphic later on, that Malice is still technically standing briefly, not by much, at the top as the most represented deck this weekend. Although similarly to Birmingham, if we add the different Ryziel versions, they will come out on top. But I can tell you, it's looking quite interesting. So I'll have you guys hang on that, and we'll be able to show you the full breakdown later on. But Blue Eyes is up there. Let me just say that. So our dream of maybe having a win the event could be the case. But yeah, I mean, I want to thank you guys obviously for being with us. As a reminder, we still have 8 more rounds of Swiss to crown the UK Open champion in Manchester. But before we do that, we're going to go on a short break, and we'll be back with Andre, the winner of round 1, for his interview. Keep watching. Congrats once
Thank
again,
you.
a great show from you. And what a fitting way to have, the guest card be Blue Eyes Jet Dragon, one of the MVPs, at least, especially in Game 2, I feel like. And no, first and foremost, obviously, congratulations. You have had a pretty solid season. Obviously, the reigning UK Open champion, so I'm sure you want to bring this one home as well. But I mean, what is the thing with you and dragons? You just seem to be in love, right?
I've been playing dragon-like decks since 2018 now, so it's just.
I mean,
it's what suits me.
Yeah, if it's not breaking, why fix it? So
exactly.
It's going well, but obviously a lot has changed, both since the UK Open we've had in London and then YCS Birmingham. Most importantly, obviously, I mean, this week there was the release of a new set, which your opponent was on, but let's focus right now on the Blue Eyes White Destiny structure deck.
Yeah.
What was the main reason behind you bringing the deck for today?
First of all, I don't think it's as competitive as Rizal and Malice. Okay. However, the games tend to go on longer, which I feel is advantageous to me. I feel like the longer games, the grindier games, suit me better. So that's one of the reasons why I took the Blue Eyes deck. And I also feel a lot of people, maybe newer players, are picking up Blue Eyes. I think there's still a lot of plays and intricate plays that can throw people off. Even people that maybe have tested a lot against Blue Eyes. How I play the deck is very different, possibly, to how they do.
Interesting. We like the confidence a bit. And I mean, you did show at least, also in London with the Tempai deck. There was obviously, well known, but you had your own, your own sequences, your own lines, and it's always nice and refreshing to see. In general, what do you think is like the #1 quality of the deck, or like the reason why people should pick it up right now?
So Blue Eyes has some really good one-card starters.
Okay.
So it has 18 starters, roughly, and if you have a combination of 2 of those, you can play around like the Ash Imper and Veiler quite easily and still end on Spirit or Seal's Pass.
Yeah.
And I think that's just a really strong compared to like the Rizal deck may fall short duo drive and then just pass his turn.
Absolutely. And on the other end, obviously, we'll be able to show you as well, but all of you guys at home, the deck breakdown for the event quite soon. Is there a deck that you really don't want to play against?
Probably Mermail. I'd be honest.
Fair enough.
Even though Spirit Dragon is really effective against Mermail, I feel if they win the dice roll, there's not much you can do about it.
It's a rough deck. I mean, they can all, depending on the combo they go for, they can set up the statue as well, which is definitely not your best friend, I guess. But no, it's interesting. I think again, it's refreshing to see a deck. And especially in this case, Blue Eyes fans, that have been waiting a while, but it's always a deck that can come back. It has won a World Championship after all, back in 2016. So why not maybe go for a repeat this year? But yeah, it's always nice to see players such as of your caliber play on stream and show how it is done. But it wasn't easy, right? This round, losing round 1, how were you feeling? Yeah.
When I looked at my opening hand, I was not feeling confident.
Okay.
I had 2 more chummies in it going first, which I feel you get unlucky sometimes with that card. It's one of the most powerful cards in the format, but if you open it in your opening hand going first, it's particularly bad. But yeah, the game started, and he was playing the Odin deck. I think that's what it's called, the Odin trap deck. So I had no idea what was going on. And then in game 2 and 3, it was back to comfort control. I opened the combos that I knew well. I feel I had a better understanding of his deck. And then
absolutely, game 2 was interesting because obviously it was the one in which it seems like you had a bit of a better opening, but then we discussed with Dale that Ash Blossom in certain points can be quite annoying, and it was for you. You just passed, but then she passed back as well. Just one interruption was enough. So sometimes that's how it is, and a back and forth duel is something you can always enjoy.
And the Phantasme in game 3 was really effective.
MVP. MVP for sure.
It does conflict with Dominus Purge, which is unfortunate, but it really carried me in that 3rd game.
No, absolutely. Sure. I mean, it was quite good for multiple reasons as well. The protection effect really stopped. Both when it was trying to go for unchained combos, but then during your turn as well, the Fenrir, it was definitely the MVP of the match. I mean, good for you that you decided to include them. So, now we're going to wish you best of luck. Obviously, we want to see more from you today. Maybe we'll see, a repeat and one more trophy added. But I think round 1 was a good demonstration of if you're not going to make it, it's going to take a lot to take it away from you. So congratulations again. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And thank you guys for being with us. This is the end of round 1, but don't go anywhere because we have 8 more rounds of Swiss to crown the UK Open 2025 champion live from Manchester. Keep watching. Welcome to round 2 of the UK Open 2025. We are live in Manchester from the Etihad Stadium, and we are gladly welcoming you to this round. We have witnessed quite the spectacle in the previous one, where Andre Deluri, the defending champion, was able to take it in a comeback victory with this Blue Eyes deck, fresh off the structure deck of Blue Eyes White Destiny. But now we are able to advance through, and actually before moving on to the players that we're gonna see, we can bring up the deck breakdown for the event. What do you think, Dale?
Nothing too much out of what I'd expecting, but I do like that representation, specifically of Fire King. Is Dinkabooey in the building? Just want to...
I hope not for our competitors. But, I mean, Blue Eyes, almost, in the top 2. That's impressive, 14%.
Yeah, I absolutely love the diversity of this lineup. Riziel, of course, taking the domination at 22%. And this is going to be very, very interesting to see if any of those strategies incorporate the brand new 7th Tachyon.
Absolutely. But at the same time, we've mentioned at the end we managed to, compress together some of the different version of Riziel. So we could say that technically, Malice and Blue Eyes are standing up there if we just, separate, for example, the pure version of Riziel from, Finsmith or other different options. So it will be an interesting one for sure. But I can tell you right here that the number 4 spot, Mermail, 5% in the building. Enemy number 1 for Andre Deluri in his interview. And my personal pick for YCS Birmingham, which unfortunately, in what was a great semi-finals between Dinkabooey's Fire King deck and, this Mermail deck, in the end, still had a good showing, will be one of the decks that we see here in round 2. And I'm excited for it, as we are going to be featuring Liam Davis against Michael Smith. In Michael's case, we have a fun fact, because we have been following his journey at YCS Birmingham, because he was representing Mater Reactor, quite the unique deck. Unfortunately, he lost on the bubble, so we were hoping that we would get him, for top cut. But he had a really good show. Still, it's impressive to go, all the way up to the 12th round. And I'm happy that we can feature him here again, because he is bringing the same deck. And I cannot wait to see these 2 combo decks in action. The only thing, they have already rolled a dice, so Michael has won it. He will be going first. I'm down. I want to see some more dragons. So I think our players are ready. Let's bring the action.
Okay, so this is going to be absolutely amazing to witness. Like Marcelo was saying, we have the Meteor Actor strategy, which originally started off as a TCG exclusive with 1 or 2 cards way back when. It now received a great new wave of support thanks to Supreme Darkness. And then, of course, we have the Atlantean Mermail strategy, which also recently received brand new support thanks to Supreme Darkness. And as we are well and truly well aware of the deck's capabilities. So we're going to be seeing these strategies start off. We all know how powerful it can be with the Atlantean Mermails. So the Meteor Actors are also going to be very, very interesting. So it looks like, as we see in the hand of Liam, that we're starting off with the brand new Meteor Actor spell. So this one, I believe, lets you excavate the top 5 cards of your deck, and you get to add a excavated Meteor Actor card. I've also seen, if you actually take a peek into Liam's hand, that there is also a good old-fashioned Danger Snake. Talk about converging 2 TCG exclusive archetypes to see how they operate together. It looks like Liam is also a little bit unfamiliar with the strategy itself, so he's having to read the card to find out whether it is worth using one of those all-important hand traps in the form of something like an Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs. Ooh,
let's take a look. Quite some interesting, cards revealed there. A lot of information also coming Liam way. He knows that those, Nibiru's are there, which, by the way, as a reminder, April 10 with Quarter Century Stampede, you will be able to get your hands on the alternate art for anyone who is missing it. It looks absolutely sick.
So of all of the Meteoractors to reveal, he does get to reveal the Gigadra. So this is one of the better ones that can kind of start as an extender or a general starter. So this one allows you to discard a card to special summon a level 3 normal monster from the hand or deck. Now, I can't actually wait to see the normal monster he's about to summon on this one if his deck list is reflective. So if this is going to be, there it is, good old baby dragon. And the fact of the matter is this is where the dangers also come in to provide additional synergy, because being able to be discarded in the form of something like the Danger Sukanoko will allow it to come back to the field. So this is just going to enhance the capabilities to make some rank-free plays. And some of the rank-free Meteoractor monsters are incredible.
I mean, I'm loving this. Round 1, we get to see Blue Eyes White Dragon, now Baby Dragon. I mean, it's a trip down memory lane for sure, and you know, Joey fans will be screaming right now. So.
Exactly that. And the first one that we are going to be seeing is the brand new Meteoractor Exegard. So this one allows you to detach material from this card, either special summon a Meteoractor monster from the deck, or add a Meteoractor spell or trap from the deck to the hand. Now, we already have the best spell, in my opinion, to have for the Meteoractor strategy. So it's going to be very interesting to see if we're going to get another Meteoractor monster from the deck, as this will allow him to move into another rank-free monster.
Yeah. I mean, it is the key card in the extra deck as well. The only shoe-off that he's playing, this Exegard, so, you know, is willing to use it multiple times throughout this duel. And
yeah, so what makes Exegard so good is if your opponent normal or specials a monster or monsters except during the damage step, you get to add up to 2 materials from this card to the hand. The best thing about that is Meteoractors have this very cool ability that allow them to utilize the spell to attach cards from the top of their deck to their XYZ monster. So in theory, there is actually the ability, as we're about to see here, of adding an Ash Blossom from one of the materials attached to your Meteoractor XYZ, which is incredible. So for clarity on the Meteoractor Meltdown, just so that everyone is aware, is during the main phase, you activate the top 6. Apologies, I did say top 5 earlier. You get to add an excavated Meteoractor card, which is already seen take place. You place the rest on the top of the deck in any order. You can also get to add 1 card attached to a rank-free XYZ monster you control to the hand. So that is another way that they'll be able to take one of the materials that has been attached to their XYZ. Yeah. It kind of gives me the feeling a little bit of Time Thief Redoer, when you always used to take either your opponent's cards or your own cards and attach them to materials.
And this is a great addition. It's a one-off in the deck, as it's searchable. It's the Meteoractor Critical, Counter, Trap, and pretty much, you know, negating any action that your opponent can do. Is it a spell or trap or monster effect? So it's quite useful, and it also has this, you know, additional benefit as the archetype does of attaching additional materials. So it's quite a good setup here, and I'm interested to see what the ending field will look like for Michael.
Exactly, and this is the best thing about the Meteoractors, is that they don't really restrict you to any particular type of level or rank or anything along those lines. So you will be able to see in a second that it will open up the door to either some of your more generic rank-free monsters, maybe something like a Gossip Shadow to protect from the Biru, but then you also have the option, as we're seeing here, to go into the full armored XYZ line, which can work its way up from a rank 3 all the way to a rank 7. Yep. So at the moment, we're going to be detaching 2 materials from the full armor to Torpedo to draw an additional card. And this is all come off the back of relatively 1.5 cards, or 2 cards at most if you want to count the Sukanoko as the discard. But it looks like straight away we have 2 Ash Blossoms attached to the material of the Exegard, and that's going to be able to, in theory, if the sequences play out correctly, allow them to be added from that monster as material back to the hand, which is a very, very good ability, I suppose. And then on top of that, we did see that, as you mentioned earlier, that a Nibiru was revealed in the top 5. So until those cards get reshuffled, which they did previously for the Torpedo draw, it can now be anything that gets attached.
And here comes that full armored X, Y, Z, axes.
Yeah, so this is going to line up another form of interaction during his opponent's turn. So we already know that we have the access to the Meteoractor counter trap. We're then going to be adding full armored XYZ to that, which can lead into another additional XYZ monster, which will probably be working your way up into the rank 7 full armored XYZ. and that's really where the aggression is going to come into play.
And here comes the Nibiru from the top out there, which can be relevant later on. So seems like we are done, but wow, so many spell and traps. It seems like it's kind of a new trend in some of these decks we're seeing today, where they set up a lot of spell and traps interruptions. So maybe moving on, we'll see more of those Feather Duster in the main deck, although here they wouldn't be as effective given that the critical can negate it. And we are seeing right away the full armored Xyz. Let's see.
Yeah, so what I find quite scary about this is there's still just a Danger Sukanoko sitting on the board. It wasn't even needed. It was just an additional, just free discard fodder.
Support, yeah.
Stuck in between a Dark Knight Lancer and a Meteor Actor. Scary looking monster as well.
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna just ask his opponent to, make sure how many interruptions am I really facing right now. Most importantly, this full armor Dark Knight Lancer that has come down this turn.
Yeah, I feel that one of the very important things in regards to Yu-Gi-Oh! Is making sure you understand all of the effects, especially the ones that are visible to you.
Yeah.
And the reason I mention that is because of Meltdown does have some very additional effects as well. So this is, if your XYZ monster activates this effect, you get to attach the top card of your deck to a Meteor Actor XYZ. So that is very, very important. That it's just any XYZ monster. It doesn't need to be a Meteor Actor XYZ monster that activates. So this also means that if he was to activate an effect off of Dark Knight Lancer, that will then allow him to provide another material to his Meteor Actor as well.
And this is straight off the past, the one infantry drawn with the Abystius. Yeah, looks like a 2014, if not even 2013 type of opening.
Yeah, this is the one thing that I really do love about the Mermail Atlantean strategy is all of the monsters have their own inbuilt, whether it dealing with a front row, whether it be dealing with a spell and trap kind of card, and they just kind of keep getting more and more advantage. The chain block capabilities that it can also provide as well are very, very effective, and this is straight away pulling out the trap card.
Critical activated right away, and here we can see this additional benefit. This is such a unique interaction. Yeah.
I can imagine an Atlantean's worst nightmare in this particular matchup would be to see a Droll and Lotbird be attached to one of the XYZs, because that could very easily kind of highlight things to come.
And yeah, now in a new chain we can use the infantry, but can we really accomplish much? It's going to depend on the rest of the end. Obviously, Neptabis is the key card that just enables the Atlanta Mermail deck to do so much.
So this is obviously quite important as well, is that the Meteor Actor critical, once you've activated it, you negate the activation, so you don't destroy it, but then you do have to apply the following effect depending on the card type you've added from the material. So we did see Ash Blossom added, which means that Mike will need to place a monster or one card from his hand onto the bottom of his deck,
which he did.
But you're basically trading an Ash Blossom for any random card in your hand, which is, I think most players would take that 9 times out of 10. Yeah. Here comes another Abystius.
Yeah, the thing is, I think only the on-field effect is once per turn, and you can use the one from hand multiple times. So maybe not what Mike was hoping for.
Just double check the Abystius on that one. Correct, it's all one effect, so I believe, so unfortunately that won't be going anywhere. And the biggest disappointment of something like this is you've provided a little bit more of hand knowledge of exactly what you have. Now, counting out of the 6 cards that Liam has, we do know 3 of them already. So it's still 3 unknown, and Neptabis is definitely not one to be disappointed about. And there we go, Neptabis returns to the hand. Yeah, and I think Liam is kind of up there.
Wow, Liam has seen enough. The combo deck gets out comboed or no? What? No, maybe a little bit of
And they're just trying to clarify.
Okay. Wait a second, let me check the hexaguard. A monster you can, yeah. Because we do have the baby dragon in graveyard, right? Yeah, I
Correct,
believe so.
yeah.
So we can bounce.
I think they're
I'm
just
not
trying
sure if
to.
it had to do maybe with the infantry as well, but I believe the protection. Let me check again. Full armored XYZ.
Yeah, so I think they're just trying to repair the game state to get it back to the state that it needs to be in. So we're all on the same page on this one.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, we are just repairing the game stat to what it was with this Teus discarding the fish.
But then it needs to repair from there, as the
Yeah,
Abystius
afterward.
can't be activated twice.
Yeah.
Oh, the Abystius does resolve.
No, you. Yeah, it's what I was saying is you can use the it's two different effects. You can special summon as many as you want.
Correct,
But you can
yes,
only use
correct.
the field. I guess they stopped him at some point. That's why.
Yeah, so the first Abystius was stopped via the.
No, they
counter
stopped
trap.
him maybe from using it. But the draft
I
lock.
see what you mean. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think I thought he could do it, but maybe the judge thought it was just one effect, and then he was stopped from using the Teus, and then they realized he could actually do it, as I was saying.
Yeah.
And then they allowed him as he should be. Okay, everything is fixed. So yeah, this would happen, and yeah, now we know about the Naptabis. It's gonna be sent back.
Return to the hand,
Essentially the same spot, but the difference is that the drone lock was also revealed and activated by Mike. I mean, this hexagon is the gift that keeps on giving. Yeah.
Yeah, provided with 2 Ash Blossoms and the Beery guaranteed,
Wow.
and then an infinite impermanence as well.
What a card. And I mean, we picked up our cards before the draw. The only difference is that we have the Teus. Okay,
Ooh.
Minstrel. But I mean, let's see. Ash, Nibiru. I mean, I guess Ash is kind of mandatory, but no. Okay.
Okay, well, we know that there is a Neptubus in the hand.
Yeah, but the
of
thing is-
Liam, but we've already used the normal summon. We've got infantry.
Oh, they're called
by
by the grain. Yeah, I mean,
That's
Liam has seen enough. Yeah, I mean, took a little bit longer than expected, but the result was pretty much just the same. Too overwhelming opener from Mike, but I mean, this Hexaguard just.
Yeah.
Wow.
Extra Guard was incredible in that matchup.
Yeah.
The excavations from the spell card, the fact that you're able to add an Ash Blossom, and then you add on top of that you already hard opened up a Droll and Lockbird,
Yeah.
which is one of, I'd say, the Mermail Atlantean strategy's weakest points or weakest hand traps to face. Yeah, it kind of really does put it on the... Did battle through to that, obviously a little bit of confusion over the Abystius, that was then rectified, so there was still a bit more of a field presence from the Mermail Atlantean, but even to try and push through that entire board with the Dark Lancer and, of course, the counter trap to deal with it the first time was very powerful.
Yeah, I gotta say, it also lines up quite well against Mermail specifically, because as we have seen, usually with the Minstrel, and you can take a look at your opponent and also pick away one of those interruptions. But if they're hiding under the Hexaguard, you can also play around in a way where they can't do that, and then you'll be able to get later on the interruption. So it's definitely an interesting card. Love to see it, and I mean, now at least it's great news because Atlanta and Mermaid going first. They will be able to combo through quite successfully. So we have been spoiled by a lot of different combos in the past. Is it, you know, some water statue kind of opening, Mulling Glacier? You have a lot of different options available, and we'll figure out which one it is.
Yeah, so I mean, we got to see a very interesting strategy coming from the back of that. We do know, and I feel that this is something that Liam will be well and truly prepared for, that there is already a lot of hand traps featured in the Meteoractor build. Yes, exactly. So, but as you mentioned, Minstrel, it can be an incredibly powerful card to give that advantage, to get a quick early peek at the hand, to know exactly what you're dealing with, take away the biggest threat, and then continue to pilot the deck around those particular hand traps to the best of your abilities.
Yeah, it's pretty much similar to, you know, a Pointer of Red Lotus, kind of like those kind of cards. Obviously, a bit less powerful, meaning that those cards were used, obviously, to prevent you know, some going second field breaker. But in this case, it works quite fine to just get rid of Nibiru. And essentially, all of us know, how bad of a feeling it is to draw an Entrap as the 6th card. In this case, it pretty much does the same. So let's see whether that will be the case with Liam going first in this duel. And also, let me take a look at what is opening field could be.
Yeah, I feel that Mermails could be one of the most dangerous combo style decks when they do get to start and pretty much go off, especially unanswered. But the deck itself is very, very well balanced. It still has the ability to kind of play for a lot of interactions.
And I've got some bad news for Mike, because he's going all in. Like, when he goes first, he has 3 Minstrel, and he has both Mulling Glacier and the Barrier Statue. He has everything. So possibly he could go for like absolutely insane combo, but let's see.
If one of those Minstrels are in the open hand, this could be a very...
That's the best way to start things off. Getting that Dragoon, or, you know, a lot of different options available. The best normal summon by far. Makes sense.
Straight into the heavy infantry, definitely. See if there's any interaction from Mike as this builds up. Just kind of see where we go from here. Looks like that is an Atlantean Dragoons. Oh, there is that all-dreaded Droll and Lockbird.
Yeah, you mentioned one of the most annoying pieces. Still, the Shadow Squad will be able to push more, but can you pilot through the Droll?
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the very big benefits that the Mermail Atlantean strategy, or Atlantean Mermail strategy, received from the more recent sets, is that it does give them a slight bit more of the ability to play through certain cards like Droll and Lockbird.
Absolutely. And, the Pike, not really ideal. Yeah.
Yeah, not the ideal one you want to be summoning out of the deck.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate. Do we have a way to push through? I mean, obviously, you really want to get to the Coelegant. That's the, you know, the Gypsy King. And another interruption that you cannot really search with the Teus due to the Droll.
Still provides a benefit. I feel the one good thing about the infantry is the level adaptation can be quite important here. And sending the Dragoons.
Yeah, just look at how much damage this Droll is doing. Like, we would have had like a full combo from Liam otherwise. This was premium. And yeah, we also have all different levels at the moment. So
correct. There might be the ability. Is there ability to use the Marincess? Is there another level? No, there's no way to get us. Well, you've got the Dragoons, I suppose. If you can try and get another level 4 on the board, maybe try and work your way into Shark and to Toad.
Okay, no, luckily he didn't go for Pikes. Yeah, that seems like.
So you might have adapted the levels thanks to the infantry on this one to get into the Gaius.
And this could be it. Wow. Oof. Wow. The Drone Lock really putting in a lot of work. And Liam just setting one, passing back to Mike. 5 cards. And not really staring, you know, threatening field. Again, looks like something out of 2013. And
Ultimate Slayer is going to be very, very effective. That deals with the guy straight away. Are we going to see another one? So usually you'd send the Adjugator here that will provide you with another form of negation to deal with the field.
You don't really need it.
I don't think you need it, no. So it's going to be very interesting to see if there is another XYZ target that might chooses to send. Oh, Downward Magician. Okay, so it's not really going to add more, but being able to hold back an Adjugator if you decide to play that can be quite effective, maybe in a later bit of a stage. But like you said, it just isn't needed at this moment in time. Oh, Terror Top as well.
Look at this. One of my favorite level 3s, engines from back in the day.
Yeah, it's definitely come a long way from Terror Top into Dante, I suppose.
Was it hard drawn?
It looks like the top of the board was hard drawn, yeah.
Oh, quite unfortunate then.
So we know from the 6 cards so far, Ultimate Slayer, Drawn Lot Bird, Terror Top and Tucking Borg. But just being able to get into your Meteor Axa Exegard can still be massive.
Yeah, 2 more cards in hand from Mike. But this was the start of the show for game 1, and it's back.
I would like to feel that in this point, unlike in game 1 where we saw the summon of a monster, we might be trying to add the spell, and that's going to be responded with that Ash Blossom. Oh, the Call by the Grave! Glued to the hand.
I mean, it's the card that sealed game 1, and I mean, it's back.
So I can only imagine off the X guard you're going to want to go for the spell, unless he feels he has enough extension in the hand. Oh, okay. Going for the Giga Draw.
Yeah, allows you to special summon it, and we do see Impulse. Okay.
It's actually very, very interesting back and forth. And what I actually do love about the Meteoractor strategy is the fact that all of the hand traps, the Ghost Sisters, can all technically act as extenders or just additional level 3 monsters for you to be used as overlay material, which is really quite a nice bit of additional synergy.
The field is cleared, and do we have 1 card maybe left from Liam, or even 0? I don't know.
1, 2, 3.
1.
That came from the deck. Neptibist was
the
the first green. I think it is. Yeah, I think there is just.
Wow.
Top
Yeah,
deck
he's
and
out
hope.
of cards.
Oof.
Wow.
Is Mike out of cards as well? We now
I
contemplating link something, or he's going to end it there. He's going to end it there. Could this Neptibist be the heart of the cards?
let's see. 1
We know it's a
draw.
monster.
Obviously, there is no normal. Oh my! No way! No way! Wow.
That is truly the heart of the cards on that one.
And it's the last one as well, right? Because he used 2. So wow. Because he discarded 1 from hand as well from the Teos, right?
Correct, I believe
so
he did.
the 3rd copy. What a draw! This is unbelievable. I gotta feel bad for Mike there. I mean, what a top deck.
Yeah, I don't think you could have cherry-picked a single card in that entire list to be on the top of the deck apart from the Neptibus.
Yeah, because obviously without a normal monster, the Exagar cannot bounce it back. And yeah, this is absurd now.
Yeah.
I mean, wow.
We know that there is going to be no forms of interaction from Mike's side, unfortunately. But we are going to be able to see how the Mermaid Atlanteans is piloted.
Yeah. I mean, we've mentioned that it's arguably the best combo deck when it gets to go first. And when you're able to combo through a simplified game state, I mean, there's not much to debate. So it's only up to Liam.
Correct. I feel that these are probably the most important moments, though.
Yeah.
I feel that when you know the pressure's a little bit more on when you need to make sure that the combo goes perfectly because you see that end in sight. It's probably the most point of maybe mistakes that happen. But it looks like Liam knows exactly what he's doing. You like to think that they've been in these positions before.
But I think Mike is going to make his life easy. So picks up his card with 20 minutes remaining. He doesn't want to waste time. So once more today, we are going to game 3. And I mean, didn't really expect anything else. But from the opener, I mean, it seems like Mike got it.
Yeah, I think that was a very, very interesting opening from that one. I feel that Drawn Lockbird was incredibly strong, especially with the hand combination that Liam had himself. And then it really did come down to believing in that heart of the cards. That top deck was a game changer.
Because, I mean, obviously opening Takettenborg is never a good feeling, but then if you add into the mix Drawn Lock, Ultimate Slayer, Terror Trop, and Cold by the Grave as well, I mean, that end, I don't know if you pick anything other of the, you know, that's all you need. But unfortunately, I mean, just a few interruptions from his opponent as well. Mostly the Impulse was able to slow him down. I mean, one draw.
I think the Impulse is an incredibly powerful card. I really do. I think the whole Impulse or the Dominus cards themselves in general are great. We're going to be seeing probably quite a few of the Dominus Purges being used inside the Blue Eye strategy. And then a lot of people do forget that a water strategy such as the Mermail Atlanteans can utilize an Impulse, and that effect of being able to, in theory, stopping or negating a card that would summon a monster can be invaluable. And that's not even taking into account the fact that it can be activated from the hand as well, which is, absolutely insane.
Yeah, it really is. Now, though, I mean, the score is tied, and it will be again from the multi-reactor deck going first, trying to set up as it did in game one. I gotta say, it wasn't the most threatening field at the end of the day. It was mostly due to interruptions, and so, you know, again, the Drawn Lock, the Ash, the Nibiru, you know, so it will be down to those most likely. And yeah, I mean, anyways, I think when you go first against Mermail, you are happy just because you're not second against it. So, you know, it's always a little bit more of a good feeling. But I think our duelists, just as a final reminder, they have to try and go undefeated through 9 rounds of tough competition. Only one of them can do so in round 2. They are done with their side decks. So let's find out who will be the winner of game 3. Nice fist bump. Let's see.
Okay, I would be absolutely shocked if anything bar Mike going first on this one, but we will soon see. I still feel that is a very well-valid strategy to completely catch your opponent off guard, but sometimes it could probably be one of the riskiest strategies, passing your priority, unless you're playing something like Tempire Dragon, I guess.
Fair enough, and yeah, it does seem like he's going first. Let's take a look at what will be the opener. Okay.
Okay, so this is going to be one of the Adjugator. I say Adjugator, basically the crocodile. But this is going to be one of the Meteoractor's Explorator. So you get to reveal this card in the hand and discard one other card to add a level 3 normal monster from the deck or graveyard to the hand. It's not one that you want to be relying on heavily, but this does get that normal monster into rotation, which we saw in duel number 2, how important it was having that normal monster, whether it be on the field or ultimately in the graveyard, to provide you with those additional effects that you kind of want your Exegard to have.
Yeah, and we discarded that Virtue Stream, but we are... but Ash Blossom, do we have other ways to push? We do.
So there comes the Giga Draw. This is obviously one of the most ideal starter for the Meteoractor cards, bar the spell card itself. Still a very, very good way. And we already know this is the one good thing about being able to hand check. Oh, there's a Fluvaros as well.
Wow.
2 very good hand traps to have in conjunction with each other. Going to be interesting to see. And this is the one thing that I always find very, very fascinating about a card like Fluvaros is whether you decide to take the challenge and allow your opponent to draw as many cards as you wish because you feel that your end field will be too strong for them to break, or do you just keep it as simplified as possible?
I mean, in this case, it's kind of a deck that doesn't like to overextend, but you surely at least make that Exegard for sure. I mean, you set up the Baby Dragon Engrave so that you have that nice bouncing effect for the Neptabis normal summon, and you still, you know, get to add one more. So it's a good trade.
Correct. Yeah, I think we've both kind of seen the importance of how important Exegard here is. I suppose it's also very important that we know that there is not going to be an Ash Blossom coming Mike's way on this one. And as you kind of pass the check for possibly an Infinite Impermanence or an Effect Veiler, you know that there is a very high possibility that your spell card will be able to activate and in theory resolve as well.
But just like in the previous game, the answer probably will depend on how many non-engine pieces is Mike
Ooh.
holding in?
Oh.
Okay.
The Gigadra again as the sixth
Yeah.
card.
Wow.
But it looks like he's going to be taking the trap card, which is absolutely fine. That does provide another
Yep.
level of protection
Great.
/
Great
negation.
pickup.
Yeah.
It's a one-off in the deck, so I mean, you feel good when you're able to excavate it. And
I feel, especially considering the game state with the Fleuros, Mike, that's probably the best card he could have excavated.
by
I don't
far.
think you would want to take an extender in any need, because then it would have led you to want to make another XYZ.
absolutely.
And setting these two cards and passing with the Hexaguard in full effect with the normal monster in the graveyard is going to allow him to have that ability to return a monster from the field to the hand. We know the counter trap is in rotation, but we do not know one set card and whatever else Mike may have in his hand.
Something interesting is that we could be seeing some Xyz Anchor from the side deck, which are usually there for Dweller, but I mean, I think they work pretty well in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that Hexaguard is very, very important. The fact of the matter is that the counter trap also relies on you to have an XYZ on the board.
So I would be down. So let's see if Liam agrees and if he has drawn into them, because he's selling 3 copies, which is quite popular nowadays for Mermill. But not gonna be the case. We start by discarding the Shadow Guard, Shadow Squad, and trying to summon that Poseidra.
Yeah, Poseidra is an amazing new addition to the Mermail strategy. It kind of acts as an aggressor, a disruptor, and it really does put the pressure on early doors. Exactly what we're about to see here, how it can kind of pressure this board. And you say about XYZ Encore, this is probably the Mermail Atlantean equivalent in order to return that Exegard. Be interesting as to whether or not Mike would like the Exegard to stay on the field. Honestly, I probably feel that you should try and protect it where at all possible. So we might see the counter trap in reaction to this. But he probably doesn't want to be using it as early, especially when there's still a Neptibus that could possibly be summoned down here. We've obviously got the infantry as well to put in a bit of work.
Yeah, essentially Liam is going to make it hard for Mike to, be holding onto his interruptions. This could be the critical. But it seems like we are going to use the Exegard.
To return.
Yeah, to return the Poseidra. And it's gone. Yeah, now it's gone, and the Neptabis is there, and are we really out of interruptions from Mike is the question. Because if that is the case, this could be a quick one.
Ooh.
Yeah, doesn't seem like he has much. Wow.
We know one of the spell and traps will be the counter trap, which is ultimately... Yeah, so unfortunately the critical will pretty much be ineffective at this moment in time because you won't be able to add a material from a Meteor Actor XYZ because you no longer control it, unfortunately.
Oh.
And there's the Minstrel.
That Nibiru was there, one of the last hopes for Mike, but sniped out of it by the Minstrel, and this is starting to look like it's going to be Liam's match.
Yeah, unless one of the unknown set card is something incredibly amazing. And I'm trying to rack my brain of exactly what it could be that could really throw a spanner in the works. I don't even know if a Gozen match would be as effective right now to kind of slow the build of the Atlantean Mermail strategy.
I mean, not really given their old water.
Oh, sorry, not Gozen, Rivalry. That's the one.
Yeah.
So I feel a Rivalry could probably be your last hope, but even then I feel that we're way past that point.
It's rough.
There comes the Coelacanth. This is going to set up all types of protection. We already know that Mike only has a Gigadra left in the hand with that Nibiru not being able to do anything right now. So I feel we could very easily see maybe double shock.
Impermanence. Yes, it is a slow roll impermanence, but
maybe that impermanence will get enough for Mike to live another turn.
I mean, the strength of Liam and by having discarded a 1/1, that's all you need to know.
I don't believe we've even seen the normal summon yet, and I could be wrong. Correct me if I am, but there's still 4 more cards that could be anything more to this board, to this field. That could be absolutely incredible. Just to kind of finish it off, I felt that imperm could be the game swinger there.
Yeah, I don't think he. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna call it a day. Give up on quite some damage to try and push even further.
Do you push for the OTK here? I mean, you already know that the spell and trap is, the counter trap. Yeah, so there's nothing to worry about. So it's just about getting that 8,000 life points of damage on the field.
Yeah.
Working our way through Coral Anemone to bring back the Minstrel. Minstrel's additional effect to look at to excavate the top 3. Not many people consider Minstrel that way. It's more so just the hand knowledge. Gets putting 1 more water back to the bottom of the deck. It's a very interesting approach.
Okay. Yeah.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Just gonna attack, push some damage with 8 minutes left. Make sure that at least you're ahead in terms of damage. But what's the plan afterwards?
Oh, okay. So we're just passing
That's
there.
it. Wow.
That is very interesting. I feel there could have been more damage prior to making this link of play. We're going to see the Gigadra come down. Now, this is a very interesting approach. I'm trying to get into the mind of Liam on this one and try and figure out why he's made this play here. Is there a way for the Mermails to clear their own board off, their own field off? Are we trying to push hard to activate the second Fluveros?
But, I mean, we can access an interruption if we want through the heavy infantry later on, so that's probably also where his mind is at. At the same time, I mean, playing on stream, we've mentioned, is never easy, but if we track back at the previous turn, where he was with the Dragoon and the Coelicant, those are the kind of spots where you gotta realize, okay, what am I gonna do? Should I just attack? Because he would have pushed a lot more damage and then could have done the same thing in Memphis too. So, those are small things, small details that though can be relevant. But, I mean, yeah, it's still gonna try and make the best of what he has got, hoping that, this simplified game state still makes it quite hard for Mike to find something to fight back.
Yeah. I feel the one thing that...
Again, his favorite card.
That Call by the Grave is putting in some serious work here.
3rd time in a row that Mike has thrown it at critical moments, but wow.
I feel the one thing that Liam needs to be very, very careful of is if Mike is able to produce a XYZ, that then means the counter trap is back online. So that could be something that provides another layer of protection if he's able to get there.
Yeah, it's going to be closer than expected. And also something quite important to mention that from time to time you tend to forget is that Call by the Grave will have a lingering effect. So next turn, Neptabis is also out. So,
Correct.
We'll see.
Now, I believe the Gigadra has discarded the Nibiru.
Yeah, he's out of cards right now.
Attempt to revive the baby dragon from the graveyard, which will then open up the door to go into an Exegard, which leading into the spell. We all know how that combo can be very, very devastating with the counter trap already active.
Wow.
Oof.
Oh, no.
Typhon.
We actually change plans and go for the Typhon. And now that missed damage is going to be relevant just for a couple of moments. Luckily, there are still 5 minutes remaining. But that pretty much leaves him out of option, right?
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, this is very, very interesting. I'm assuming that there was a way of stopping the Giga Drive, bringing back the level 3. Oh, apologies. It's the level 3 normal monster comes from the hand or deck, so there would have been no more targets left.
But that's a quick pass by Liam. Wow. I mean, this is quickly, taking an interesting turn.
Yeah, of course.
And there are a lot of good top decks, but that doesn't seem to be the case, and we attack over a Purulia. Can we really ride this Typhon to victory?
Taking it back to a very simplified game state. We also know that the Call by the Grave lingering effect, if you mentioned earlier, has now kind of worn off.
This changes things quite a bit because we are able to draw a card and then use the squad. Checking the targets that are left. Can be a deck that drains resources quite fast, and here comes the final Neptabis, as you have mentioned, also free for Call by the Grave.
Yep.
And free to use its effect the next turn, given that there is only one unknown face-down card from Mike.
It's going to be very interesting to see how this develops. Again, we know that Mike, unfortunately, has one bluff along the back row, or along the spell and trap zone. We know one unknown. You would probably like to feel that maybe an imperm was used earlier, if that was the case. So it's going to be very interesting to see what that could be. As you mentioned, there's only 3 minutes left on the clock. The life point difference is 1,300.
And that's big. Here comes the heavy infantry. I saw that there is a spell set, actually, the unknown one. So, I mean, the Call by the Grave is gone. It cannot be another one. Although it would explain a lot.
Yeah, so as we resolve the Poseidon returning the Typhon, starts to open up the door. Not that the Mermails really need to be going into any monsters above the threshold. Should be, is this enough? Well, this could definitely do a bigger chunk of damage. Is it enough to complete the 6,400?
Not quite. We are prioritizing pushing damage due to time, most likely. Only 2 minutes remain, and that 1,300 difference was probably what was worrying Liam a lot.
Yeah, that's the one thing you don't really want to be doing is spending too long in your main phase 1 when you do know that you need to be getting damage on the board. Take the damage first, and then proceed to kind of build a much stronger field during your main phase 2 to make sure that you minimize your opponent's ability to kind of come back into the game, because you certainly don't want to be doing that with such little time on the clock.
Yeah, it seems like now he is the one in the lead in all aspects of the game, and this allows him to just move to main phase 2, combo off, and there seems to be really, really small hope of what Mike could do, and finally we could be seeing, although surprisingly after 44 minutes, oh no, not quite.
Ooh, Nibiru.
Nibiru. So another one was drawn. One was discarded by Mike earlier on, but he drew into the second copy, and wow, this really is the game that keeps on giving. Wow.
I think this is going to be a very frantic final 60 seconds on the clock for Mike.
Absolutely. One crucial draw. Can he pick up any Meteoractor to play with Terror Trap? And there is an infinite
impermanence. Directly with the infinite impermanence.
Resolves. Yeah, gonna be down to the wire.
Territor isn't the worst top that you could possibly be asking for, but that infinite impermanence definitely does, makes it a lot more difficult to carry on your plays, unfortunately. So next best thing we could do is make a link summon. Again, just watching the clock tick down, just trying to see what links are available. It looks like there's going to be an SP Little Knight. Isn't available to really do anything, as it wasn't made with a monster special summon from the extra deck, so we won't be able to banish on summon. The token, or the Nibiru token, is going to be very, very strong because it included a Poseidra, a Neptabis, I believe an Abystius, and a Pike. So strong enough to deal with an SP Little Knight. Yeah, and it looks like we're going to be wrapping it up there. Liam kind of with the clock run out.
Yes. I mean, it was definitely a good show by both, a good effort, but in the end, it is Liam taking it 2-1, another quite close one, and another comeback. Yeah. So in the end, the good show by Michael Smith with his Meteoractor deck, but Mermail is there. It is real. It is one of the most represented decks at 5% that we saw in the deck breakdown for a good reason.
Yeah. 100%. I think the Murmur strategy, as we've mentioned before, is probably one of the strongest combo style decks if they can go off unanswered. They also show quite a lot of versatility as well to be able to play through multiple types of hand traps that are being presented to them. They're not impervious. Obviously, we know that a Droll and Lockbird can be very, very difficult. And I feel what we have been seeing in the first 2 rounds so far is the fact of the unknown can really cause a lot of issues for players.
Absolutely, especially in game 1, we know it was all about that Hexagard and how much work it put in, and cannot blame it. But gotta give credit to his opponent as well. Accepted the defeat and then tried to stay calm, adjusted, took a look at his side deck and what you can improvise. Sometimes it's hard, especially in modern 2025 Yu-Gi-Oh, to be able to be 100% familiar with all of the possible decks that you're facing. And so, being able to quickly adapt and understand what you're doing is important.
Yes, 100%. And I think we saw that during games 2 and 3. We saw how he navigated around. We saw that the Exegard was definitely a strong point for the Meteoractor strategy. Getting rid of it with a Poseidra, very, very important because it has such reliance on having an XYZ Meteoractor on the field for something like the counter trap to be live. And then, of course, the spell to give you even more advantage. So being able to kind of remove a single piece and then be able to continue to make your plays is invaluable.
Absolutely. But yeah, if you guys have missed any of the action from this round, go and make sure to go back and watch it later on. But we want to thank you for being with us. As a reminder, we still have 7 more rounds of Swiss to crown who will be the UK Open champion in Manchester. And now we will go on a short break since this duel dragged a little bit longer. I'm not sure if we'll be able to hear back from the winner of round 2. If not, we'll be back with round 3. But regardless, thank you again. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with more live content here from Manchester.
Welcome back to the live stream here from the UK Open at the Etihad Stadium. I'm here with round 2 winner Liam, who is able to expertly coordinate your Atlantean Mermail strategy against a more unfamiliar Meteoraptor strategy. Yeah. So how was it? Talk me through round 1, as that was probably the most one for you.
Getting onto the live stream, I've lost the dice roll, and I'm against a deck that I've just never heard of going first, and I've opened no hand traps either. So I'm just thinking, right, I was thinking of just scooping straight away, but obviously I didn't know what I was going into, so I tried playing through the board a little bit, and then once I saw, like there's no chance, we'll just go game 2. And yeah, game 2, I managed to go first, but draw and lock really, really hurt the opening hand. So I've had to end on like sort of a half-end board that got eaten alive by Ultimate Slayer, and then the Core Biter follow it up as well. So I was like, well,
yeah. I mean, you navigated game 1 very, very expertly, just to try to take in the information as much as you could possibly get, and then you got to use that to your advantage into game 2. And we definitely saw that come into play a little bit more in game 3 when you started to see how pivotal certain Meteoraptor cards were. Was there anything coming in from the side deck that made the matchup a little bit more favourable to you?
It was mainly Nibiru, the Primal Being. I was thinking of bringing in something else, but I thought, I'd rather hand trap out this deck as much as I can and make them end on a weak end board so that I don't have to deal with the full end board like I did game 1. Obviously, like the Atlantean deck's quite strong going second with like cards like Poseidra, pitching, heavy infantry. But I just didn't want to navigate the board in a way where, I wasn't set up for my turn 3 or things like that, which would very easily happen against a deck I just don't know how to play against. Yeah,
of course. I think that's always going to be a bit of a disadvantage, but then that's also the benefit of being able to watch how the deck operates, because then you can start to see that their core components, even
I started connecting 2 and 2 together, like, game 3, 2-ish, so...
Correct. Yeah. Now, in regards to the draw and lock bird, you've already mentioned that it is probably one of the biggest weak points in regards to the Atlantean Mermail strategy. How much preparation have you done leading up to that? Well, as much as you can do for a draw and lock bird.
Yeah, well, my side deck's a bit prepared. It's meant to start early with start as early as I can with Minstrel, but I just didn't get to it early enough in that case, and I got drolled on my first search, and I didn't have access to Abyss Rhine. So I was going for a very greedy play, which lost me instantly into Droll, which I deserved, to be fair, and then ended on the half board and it got cooked.
Well, if you don't take any risks, you're not going to be able to get to the final point. So you've moved into game 2 as well. You start to build your board. You see that the time is slowly ticking down. That's when you start to put a bit more emphasis on getting some damage on the board.
Yes.
And obviously, you rightly so did that before the Nibiru came down.
Yes.
Once that Nibiru came down, did you feel you still had confidence in your board that you were able to kind of hold stead?
Absolutely, yeah. So I pushed for the damage earlier on in my combo, and then I knew obviously the Nibiru was in hand because I ripped it earlier on with the Minstrel. So in my second main phase, I just comboed a little bit just to see like where you'd Nibiru, if you'd Nibiru me at the end of my combo or when I made Bahamut. So he Nibiru'd me quite early, and then I passed with a massive token. I had 3 imperm set, and I was just like, good luck. Like I don't think you're dealing the difference in damage before time's up. So
yeah. Well, I can't imagine you're going to be facing 7 more rounds of Meteoraptors for yourself.
I hope not.
Is there any particular matchup you want to face?
I'm quite confident with the Malice matchup, I'd say. So a few Malices, as long as they're not shiftering me. It's a matchup I'm quite confident with.
And is there a matchup you want to avoid?
Probably Ryzeal. Like I played a few events last week, and I was just getting Dwelled every time. Like they'd see that the deck count I'm on, and they'd just blind make Dweller, and I'm like, yeah, fair enough. Like we'll just go game 2.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Well, that was an amazing feature match to see. Hopefully, like we said, everything a little bit more will be a bit more straightforward to you. The heart of the cards, definitely with the Neptibist as well.
Game 2. The top deck, I was ruined otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely fine. So we wish you all the best of luck for the rest of it, and hopefully you'll be taking home this beautiful championship trophy regardless of that one. Yeah. So we're going to be moving on to round 3 very, very shortly, so make sure you stay tuned with us for that round.
Welcome back live here in Manchester from the UK Open 2025 from the Etihad Stadium. We are now in round 3 out of 9 to crown who will be the champion, bringing home this nice trophy over here. And as we have been able to delve into a little bit of what's going on and what these over 400 players have brought to the table, diversity is the key word. A lot of different decks, a lot of different strategies, and this will be the trend even for this round, as we have decided to pick 2 undefeated players with decks that we have not seen before, right?
Yeah, we haven't seen these 2 strategies for a long, long time, and I'm both an admirer of both these styles of decks. They have different styles of strategy, but ultimately, one thing they have in common is the fusion summoning mechanic.
Absolutely, fusion summoning will always remain the key and first way to special summon monster from the extra deck, and it is iconic in its stand. And as you have mentioned, we have 2 interesting decks focusing on that. Here they are, and as you can see on screen, it's gonna be branded against Melodious, and we have been informed that Darwin won the die roll. Big decision here.
Yeah, I think this die roll is going to be absolutely massive in the strategy. Being able to see Darwin's style of deck, you can see straight away that he's starting off with a Luba Jester, which does mean, even with the name below it saying branded, that this is going to be a branded Despia deck. Now, the one thing that is absolutely amazing when I did see Darwin's structure deck is the fact that there are no hand traps in Darwin's deck.
That's it. Wow, Darwin stopped by just one effect. Veiler, quite unfortunate. As you're saying, he doesn't really have that much non-engine, so you would expect him to be able to push, but that's not the case. And the one-off part of Prosperity as well to follow it up.
Yeah, so at this exact moment in time, obviously it's a bit unknown what Andrew is currently on, but I suppose these top 6, unless we're going to see 6 non-engine cards, is going to reveal exactly what the opponent is on.
Yeah, and it is really a premium card because the Melodious deck has 6 absolutely powerhouse spells in first movement solo and Ostinato. Not quite the case, but still the deck is revealed.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be taking the Ash Blossom off of that one. Yeah. So going to be able to get one of the Pendulum Scales.
Yep. And obviously on the one hand, you might be wondering, okay, my opponent passed. They might be holding some interruptions, but at the same time, you know, it's branded and usually they don't really play many. So it's, you know, it's an interesting spot, but here comes the first movement solo, one of the best cards by far in the deck.
Yeah, the incredible, as you mentioned earlier, the incredible spell cards that the Melodious strategy have available to them are incredible, including something like Ostinato, which is obviously the ideal spell you like to start with. But first movement solo is not a bad alternative. Being able to get straight into Soprano, which is going to be able to set up some fusion plays later on, something that we weren't able to see in turn 1 from Brandon, unfortunately. But as you mentioned, Andrew is probably under the bit more of a cautious to spend on what type of hand traps his opponent might have, considering it did just go with an Aluba being interacted with.
That's going to be the case, and now we see the refrain that was added from Pot of Prosperity. Drawing is really not much of an issue, and I mean, in general, what do you think of just Melodious as a deck in the current format?
Yeah, I think Melodious really kind of surprised me that it dipped off as much as it did. I feel that a lot of dedicated players will still be able to pilot it correctly. And I feel that we're definitely in this open state of a format where we know Raziel, we know Malice, we know Blue Eyes are going to feature, but these are probably the perfect opportunities for decks like Melodious to kind of come back into it.
Indeed. And when we take a look at the 22% of Raziel in the field, Detonator has to be the #1 concern, and Arya, the Melodious Diva, just works perfectly against it. So it is one of the main reasons why this deck lines up really well against Raziel. Not going to be quite the case here, but I mean, for now, we see one of the key cards in the deck, Melodious Concerto, pretty much only one of the few cards in the game that allows you to fusion summon from Pendulum Scales as well. And Andrew is gonna make the most out of it, bringing down one of these key cards in the back.
Yeah, being able to utilize Barker, but then on top of that as well, also being able to replay your pendulum scales just allows you to advance the game state so much more. The fact of the matter is that we still have Soprano on the board that hasn't even attempted to use the effect yet. We're still being able to kind of slowly edge away towards Darwin to see if there is any form of interaction coming from that hand. And as you slowly start to navigate through those possible periods where you could be stopped by specific hand traps, you're then starting to open up a little bit more and possibly even work to try and settle out the duel 1 right here, right now.
Yeah, you can see Andrew really trying to figure out how to play this as safe as possible, if he even has an option to just push for game altogether. So the deck can push a lot of damage.
I feel you do need to be very, very careful because, as you say, trying to navigate through the hand traps is one thing, but then also trying to make sure you're always trying to play a mind game to read what your opponent may have. So if they've already started off with one starter, and it looks like the first hand trap we're going to be seeing activated is the Bestial Magnamute.
A premium 1, again, one of the most popular cards in the main deck across all of our duelists in the 40+% range. So for a good reason. But it doesn't seem like Andrew is stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, I feel that the Magnamute is definitely going to put a spanner in the works, but we saw that there's just not very much has been committed to Andrew's from Andrew's hand as of yet. So we're still able to kind of present a field presence and still be able to work around even without Sofina. And that's just going to still show the power of what Melodious can actually still present. We still don't even know what if Andrew has any more hand traps that can back this end field up and kind of work around. We do know that Darwin is going to get the search of a dragon during the end phase if we are able to get there, as he has now declared, of course, the effect of the Magnamute after resolving the previous chains.
Obviously, when you look at a deck like Melodious, it's quite different from the top decks of the format, where you would typically see almost 15 one-offs in the extra deck. The boss monster, again, Baka, but usually you really try and end on Schuberta as well to provide some additional support. And let's just see what Andrew wants to go for. The area is set up, which is important. Yeah, and here comes Schuberta as expected. What a card.
Yeah, I feel that the fusion monsters are, for the Melodious strategy here, are going to be very well placed. Being able to utilize either banishing from the graveyard or, of course, piloting into the other fusion monsters, being able to go into the flowering can also provide you with the ability to maintain your field presence, technically like a small SP Little Knight-esque effect, in order to remove your monsters from the board to be able to play around something like a Nibiru if you wish to. But then also being able to take away the graveyard with the Schuberta can be very, very important, especially when you're trying to utilize some of the branded fusion monsters in order to extend your plays.
Yeah, we have attacked over the Magnamute, it seems. And that then in Memphis too, we just pendulum summon and pass. So not really too oppressive of a field from Andrew. And he's going to give his opponent a chance, because now the Magnamute resolves. We get into our engine, and we have a clutch draw off the top to try and unbrick this end.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this develops. We know that we have the Aria on the board, on the field, as you've already mentioned. That's going to provide them with destruction, targeted protection, and can't be destroyed by battle. So it's going to make it a little bit harder for Darwin to be able to just aggressively storm forth his way across this board. Then we have the graveyard interaction off of the back of the fusion monster as well, can make it a little bit more difficult, especially if you are playing more bestials. But it looks like we're starting off with the Fallen of Albaz, and this is actually going to be a great interaction here, because being able to discard does provide Darwin with the ability to work its way into pretty much any of the fusion monsters, because you can use either a light attribute, a dark attribute, or of course just a monster from the extra deck to get into that all-powerful Mirror Jade.
And yeah, seems like Schuberta was used, and now he's thinking about which one to go for. asking maybe clarification on his opponent on what they could do further. And we could just see the Mirror Jade alongside. Yes, there he comes. Boss monster of the deck still provides so much utility.
Yeah, I think Mirror Jade is one of my favorite boss monsters to come out of a structure deck.
Yeah.
We all know how powerful the branded structure deck was in general. And it's also good to quite see the branded strategy being utilized now with only one branded fusion access to them. Just kind of the way they navigate around that lack can be very, very important.
Yeah, now you can see Darwin not too familiar with his opponent's deck, just asking, doesn't want to, oof, and this is another additional piece of interruption that is quite good here, the Cartesia.
Yeah, so being able to add Cartesia to this board, to this field as well is going to be very, very important. This is going to be allowing to set up another fusion summon, but also the fact of the matter is that Cartesia being a quick effect does allow it to play around certain forms of interaction if they are kind of activated a little bit prematurely.
And another one of those cards that will receive for the first time in the trading card game an alternate version in Quarter Century Stampede. So if you're a fan of the branded deck, you're going to be happy about that set, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, and we've obviously been able to use Mirror Jade's effect to clear off the Aria, open up the door for the Albion in the graveyard, which we know will be able to fetch a branded spell during the end phase as well, which can be very, very important, whether you want to be going for something like branded in red to give you that activation during your opponent's turn, or of course branded fusion for a follow-up of the next turn as well.
And yeah, we're going to push even further, going for the Grand Guignol. We have an interesting target in our decks, which is that Ido, the Supreme Magical Force, a card that can shut down your opponent as when you give it to them, thanks to obviously going for the Albion Sanctifier. It pretty much says you cannot summon at all. So no matter the way. So.
Yep, Gimmick Puppet Light. I suppose Ido is a little bit more easy to navigate rather than an entire turn lockdown. It also looks like we're going to be sending Titaniclad. I do love Titaniclad, one of the original Albaz fusion monsters.
And now that we have, filtered through, we can send the Retribution or the Branded Fusion. And yeah, Branded Fusion, it is cycling a little bit more.
Yeah, Albion going back to the bottom of the deck to draw one more card. It puts Darwin's hand to 2 at this current moment in time. And we know that his opponent currently has, I believe, 2 cards in the hand and 2 Pendulum Scales. And there is a Droll and Lockbird.
I mean, not too efficient at the moment. And also I saw a trap card that not going to quite reveal yet. But let me tell you that there is a reason why we sent that Branded Fusion there.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting to see how this comes back. I feel that the side is going to be very important because depending on how much knowledge is revealed to Andrew through Darwin's plays and strategies, there are a lot of cards in Andrew's deck that he may not feel are necessary. So that might open up the space to be a bit more free with his side-in patterns and his side-in strategy. But I can't imagine anyone's going to be turning up to have a direct response to Branded. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how that one works out.
Definitely not. And I mean, regardless, this was impressive, to say the least, from Darwin, managing to navigate through a break turn 1 and then all of the field that his opponent assembled while, ending on this. Wow. Let's see if Andrew has any hope of staying in this or whether, Darwin comeback is real in this game. Ooh. That's a good way to start.
That is a very good way to start. Branded Fusion before Branded Fusion.
Ostinato is there. Oh!
Retribution.
Retribution art drawn. Art set, rather, yeah.
Now, the one big thing about this is I believe if there is a second Ostinato, that can still be activated.
And here comes the trap I was referring to. We do have duplication, another way to access Branded Fusion. Although during our opponent's turn, it is just as good. And here goes the Ido.
Yeah, so this is probably going to work its way, ideally, into the Sanctifier Dragon to bring back the Ido, which is a very interesting strategy. It also gives you that ability to technically protect your Mirror Jade, because as it stands right now, Mirror Jade's effect is not live because it was used during Darwin's turn. If there is a way of getting that Mirror Jade off the field and then back onto it, the effect will be live again.
Yeah, this is very well execution by Darwin, making its best of all of these recurring effects, and then, as you have mentioned, going into Sanctifier.
So Sanctifier is going to revive Aluba to the field of Darwin and Ido to his opponent's field as well.
Yeah. I mean, all you need to read is really the first few 3 words. You cannot summon. What a field. And yeah, I think Andrew, unfortunately, unless he has some sort of way, let's call it a day. And game 1, after a long fight, duo goes to Darwin. Very well played. Honestly, not much to say. He really had to navigate through some difficulties there. He did win the die roll, but unfortunately, just one interruption was enough to stop him in his tracks. But
yeah, I feel that probably worked in his favor a little bit as well. Whether he decided to stop a little bit short and not give out too much knowledge, I think could also be quite valuable, because when you're holding back 4 cards, that's a lot of unknown to try and dictate. And I suppose straight away as an opponent, you're trying to figure out what could those 4 cards be. If they've only been able to present one monster onto the field, could they be more hand traps? Do I need to start navigating around certain elements?
And yeah, at the end of the day, I think he was also rewarded by by just facing Melodious in general, because we knew he was not on any interruptions. So if you're facing off against a deck like Malice or even Ryzel, you can completely get destroyed right there. Instead, he got the chance to still play the game the next turn, and that's pretty much also thanks to the Magnamut was enough. Now though, the interesting part is that when we look at his opponent's deck, it seems like it's already built for going first. He has 3 copies of Crossout plus Cold Berry Grave in the main deck. So I would be shocked if looking at his side deck, we could even find something to bring in going first. It seems like he has a lot of going second cards, but at the same time, the opening was not that impressive.
Yeah, I feel that this is what I was referring to earlier, that it can be very, very tricky because you haven't been given as much information. At the end of the day, a deck can be anything from 40 cards to 60 cards, and you're only seeing a quarter of that.
Absolutely.
So he can't make the correct call to be able to say, right, okay, my opponent is not on any hand traps and I don't need to worry about them. So trying to consider taking out something like a Crossout Designator to open up 3 more spaces in the main deck could either be a risk or reward depending on how much you feel or know the branded strategy.
Yeah, I think that could be the case. Maybe you could just bring in, Talent, Thrust, or the, one of the nostalgia entraps in Herald of the Orange Light, which is always premium against, any deck of the format. But I guess we won't have to wait much longer to find out, as our duelists are almost done with their side deck. Let's jump back into action. Here they are.
Again, I would be absolutely amazed if Andrew does not decide to go first. You can't really afford for the Ido lock to be coming down. And it looks like that is exactly what's going to happen. You're praying to see a first movement solo or an Ostinato in that opening hand. Can it be massive to start presenting a field?
Oh, again.
Well, maybe we'll get one or the other. Pot of Prosperity is always an interesting one. Do you decide to banish 6, depending on how desperate you need to see the card, or do you just stick at 3?
He did 3 the last game.
Correct.
But it seems like, no, it's going for the full 6. So maybe a sign that his hand is more on the weak side.
Yeah, I feel you're now at this point, though, with nothing left to really lose. You want to see, as long as you maintain your core cards you're going to need from that extra deck, you try to see as many of those 6 as possible. There we go. That's what you want. 3 was all you needed. There's the Crossout, there's the Herald, and an Infinite Impermanence.
Interesting.
So this will be pretty interesting as to whether or not he feels he has enough and wants that bit of protection by taking the Herald of the Orange Light. Nope, straight with the Ostinato.
Yeah.
The temptation is too real. I suppose even if you already have a copy of Ostinato, it does kind of give you that ability to be a little bit more free.
Indeed. Playing through Ash Blossom, which, we might have seen on the Prosperity, but Darwin
There
is
we go.
pretty much giving a tell by putting his hands on the table. I mean, he's gonna wait. He's on, you know, just field breaking spells rather than interruption. So, oh, but I did see a good old friend from game one as well from Darwin. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I suppose this is quite freeing to be fair as an opponent of someone like Darwin. It's quite nice to be able to feel free and not need to worry about having to present a field. You can just go off and not need to hand trap check every now and then. But then on the flip side of that, you do need to keep it in the back of your mind that there could be some very powerful field breakers, as you've mentioned. And then what type of field breakers that the branded strategy could possibly be playing might allow you to adapt and dictate your play style. Regardless, starting off with Ostinato is probably one of the most ideal starters, if not the best starter for the Melodious strategy. So working its way around, trying to be able to navigate. I feel that we might be in a position for Andrew where he feels comfortable enough to continue to build his field as however he sees fit, trying to ideally end on the strongest end field from the Melodious plays as well.
Yeah, for now, the Soprano is resolved, and so he has both Fire Refrain in hand and on the field. And gonna set up both scales thanks to the couplet. Yeah, able to fusion summon once more with the concerto using the scales as well. I mean, it's somewhat similar to what we were seeing in game one, but it is slightly better on his side, so it's looking promising.
Yeah, this is all without a normal summon as well. So there's still, it's always very important when you can hold back certain restricted facilities of the deck. So if you're able to save your normal summon for later on in the turn, that's quite a big factor that your opponent is always going to need to count on. Have they used their normal summon? Have they used their pendulum summon? Have they used an ostinato? And it's trying to tick these boxes off to make sure that if you do have an interaction, when you drop that interaction, you want it to be as impactful as possible. You want to ideally have it stop the turn. So if you already have that in the back of your mind that a normal summon has not been conducted, you need to try to figure out what else that normal summon could present.
And yeah, here comes the concerto. We've sent to the graveyard the aria, setting up access to it later on. And yeah, for now, Darwin not really interested in interacting.
Yeah, I think Darwin is well and truly in the zone from what we can see here. He knows what's going on. He probably already has his plays mapped out. He's just trying to... Any of the new cards that he didn't see in turn one, he will probably show a bit more interest in, which is exactly what we're seeing here with the flowering.
Switching things around as in the previous game.
Yeah, the flowering kind of gives a very nice ability to be able to return cards from the field to the hand, up to the number of Melodious that you currently have on your field. So this could be very, very important to not only try and set up targeted and destruction or battle protection so that they can't just be run over, but also being able to set up. And it looks like Darwin has also opened up the Magnamut again.
Yes, there it is. I did mention good old friend was waiting there. It was quite impactful in the previous game. Let's see if it will be again.
Yeah, this is, as you mentioned earlier, how powerful the aria protection or how fretful it kind of sees from an opponent, because sometimes you might want to save it for one of the maestros to deal with that so that they don't constantly keep getting recursion or a soprano. But then being able to hit an aria that is providing that level of protection can still be as threatening to be used up on something like a Magnamut.
Ooh, and there comes the side deck.
Ooh.
That's big.
That is a very interesting hand from Darwin.
Yeah, I mean, Allure plus the Tribe Brigade was premium, but it's an interesting choice. I guess Allure also just makes sense instead.
We can imagine that in the end phase off of the Magnamut, you're going to be searching out a dragon. So getting rid of the Allure, as you called it, is very, very good. It just nets so much advantage, just being able to activate that with the Macoria as well.
Yeah, you don't leave much in that end. Obviously, they do have Cold by the Grave as a protection if they top deck something good, but it's looking quite promising. And yeah, I think we just pass. So we're gonna have a search, few options available, Lubellion or other Bestials. Yeah, and here comes Albion.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, they're currently sitting on a Called by the Grave, branded in red, Macoria, and of course Albion, which will all be public knowledge to Andrew right now. And then it's just that one top deck card that will be unknown that could change it. Oof, okay.
Not quite what he was looking for, because the issue here is that the Albion can provide and turn the branded in red live by
Correct.
sending Albas. But then the Schuberta keeps in check the red, essentially. You can, and that's exactly what he's asking, I think. Because it can just banish cards from the graveyard. So if you just wait for them to activate the red, you can deny it. And yeah. Gonna try and attack over it, it seems. Is that really gonna cut it?
24.
24, I think, right?
Correct, yeah. Suberta is 24.
But it can boost itself. Let me check.
Yes, it's only if it banishes from the graveyard, it gains 200 attack for each. So it can make itself stronger, but it's doing exactly what Darwin kind of wants, which means there's no... even though Schuberta will stay on the field, it still kind of presents...
Yeah.
I mean, it does use up Darwin's battle phase, but it still means that the Albion is semi-protected from being banished from that graveyard.
And yeah, this is exactly what's going on.
Okay, looks like he's going to continue with the attack, taking that small bit of life point damage, putting the Magnamut into the graveyard. Open up the field. Maybe we're going to see a cheeky Kashtira Fenrir, but I highly, highly doubt that.
But yeah, now he has clarified that although he lost his Magnamut, the effect of Schuberta for the turn is gone. And so this Albion suddenly gets a lot better.
Correct. I believe there is still 3 unknown cards in Andrew's hand as well from the opening hand of 5. Because I think we've only seen Ostinato be played and the Talents. You would like to feel that there may have been some form of hand trap interaction, could have been held a little bit, and it looks like that draw off of Albion was a Lubellion. Absolutely incredible top deck, that one there. Depending on what, I believe there is a Saranir left in the deck, so there is another Bestial that Darwin can present to the field.
But also, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting spot because the flowering is annoying, because otherwise you can also just use branded in red and not resolve the fusion summoning aspect, and you could have gone just normal summon Albats and use the effect, for example. But the problem is with the flowering, the Albats is also not premium at the moment. So yeah, let's see what it figures out.
Correct. So it looks like we're going to be using the Saranir to target either the Soprano or, of course, the Buckeye in the graveyard. This will then allow Saranir to summon to the field. Looks like we're going for the Soprano, which is quite an interesting choice, but it does make sense.
Does he have Beast? Let me check. No.
No.
Not quite. No targets for...
I suppose getting branded in Lost, correct? So you go for branded in Lost, so that would then allow your branded in red to resolve.
Let's see. Obviously, you can access that retribution for later on. And yeah, there he goes.
So utilizing branded loss is an incredible kind of staple, I would say, or like an absolute must in the branded strategy.
Yeah, such a good card.
And when you're able to access it so freely through the Bestial Lubellion as well, it does allow cards such as your Branded Fusion or Branded in Red to increase its chance of resolution and success.
Okay. It's going to resolve.
Oof.
I would have... Couldn't you chain the flowering if you wanted to just at least prevent the beast? Let me check.
It's going into the Guardian Chimera. Lost as 2. Macoria as 3. There's no response due to Lost.
Yeah.
It's going to be a draw 1 as well.
Yeah, I guess he did have the option, but probably didn't feel like that would have been the case. But this is going to be so good.
Yeah, that could have been a very, very interesting play, because not only would you have removed the 2 from your field, obviously the battle phase has already been used, so those 2 monsters would technically be safe from the Guardian Chimera. Then means that the it would then mean that the scales will then be sacrificed.
And essentially they couldn't go for Chimera regardless, because then they wouldn't have a monster on the field. So you also limit kind of their options. But I mean, it wasn't amazing, but it was probably worth considering.
Yeah, it still presents some advantage to Darwin now on this one, as he's got ideally the strongest monster on the field alongside the branded Lost. The Mokoria being banished was quite helpful in order to kind of grab one from there.
And we go over the Schuberta rather than the Flowering, which is interesting, but I mean, we still have so much going for us. Here comes Quem, as we have not normal summon for the turn yet.
Yeah, keeping in mind there's Retribution still in the graveyard, so if he's able to get exactly that, Branded Fusion to the grave, we know exactly what's going to be happening here.
Oh. Yeah, just asking if there is any secret effect that could be annoying. Yes, here it comes, Feather Duster clearing those scales.
Retribution to bring back that Branded Fusion. I feel this could be an entire field clear. Branded Fusion works its way into Mirror Jade.
Oh, oh, and the
Ash and the
cold
cool buy.
Yeah, we knew about it. We knew about the cold buy. Brief hope, but instantly crushed. And yeah, this, I mean, we've mentioned it. His hand was quite shaky.
Yeah.
But if he were to top deck something good, he had all the protection to, you know, make it work. And I mean, to be fair, he had a lot of possible outs. He just got any card to play with. And yeah, Darwin is making the most out of this.
Yeah, he definitely navigated this very, very well, because being able to start off with the Lubellion, so we got the draw off of the back of the Albion, working its way into the Lubellion. It's kind of checking these certain points for if there is any type of interaction from his opponent, to work his way to be able to get direct access from the Branded Fusion. Who needs free Branded Fusion when you can send it to the graveyard and just add it back to the hand anyway?
Yeah.
And then being able to feel that comfortable to know he's got that Call by the Grave to protect it from the Ash Blossom if his opponent did hold it as long as they did. Yeah, kind of gives you a little bit more security. And working its way into Lubellion, of course, going into that incredible boss monster in the form of the Mirror Jade.
Yeah, the ad libitum also are drawn makes it even tougher, giving him additional layers of interruption for next turn.
Ooh, very interesting. So we get an Albaz to the field,
Wow.
using the discarding the Aluba to
what a
then
play.
contact fuse. This goes into the Albion. Yeah, complete board clear, complete field clear, and then also having the ability of, if you were to get rid of the Albion, of course, you'll have a bit more of a follow-up that way. But Mirror Jade is still live and active, and we believe Andrew is going off of the top card from his deck and the two in his hand, so 3 in total to attempt to break this field that Darwin has been able to produce.
Very nicely executed here by Darwin.
Ooh, good old-fashioned Quinteris. Absolutely love this card. It was one of the first ones that we ended up receiving before the branded structure deck. Very, very good to adapt attack stats, which can also mean that your weaker monsters don't get too destroyed. It looks like we're going for Cartesia into the Grand Grignol, and this is obviously going to be able to set up a few more plays. Not to mention we still have Quem in rotation as well on the field, and this is going to be, I think, even without an IDO lock, this is still a very, very powerful field to have to face down.
Have we kept that in? We'll find out, but regardless, yeah, as you've mentioned, the best part is we also set up the Albion, so we are going to get an end phase branded in red. And yeah, this is so good by Darwin.
I'm curious if he does have what branded spell he may have left, because he's already used red and he's already used fusion.
He's on double red.
Oh, he's on double red.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, he's on 51 cards to actually specify, you know, so he has a little bit more room for all this than usual. And yeah, does set up the second red, and this could be over. Andrew facing an absolutely threatening field. tried his best to make the Melodious deck work, and is now once more with his back against the wall.
Yeah, and he's not giving up. We're going with the Soprano, being able to kind of put 2 Melodiouses on the board. Does it look like... How are we trying to navigate this? At this point, do we use Branded Red to clear them off and not leave there any monsters on the field? I don't feel that there's an attack that's coming through because the Quintarius will deal with that. Looks like we're sending the Rinbrum off of the back of the Mirror Jade. So this is going to obviously non-target banish one of the Melodious, and that looks like Andrew's wrapping it up.
Well played by both, but in the end, it is Darwin winning round 3 with a 2-0 convincing victory, the first one on stream this weekend.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of comebacks up until this point, but I mean, in the end, it was really the battle of the fusion decks. And although, you know, Melodious shined a little bit and the combos were there in the end, it just seemed like, in terms of raw engine, Branded at the upper end.
Yeah, I feel that just in general, the Magnum put in a lot of work for Darwin on that one, but then just being able to pilot and navigate every single stage the way that he did, it kind of did fall more into his favor, being able to navigate through the Melodious lineup, through what Melodious was trying to present onto the field as well. And even though without the Ido in game 2, we kind of saw the raw power that a Guardian Chimera could come into factors alongside that with the Grand Grignol, the Quintarius, the Mirror Jade, and just the normal effect of Albaz being able to fuse with his opponent's monsters. It kind of turned into be one of the better matchups for a Branded, just being able to use their fusion monsters as those materials to kind of allow the field state to kind of expand.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the one hand, something interesting, obviously, that we should be able to ask Darwin about is this decision to go for field-breaking spells, which I think really played into this match, because at the end of the day, the trend was that he always faced something, as even though he won the die roll, game 1, essentially, he got stopped on the Aluber and just passed. And then for both games, he had to deal with his opponent, Melodious Field, and then he managed to not only break it, but set up a threatening of his own. So it was very well executioned, and yeah, it did help that he included those cards. It is a deck that should be taken into account, especially now that Dimensional Barrier is not really up there in popularity. It's always a deck that can shine.
Yeah, completely agree. I feel that its adaptability is great, and the fact of the matter is I feel a lot of Branded players now have become to develop in regards to their understanding of how to access Branded Fusion and not allowing Branded Fusion to be that cornerstone of the deck. It's just one of them additional pieces that allows you to get more, and I feel that they have so many different combos and so many different routes that they can take in order to check for the Ash Blossom, work its way around that Ash Blossom, and in many strategies sometimes you'll see people playing Crossout Designator to deal with it, whereas now it seems to be the approach of, even if I get Ash Blossomed on my Branded Fusion, I will still be able to present a board that will still be quite threatening and difficult for you to break.
Yeah, and it seems like that is definitely the right decision. And I mean, Darwin is showing us why undefeated after 3 rounds here in Manchester. But I think without further ado, we want to thank you guys for being with us for this round. We have 6 more, but before we do that, we're going to go on a short break and we'll be back with the winner of round 3, Darwin. And we're back with the winner of round 3, Darwin Nabaz. Congratulations, great show. And I think you just got yourself a lot of fans from the branded community. It was really a good spectacle.
Oh,
Congrats.
thank you.
Are you feeling, frio? Impressive.
Yeah, it's been good so far. The match was nice as well. I think me having the Magnum on both on both the opening hands was amazing. But he played very well as well. I just when he played the first Melodious card, I just did not know
too much about it. Yeah,
anything.
I mean, it's fair. It's fair. It's definitely not one of the most popular picks that you would expect for the event.
Exactly.
But I mean, you really showed yourself that you're confident with your own deck at least very well. So that's where I want to start things off. Why did you bring Branded? Have you been playing it for a long time?
Yeah, I've been playing as long as it came out, and it's like my helmet deck. So for events that I can't really prepare, I just play Branded for.
Okay, it's your comfort pick, let's say. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I mean, it's a good deck, and I think it is kind of a trend for Branded at least. Usually, I see a lot of players that really know what they're doing if they're bringing it, and it kind of show. I've mentioned that it was definitely a unique future match for your perspective, because you did win the title, but then only one interruption was enough, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So both games were actually similar from that point, because you were steering the Melodious field, and then you had to find a way to break it and then make your own. So
Exactly.
how were you feeling in those moments? What were your strategy?
So when my Aluba got Veilered, I basically wanted to scoop, but I thought I had 2 Bestials, maybe I can turn it around. And then he played Melodious cards, and I had no idea what to do.
Okay.
So I just tried to summon the thing and try to survive so I can play next turn. Which happens actually quite a lot because it's just Branded. Some hands you lose to 1 Imperm or 1 Veiler.
Yeah,
And
it's fair enough.
yeah,
but some others, not quite the case.
Yeah, some others you get hand trapped 4 times and you still
Exactly.
go full combo.
Yeah, and I mean, the real, I think, skill of playing a deck like this is recognizing those moments and trying to make the best out of it. So it really was like this. Something interesting about your deck is also basically the field-breaking approach that you decided to go for. So not really playing, I mean, outside of the few Bestials and Entraps, but instead going for, super polymerization, droplets. What do you think about those cards in general? Why?
I think in Branded the board breakers are better because naturally it just breaks boards quite nicely, and having just that extra power on top is just very, very good. Some people say don't play Super Poly because you only play Gora, not Mud Dragon.
Yeah.
But I use mostly Super Poly with one of my monsters and one of his to for example dodge an Imperm. Or dodge a Veiler or something. Like a normal Aluba, they go Veiler, I go Super Poly with one of his monsters. And then I took one of his monsters and I still get my search.
You still get the
dodge a
search.
Veiler.
Yeah, I mean, it works. It is quite the versatile card. And,
But the best card in the deck is Talents by far.
Okay.
Shout out to Khaled if he's seeing this. Talents at 3 is the best card in Branded.
I mean, it's good. It's good to have friends backing you up, and sometimes giving you the last chance that you needed. But I mean, I think also the cousin, we could say the Thrust is also an important card. Getting duplication or some spice in the side deck as well.
That's the main reason why Branded is playable, because if you get into Thrust as well, or just hard open fusion duplication, you at least have another way to Branded fusion.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to give one last shout as well to at least one card that was the MVP in Game 1, which is this Ido.
Ido, yeah?
Yeah. What do you think of the card? Yeah.
I mean, I don't really like it, but I think Branded needs a little bit on top to win, because the interruptions are good. But if I end on a mediocre board, then any meta deck can just break it. So the Ido just gives me an extra win con.
Why not? Absolutely. We like to see it. And you did prove the versatility of your deck. So we wish you best of luck moving forward. Just as a reminder, obviously, guys, this was round 3, which means we still have 6 rounds to crown who will be the champion, taking this trophy home with themselves. So, don't want to touch it for bad luck. Hopefully not. Hopefully don't jinx it. But I wish we will see more of you in the future, maybe in the last few rounds. So best of luck. And then thank you guys for being with us. Keep watching, don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with round 4. And we are back live in round 4 from Manchester at the Etihad Stadium. We have witnessed already some amazing match throughout this day, but I mean, we took a look at the deck breakdown. We saw that, you know, there was nearly a 22% of Ryziel variance. We only could have gotten as far without, you know, finding one. So it's time that the Giant proves himself. So we're going to have on the one end, you know, our first Ryziel player for the event. But the good news is that it will be facing off against a deck that we have yet not seen. And it is one of the spices in the room, I'd say, because it's Crystron, but with a spice, a lot of runic cards. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Crystrons are very, very versatile. The fact that they can be utilized in a lot of different engines. I haven't myself seen how they facilitate with the runic cards. So it's going to be very interesting to see what type of patterns and synergies and plays can just be generally made with that combination.
Absolutely. As an engine, it had quite some success. It made a pretty deep run on YCS Birmingham itself. So, you know, it's a deck that's definitely out there and is proving itself to be quite good thanks to the latest support in Rage of the Abyss. So it's definitely interesting. And I'm sure at least Cameron, the opponent, who's on Ryziel, will be surprised once they see some of these cards coming down from Isaac. But I'd say we don't want to keep you guys waiting too much. Our duelists are ready, so let's find out who will be the winner of round 1. And here they are. I mean, we have a long tradition of tuners being good in runic decks. So let's see if this works.
Yeah, I think this combination can actually be quite an interesting, because like you said, the runics themselves will produce the non-tuners that you may need. The Crystrons will then provide the tuners. And then there are some very interesting synchro choices in that extra deck for our Crystron runic player. So it looks like our Crystron runic player in the form of Isaac has been able to win the dice roll and is going to be going first, starting off with Flashing Fires to special summon out the Hugin straight away, which, getting to the most important card for the runic strategy, is going to gain access to the Fountain. Oh, but not with infinite impermanence roaming around. This is the one big benefit that I do see with these two engines in synergy together, is the fact that you can put your Crystron cards into the graveyard, which is where they technically want to be, and being able to utilize that with the form of Sulfenir. And of course, we do have the Crystron in the graveyard as well, that both are going to be able to start searching out and then facilitating the rest of the Crystron engine.
Yes, and here comes the addition from Rage of the Abyss, one of the best cards by far, this Tristaros. It does so much for the deck. And let's see if Cameron has anything else to stop Isaac.
Yeah, so we're now with the Tristanos on the board. We've been able to use the Smyger from the graveyard in order to grab the spell card, which in turn will then search out the other Sulfenir in the deck. And with Tristanos on the board, what it kind of does is it puts his opponent on a bit of a careful edge, because if any card or effect is activated by Cameron, he will then have the ability to utilize the Tristanos to synchro summon away. It looks like we're going to be taking away that option from the board, from the field straight away.
Yeah, the thing is, he's only on one Sulfenir, so he hard draw it, and so yeah, he doesn't really have an option to search the second one for this duo.
This is also quite interesting, being able to utilize the level 4 Crystron Synchro. This is going to be able to set up a few more plays, and we still haven't even conducted a normal summon. This is what I'm still always amazed by, is the amount of decks that can hold back that pivotal kind of point, being able to get into the Sulfur Door, and this is the other one that's going to be able to get a Tristanos to the field as well.
Yeah, and also going to bring back from the graveyard that Sulfenir. And further send the plays. I really like the deck list. It's really clean from Isaac. A lot of free offs. These pretty much 12 Crystrons, and the rest is mostly spells. So, solid.
This is the one good thing that they can do, and this is technically, we started off with a runic card, but we haven't seen much more influence from them. So the Crystrons themselves can definitely stand on their own, and just being able to have that facility to play other additional engines into the strategy just allows you to go that little bit further, or in the case of this one, be able to kind of pull out an infinite impermanence from their opponent to be able to continue to build the board. We've sent a First Survivor to the graveyard, so this is going to be able to give the ability to banish it from the graveyard to add a Crystron monster from the deck to the hand. And again, just being able to keep hold of that hand advantage can be very, very important as we enter more of the grind game, if we need to get there. But then going into the brand new Crystron Skeletus as well, this is going to be able to add more pressure to the board or to the field for the Crystron player. So all monsters your opponent controls lose 500 attack and defense. So that's going to give it a bit of an attack swing depending on what they might be facing up against. And then on top of that, if it wasn't enough, if it is synchro summoned, you get to add a Crystron card from the graveyard or the banishment back to the hand. So what you might have sent previously with the Sulphur Door will then allow you to add them back to the hand. And that's when you're going to be access to maybe the trap card, the first Vivint, if you wanted it. Or of course, you can also go for stuff like the Tristanos, which looks like exactly what's going to be happening here.
And now we can also use the inclusion, getting rid of it from the field. And going for an XYZ Sims instead.
Yeah, so this will be the Nova
Nice.
into Infinity play, which is it's actually amazing quite to see Infinity coming back into the circuit. It's always one of them fan favourite cards, especially with the whole Cyber Dragon backing of it. And this is going to be able to set up that pivotal negate that might be needed in order to present more to this field.
Oh, and there comes a runic card. There is one. Tip, which is going to reveal what he's up against, and he's also going to get rid of one-off in the deck from Cameron.
Yeah, so that's always quite interesting as well, especially not only do you get the knowledge of what your opponent might be playing in this early stages, but you're also then going to be able to take away a one-off card that sometimes a lot of people will forget about as they're trying to build their combos. They forget that a significant piece might be missing in order to kind of change up the strategy or change up the play in order to kind of facilitate itself around different interactions.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that in this case, Cameron is actually piloting the pure Rizel version. So it will definitely be impactful, but yeah, the X is a great way to start things off here, going second.
Yeah, I think the X is a very, very good card. And being able to send a card such as Agitator does allow you to navigate around the board in this sense of the form of the Infinity. But we're going to be able to chain the Runic spell to this one, the Freezing Curses.
Banishing some additional cards off the top. But no, that's enough. Wow. Cameron has seen enough and picks up his cards. So game one goes to Kristen Runic. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be moving as fast as that, but it seems like the opening that Isaac got with the Krystrons and then just having those Runic cards to help back up just provide a little bit more. Not knowing exactly what else Cameron had in his hand, it kind of might have been one of them ways that you might want to hold back a bit of a strategy, hold back just in case he was on a additional engine that the players don't know. But just being able to kind of concede, especially with time being such a big factor, you want to be able to go to game two, put into your side engine, and then try and work it through from there to hopefully push it into a game three.
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, the one thing going for the pure version is the amount of non-engine that he can play. And in this case, he's on 18 entraps. He didn't really pick any of them except from that one impermanence, and that really is unfortunate because, you know, that's usually the way you want to play going second. But, I mean, now he's going to take this one in the bag and, you know, try to refocus, reposition, and go first, which usually, I mean, there is some good news, which is another part of non-engine that he decided to include is 3 copies of Book of Moon in the main deck. And I think conveniently enough, those can be quite good against the Kristron deck to just, you know, shut them down, prevent the Kristron from going to the graveyard.
Yeah, I think that can be very, very important, especially like you said, trying to start the turns off. If you're going to be going first or second, obviously going to be a little bit better for Cameron to be going first in this strategy because Book of Moon can be an incredibly powerful card. Just to, if you need to normal summon the Smygar, flipping it face down then means it will no longer be able to leave the field. But you do need to then take into account that you not only do you need to be playing around with the Kristron strategies, but you've also got to remember exactly what the Runic strategies can provide to certain boards. So when you're trying to juggle 2 different hybrids, that's when you're starting to need to worry about the different kind of play points. And if they both have specific or very similar choke engines with a particular hand trap in form of an Imperm or an Ash Blossom, you need to be able to navigate to which one is going to be most effective to hit in comparison to the other. Yeah,
and usually that's the good thing going for those Runic Synchro decks that, you know, is going to be a guessing game on what to go for. Ghost Ogre is something else in the side deck that could be quite useful because it stops, you know, both engine but as well Fountain, which is, you know, enemy number 1. On the other hand, though, I think, you know, the Runic deck is very well positioned. It has some of these field-breaking spells in the main deck in the form of Droplet and Talent, and I think those can definitely stay while going second. But I think now it's time for Cameron to prove himself and to stay in this round 4. So let's find out whether that will be the case. Let's go to game 2.
Okay, so we're waiting on the call here to get started, but it looks like I would hope that Cameron is going to be starting this one off. We all know how powerful Detonator can be, especially in the Runic strategy as well. Facing up against Runic, being able to kind of stop them and choke them from getting hold of the field spell can be very, very important. And then you're trying to work your way to then control the rest of the board with stuff like Book of Moons and everything else, the Crystron elements trying to build behind it.
And here they are. Good fist bump. Let's take a look at this Ryziel cards. Not really using the new tools from Maze of the Master, unfortunately. But, I mean, opening with Ice is the best. And the good thing knowing is that when you're facing off against such a heavy deck on the engine, you're not really going to be facing off many interruptions. And that is the case. There are 0 hand traps in the main deck for Isaac.
Yeah, I feel the one benefit you're going to be able to do is when you're taking away that space that would normally be hand traps, is it does allow you to focus a little bit more on the Runic field breakers, and I feel that can be very, very important against Detonator because you know how strong it can be. You ideally want to be able to start without presenting the field with anything too integral. You want to be able to start with a negation or a destruction on that particular Detonator rather than trying to work your way into a Hugin, because you know as soon as you start making those plays, the Detonator is going to respond and start to pick them off one by one. So if you're able to start with a negation, it then kind of puts Cameron in a position where he needs to decide if the Detonator is worth keeping on the board or trying to come back around. Because if it gets negated or destroyed and it doesn't have something like an Eclipse Twins in the graveyard, that Detonator of what could be anywhere from a 2 to 3 destruction and disruption in general could then allow Isaac to go a little bit more freely, building up his Runic plays and Crystron plays. Also remembering in the general strategy of Runics, they do kind of limit your access to your battle phase. So you need to always be thinking 1 or 2 turns ahead so that when you do make a play to remove one of the most important phases in the game, something like your battle phase, you're still able to navigate and then control your opponent's board without allowing them to come back into the game when you're technically going to be a semi-turn behind them.
Mm-hmm. No, very well said. And yeah, here we see something that we have seen plenty of time at Birmingham, but actually here comes a bit of a surprise because we had in front of us a different deck list, but Cameron is actually on Mitsurugi Ryziel. So one of the most explosive variants of the deck, if left unchecked, and this is the case. So no draw and lock, no sort of interruption coming from Isaac. And yeah, this is what you want to see, the players just opening the entire engine.
Yeah, I do really like the introduction of the other 2CG exclusive being the Mitsurugis right now. This is on its first wave of support as well, and it's still great to see when a brand new art type like this can be integrated as an engine, just so you can kind of start to see all of the particular components of that engine being able to be utilized. Now, you can take it away from Ryziel themselves, but it can stand on its own. But it's also going to be very interesting to see how this is integrated in order to provide a better end field for Cameron to then still contact and combat against the Ryziel, the Crystrons and the Runics, because both of those engines side by side, as we've already mentioned, Runic give you that capability to help you pick a field apart while also still providing you with the ability of adding monsters to your field. And then you're having the Crystrons that will then be able to provide you with a bit more field presence and a bit more field aggression in order to kind of push through what could possibly be Detonators plus the Mitsurugi ritual monsters, duo drives, cross, and that's even before you start taking into account any cards that Cameron might have in his hand.
Yeah, and take a look at this. Not only has set up all of the Ryziels, but both Futsu no Mitama and Ame no Murakumo.
Yeah, so as previously mentioned, just being able to have a Detonator on the board is one thing, but then having to deal with what could possibly be anything a little bit further so that Cross is also live, and then you're adding the Mitsurugis to that board, just adds you a little bit more disruption. So keeping in mind that the Ame no Mukurumo will give the ability that when it comes back to the field, if special summoned by any means, you get to destroy all monsters your opponent controls. So that's going to give a very nice clear out, which does need to be considered that some of the crystal monsters actually want to be in the graveyard. So you do have to kind of time that correctly to make sure that all of those monsters that end up in the graveyard have already used their effects, or you're going to be putting something there that doesn't really net Isaac any more advantage than it would do on the field already.
Yeah, but then wanting to go to the graveyard changes quite a bit when they're facing Abyss Dweller. Will it resolve? Is there going to be a freezing curse on the other side? Doesn't seem like that's the case.
No, so this is going to be quite interesting to see how we're going to navigate. So we're going to start off with the tip. Be wondering what you would go for here, because you know as soon as you go for a fountain, there's no way that Detonator allows that to resolve or remain on the field unless you have the ability to, of course, chain any of your runic cards to work your way into a Hugin. And then that would, of course, allow you to protect it from being destroyed. But then you're obviously going to keep having Detonator coming back again and again and again every single time you want to gain any form of advantage off of the back of fountain.
Okay, we are gonna start things off and instead switch over to our Crystons with the T-Sphere.
Yeah, so the first Riven is going to give you the capabilities when it is in the graveyard to banish, and then special summon a Crystron monster from the hand. So this is something you don't really want it to get to the graveyard, depending on what else Isaac has. But even then, the card, or very simply, cut all of that out, go straight for a Typhon. That's definitely going to have an answer to this field.
Yeah, it's good enough. Oh, but yeah, we move on and activate Fountain, and yeah, we can just play it almost as a runic control deck. Moving on to Destruction, banishing the top 4 cards over the deck and getting rid of this cross. Not gonna see them right away, but yeah.
Yeah, this is a very interesting approach. Being able to kind of protect your runic spells directly from Detonator just by using Typhon is very, very interesting to see.
Yeah, very smart from Isaac. Not gonna be able to get quite free, but I mean, it's gonna draw 2 cards by putting back the tip and the distraction. And now, finally, we get to use the Typhon as the cross is also gone. He's having a think, so might not be just Detonator. Let's see.
Yeah, I feel you could probably weather the storm of a Dweller the second time.
But we are going to move on and chain our Mitsurugi quick spell.
Quite possibly Cameron thinking a little bit more about the next turn here. We know that Isaac isn't going to be able to conduct a battle phase. He's already put Typhon in defense as well, so even if there wasn't a runic spell activated previously to this, so Detonator is going to be leaving the field.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, it does. The Eclipse Twin, I don't think it has a target. But
yeah, so it looks like we're going to be able to recycle a card, and because the ritual monster was tributed, you get to add a Mitsurugi card from the deck to the hand except itself, and then you get to bring it back to the field if he chooses to. But then, of course, being under Typhon, it won't be able to summon itself back to the field. Very, very simplified game state right here. I mean, it's still very interesting that Typhon will continue to protect the fountain during Cameron's turn as well. So any more draw plays? Oof, talents. Ooh, responded with an Ash. Cameron definitely has something in his hand he does not want Isaac to see or even remove.
yeah. Seems like that was about it. So Cameron is going to see another turn still with the Abyss Dweller. And gonna be quite quick to move.
Yeah, I feel this is quite interesting. I'm not sure exactly how you're going to be removing that Typhon unless you want to start working your way into something along the lines of the Exton Knight. Of course, he does also play Castel the Sky Blaster, which can be another way to deal with it. And having to face down a Droll is definitely one of those cards that can hurt or kind of stump the Mitsurugi part of the Ryziel strategy.
Yeah, although once you have already committed, it's definitely less threatening. Also, because on the one hand, it guarantees that any runic spell would not be able to combo with Fountain.
Correct.
I guess you have just SP as an easy way, maybe. But let's see.
Yeah, that is also quite interesting. Whether you want to sacrifice the Abyss Dweller, do you value the Abyss Dweller being able to shut out Isaac's graveyard for another turn? And in that case, do you then work towards something like a Castell, but then it gives Isaac the opportunity to activate or to summon Typhon again the next turn. So it's basically just an endless loop of where this might want to go. Yeah. But at least with Typhon off the field, you might be able to push for a little bit of damage and then be able to try and work your way into the ability to stop, which is exactly what we're going to be seeing here with the Castell. Ooh, chooses to go for the Fountain. That is a very interesting choice.
Yeah, gets rid of Fountain.
The Abyss Dweller will still kind of calm the graveyard for Isaac's turn. There's no battle phase. There should be a battle phase unless a runic spell is activated during Isaac's next turn.
Yeah. Yet again, we see the prayers come for the third time.
Yeah, the continued recursion of the Mitsurugi cards is what makes it so, so good. Praise is an incredibly good card, and only being able to take up a very small amount of your deck does give you another different angle to work with.
I guess this works.
Yeah, just being able to get a bit more damage than the Typhon.
That's annoying, though, yeah. The Slumber can protect it while banishing quite some cards off the top of Cameron's deck.
Yeah. This is very interesting in comparison to, do you, maybe being underdraw, do you leave the Fountain in place and deal with that Typhon? But then, like I said, the issue of worrying about a Typhon coming back again the next turn is just going to make it even more threatening. It's an incredibly good card, especially when you're comboing it off with Slumber here to make it a very, very powerful mecha to try and remove from the field.
Yeah. And, yep, this is pretty much gonna be at least the end of the battle, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see any other way of getting past that Typhon. So swinging it back round to Isaac might be the next best option, depending on what else has been banished off of the runic cards. I can only imagine that Dweller would activate during the draw phase in order to kind of shut down the graveyard. But then Typhon, apart from the Mitsurugi, will be able to remove one of those from the field and do a bit of damage. Oh no, so apologies, there won't be a battle phase because they've just used Slumber. So there is no battle phase to worry about here again.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stalemate kind of situation, but definitely Cameron has the upper end. And yeah, would recognize this spot, just set one, as the pressure is on Isaac to stay in this duel. No Dweller right away. Okay, never mind. Maybe Isaac reminded him by checking his own graveyard, and yeah, that's going to resolve.
I think this is what's going to give Crystron hybrids a little bit more of an edge. Is usually an Abyss Dweller would be pretty much enough needed to shut down the Crystron Pride, but then when you can go for a card like Slumber itself and then start opening up the door to the runic side, you can now start to present a little bit more on the field, maybe working into a Hugin, which I believe is what's going to happen here. As long as that discard allows it to work its way into the Fountain. Ooh, very, very interesting discard off of that one. So trying to open up the routes to the Crystron cards, but even then with Graveyard kind of shut off, it must have been more of a must discard rather than a want to discard.
Indeed. And we see the Veiler not wanting to have anything to do with this Fountain. Seems like Cameron has a pretty clear plan in his mind, just get rid of Fountain as quickly as possible, and it does work. The score is tied. We'll be going to game 3 soon. Well played by Cameron.
Yeah, very well navigated on that field, being able to kind of set up a bit of a wall in order to protect, but then also being able to set up enough disruption that a Typhon doesn't instantly end the turn, and he was able to kind of protect the Typhon. Isaac was also able to protect the Typhon for an additional turn as well, but I just feel the presence and then the overall effect Veiler really did kind of stump the access to the other engine, especially when you already have Abyss Dweller shutting it down and knocking out the Crystons, to then try and get the other engine going. If your opponent is able to read that and stop that as well, you pretty much hit a bit of a dead end.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I mean, there was a bit of a surprise because we thought it was on Raziel Pure, and then it was revealed to actually be the Mitsurugi, which changes things significantly because going first, you're able to set up, fields such as this one, which was, I think, pretty much game-winning against the entire meta right here. You set up Detonator with the Eclipse Twins, you have Dweller, you have the all Mitsurugi engine going. I mean, it's something.
Yep.
And now, though, the interesting part kicks in because it will be, once again, the Christian deck going first. And we have seen in game one how much it can do. On the other hand, I'm looking at the side decks, and I'm not too sure if... I mean, from the Raziel side, we have a lot of Mulcharmies, but are they really going to be that effective?
Well, that is the big question, is whether you take the risk on one of the Mulcharmies that may or may not help you, or I feel that another hand trap in that side deck could be a little bit more effective that some people may be expecting in regards to the form of Ghost Ogre, but that could help you deal with that fountain. I feel that when you have such a strong cornerstone of one part being the fountain, if you're then allowed to or enable the rest of your deck to kind of quench the fire, even though it's a water style deck of Christians, can be very, very effective as well. So when you're trying to minimize the field that you might need to face or respectively kind of break afterwards, that could be the best way of doing it.
Yeah, and it doesn't surprise me that he's the one taking the longest here in deciding what to bring in. Obviously, Raziel decks are the deck to beat, so Isaac would be extremely prepared to face off against them. Not quite the same can be said about Cameron, who might be familiar with Crystron, but maybe Crystron and Runic together, not so much. But I'm sure they're both experienced. They're both undefeated, which is not easy feat, even though it has been only 3 rounds. And they will try their best to advance with a 4-0 record, which is important because, again, we are only going to be playing some rounds of Swiss. So you can only really afford to lose one if you want to make it to that top 8 finishes and guarantee yourself some amazing prize. So without further ado, I think they are almost ready. So let's jump into game 3. And here they are. I'm ready for some Crystron action.
Yeah, finishing up the shuffle. You want to make sure you randomize your side deck and your main deck as much as you possibly can. And I would be amazed. We're going to be seeing Isaac go first on this one, trying to present off the strategy, trying to, with the ideal goal, to set itself up with Fountain alongside a Cyber Dragon Infinity and, of course, a Tristanos Root is the ideal kind of out goal. And then you're trying to see what else Cameron might be able to open up with, as you mentioned previously, with so many non-engine, how he can stop this field being presented.
Let's take a look whether this first Yugen will be answered. We are gonna move and discard that Tasvern.
Yeah, being able to get that Crystron to the graveyard, it doesn't look like that Hugin is going to resolve.
No.
I don't think we're going to see this Hugin resolve at all this entire time. There you go.
Cameron's just choosing, goes for impermanence, playing around talent. And here this is going to be quite the premium discard though, allowing Isaac to push forward and getting that Tristaros.
Yeah, so that's not a bad card to be starting with. Being able to obviously synchro these two off. We saw it in game number 1, how that can be very, very helpful.
Ooh, tip as well.
Yeah, backing it up with the tip, that's going to gain access to pretty much any runic spell they would like, but you're probably going to be going to Fountain more times than not.
And again,
hit node again.
Just like in game 1. Wow. The odds. Yeah.
Let's carry on with the Fountain here. It would be very interesting to see if there's any more runic spells to kind of back up the Fountain. That will then give the ability, with having tip and destruction already in there, recycling for a draw free, which would be pretty amazing in order to kind of get a bit more advantage back to the hand of Isaac.
Premium. And yeah, this is really, really good opener. Do we have an Ash Blossom to stop this fountain? Big question asked here.
Very good access in the Salvador, still presenting a fairly decent field to be dealing this, and the Tristanos, so that even if there is a response off of the back of this, there will be a way for Tristanos to help the synchro plays in order to kind of dodge maybe some targeted effects on those particular elements. It looks like we're going to be sending the Schmeiger and the Solfenir.
Yeah, this is amazing. We get 3 draws off the fountain.
Yeah, and the draws are going to resolve, which can be absolutely massive, especially when you still have more. Yeah, this isn't even the beginning of what this board can continue, this field can continue to produce.
I mean, we have seen it plenty of times across the years when you have these runic synchro decks. The crazy aspect is that you can use the runics obviously as non-tuner materials, but then once fountain resolve, those runics turns into actually answers and interruptions during your opponent's turn. So if the deck gets to do what it wants, there are very few decks in Yu-Gi-Oh that are able to sustain such advantage turn after turn. So let's see.
Yep, so utilizing the effect of the Solfenir and obviously being able to put Crystron Incursion into the graveyard as well. And there's your 2 level 5s. So if you ever wanted to go into a Nova Infinity or needed signs that could be possibly on the cards, say no more than 2 level 5 machine monsters.
And you might be onto something, and yeah, I think we are going to see that Nova. Indeed.
This is going to be really important as well. If you're able to leave the Tristanos on the field, or if you choose to synchro off the Tristanos right now, that will then provide you with another one, which will probably go into the skeleton. And you're trying to work your way into the trap card. That could be a very, very good interaction if you want to. But there's also a lot of advantages that we can continue to add back. And ideally what you want, after you've deck finned quite a lot with all your Crystron cards, you then have your runic cards to kind of back this field up.
And now we get access to Inclusion, which will provide even further support. And I think we are about to end this turn while also guaranteeing 1,000 life points, as the champion top from the immune in the end phase.
Yeah, this is giving a little bit of deja vu from duel number 1, where we ended up seeing the Infinite Impermanence being the only hand trap of those 18, unfortunately, that Cameron does run. And it just isn't enough to kind of stop this field being presented. The Banish of Node, and it looks like there is an Effect Veiler held in Cameron's hand.
Yeah, he didn't really find a spot to use it again, and unfortunately, it's not going to help now. The most he can do is turn into a Typhon, but, I mean, he's in need of extreme help. And when we look at what he has brought in from his side deck, it's also mostly just Entraps. So we won't be seeing any field-breaking spell come down, not even using RP's Feather Duster at all. So
this can continue in exactly like Duel 1. So we're going to go in for the EX, and hopefully this is going to be sending the Agitator, which in turn will respond by trying to nullify the negation of the Cyber Dragon Infinity. Or maybe even the Fountain? No, definitely go for the Infinity, just in case you wanted to kind of change up the round 1 route of plays.
I mean, the graveyard at the moment is empty of runic spells, so might as well. But as you have mentioned, there is an additional effect that we are going to see now for the first time, which is this synchro making ability. And that's just an additional layer of interruption from Isaac.
Yeah, so being able to go into FA Dawn Dragster will provide with another spell negation as well, which can be pivotal depending on which kind of spell Cameron wants to activate. It's definitely a way to answer the Mitsurugi ritual spell if that is attempted to be used. The Adjugator, and there's a draw on Lot Bud as well.
Wow.
As if he needed any more.
Quite rough, yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely a very intimidating field to be looking down. Cameron still has a lot of cards to play with, though. Maybe that is enough to help at least make a small dent to take this into the next game. Unfortunately, unlike game one, he can't really wrap it up there and move into game two. He kind of needs to try with all he can to fight through this field. So here comes the Raziel sword. Do you work into a duo? I suppose a duo just gets answered straight away with any type of interaction. Yeah, if you go into a detonator, is that going to be strong enough?
Because you're also under draw, so it's not like it
yes, very true,
yeah.
Oof. Hard open of the Crystron trap card.
The one-off in deck, the Crystron cluster. Gonna get rid of that sword. This is absolutely rough. Do we play the Typhon? Not that it does
there's the normal summon of sword. I suppose trying to work your way into an Exton Knight might be the best thing here, but it doesn't look. Isaac is not letting Cameron have 2 level 4s on that field. He is making sure that no XYZ summon can be conducted.
Absolutely right. And yeah, you can see Cameron just passing back. He knows what's up, and I mean, the only good thing going for him is that his opponent does not have access to a battle phase for this turn, but any runic spell would just, you know, add so much, draw additional cards, and yeah.
Yep. And what is also very, very important to see is that Raziel sword is in attack position, which does mean that Cyber Dragon Infinity, should he choose to, can absorb it as a material. And then that means that there won't be a Raziel sword floating around. It gives Infinity another material as well as having a bit more of an attack stat increase. And then you're still going to be able to hopefully hold back your runic spell so you don't need to lose your battle phase of the next turn. Sitting on a F8 Dawn Dragstar plus a Cyber Dragon Infinity and maybe whatever other monster you might be able to present your field with.
Yep, going to recycle some resources. He read the Infinity. Yeah, making sure that he can, and he's going to exactly do that, taking away the sword.
There we go.
I mean, Veiler is used.
Not sure how much that stumps, but that does allow sword to, I mean, at least stay in Cameron's possession, whether it be on his field or in the graveyard. Whether he has a plan in mind to utilize it from the graveyard might be quite important. But I do feel that this is starting to absorb away a bit of resource from Cameron here.
You can possibly negate it, to be fair, but yeah, no. Seems like instead we are gonna use our Crystron trap card. Can we? No, we cannot push any damage. I mean, maybe he doesn't have a runic spell, which could at least limit the amount of resources that he's able to get.
Yeah, so his hand advantage is currently still quite healthy. There are a couple of synchro monsters he could make if he chooses to try and get a bit more draw power going.
Oh, but it seems like it's, all done, skipping the battle phase, gaining 1 more 1,000 with Munin, all the way up to 10,000 life points. Yeah. So we've got 3 cards to work with Cameron, with 2 negates on the field, plus the destruction off of the cluster, and of course the reaction of Tristanos to synchro summon as well. So there's quite a lot to be working for. But I think he has just passed. Yeah, he's gonna allow his opponent to end the duel in style. Now really picking up his cards and allowing the runic deck to finally have a battle phase if he wishes. And yeah, you love to see this partnership as well. They throughout the entire match they are having quite the laugh between themselves.
Yeah, they both know exactly what's going on. They've both tried their hardest on this one, a 1-1, and then just being able to see the field that Isaac's been able to present, you kind of have to tip your hat and say, yes, okay, you've presented an incredibly powerful board, and you've been able to kind of quench me trying to build up my own. And this field right now is currently sitting on an FA Dawn Dragstar, Skeleton, and of course the Cyber Dragon Infinity. So just being able to get that final bit of attack in just by doing a normal tribute summon to finish the duel off.
And that is it. Confirmation comes, and it is Isaac winning and advancing with an undefeated record with his Christian Runic deck. What a show off, and what a match it was, really. The entirety of the match, it felt like he had quite the advantage, but you got to give credit to Cameron as well. Both times he was going second, it didn't look as if it was close, but I mean, at least he always tried his best to fight back. And when he finally had the chance to go first in game 2, he really performed.
Yeah, it could really show you what the Mitsurugis can really add to the Raziel strategy. You also got to saw how Cameron was able to pilot when he does have the shackles off a little bit. Yeah. Unfortunately, when you do see it going into game number 3, the absolute power that the Raziels were, Christians was able to present, and then all adding that to with the spell cards as well, the runics just added a little bit too much. That was a little bit difficult to navigate with all of the Raziel's access. Even when you do hard open up the X, unfortunately, if you don't see as many of your hand traps as you would like, being able to let a field like that be presented in front of you is always going to be a bit of an uphill struggle.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 was already tough on the one hand since he only opened 1 interruption in that impermanence. Game 3 felt even worse because on the one hand, the Christian end was even better. It was able to play through that, Veiler and impermanence that could have been there thanks to the tip, still accessing the fountain. And when you resolve draw free from a fountain, there are very few games in which I mean, at least you don't feel like winning. So
yeah.
It has to be the case, and I mean it's part of the deck, so it will be interesting to ask, Isaac also the reasons why, he brought this deck and why he's still on these runic cards that are not as popular nowadays. So I think that's what we want to do. So thank you guys for being with us for round 4. We still have 5 more rounds to play, and before we will finally know who is going to be the UK Open 2025 champion. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be back soon with the winner of round 4, Isaac.
Welcome back. We are here with the round 4 winner, Isaac. Congratulations on winning the feature match with, of course, a very, very interesting hybrid of the Crystons with Runix. Now, you've just told me you know Runix inside and out.
Yeah.
So my question is that the reason you decided to bring Runix to this event?
Runix is my favorite deck. It's just so flexible. Like every card is engine, non-engine. So you always feel like you can play the game out to a certain extent. A lot of time where it's like, if they have hand traps, it's like less flexible and like less in your control. So I've just tried to play the best Runic variant every format, and then this is the one I was like, I like this variant. I think it's very good into what people are playing at the moment, so I thought I'd play this one.
Yeah, so you felt that the Christian was the best kind of counterpart, well, not even so counterpart, but the best kind of partner with the Runix to kind of facilitate different kind of summoning mechanics. But then also on top of that, what I noticed when you were playing the Runic cards is there a very nice way of being able to bridge between the two strategies. So was there something about the Crystons that drew you to it? Was it more the versatility that allowed it to kind of marry off well?
Well, the Cryston cards are all kind of weird. The old ones, which are ones that banish from graveyard, they're very good with the Runix because, like, a la Sacred Tree, you can pitch them and then you get a free search. So you're going like +1, which is very good. And then with the trap as well is also just like insanely good in grind games. So it's a pop every turn and shuffle back your engine. So, like, and also Tristalos, like that card is insanely good. Like, because you just normal it and your opponent can't hand trap, you know. So
yeah,
like that's like because everyone's playing 18 hand traps. So
yeah,
it's just really good for that.
So is that quite a nice change as well? Because you don't need to feel with the Runic cards, you don't need to feel as you need to play as many hand traps. They kind of do that double job for you, giving you a bit more field breaking capabilities, and then the ability of being able to draw off your Runics to access the Crystal engine. Yeah. Do you feel that gives you a very good edge? Because I feel a lot of people can kind of struggle in regards to what cards to put in to deal with those particular type of strategies. Once you can already, some people might know how to deal with the Crystal strategy, but the Runic one kind of seems to be something that has floated off a bit from the competitive scene. Do you now feel that now's the right time for the Runics to come back into it and have good matchups against the Ryziels and, of course, the Malices?
Well, the matchups against Ryziel and Malice aren't fantastic. With like Runic specifically, like Typhon is like the main way you beat Ryziel. Like you saw in the game there, like I summoned Typhon and I could just sit on it for like a whole turn and he could not out it at all. So it's very strong in those scenarios, but against Malice, it's more just like you win. If you win the die roll, you probably win. If you lose the die roll, then you have to open like an out to like Malice, which is just how it goes.
Yeah. But I mean, I think you piloted that expertly well, did very, very well in able to kind of do that. And exactly like you said, what I loved about it, and I didn't even see that coming, which was absolutely amazing, was use the Runics to then get you access, or used your Crystons to get you access to Typhon, and then you were able to continue to play. Most people will go Typhon, that's it, end turn and pass, but you're able to then utilize the strengths of the Runics. So the big question is, at what point do you know not to use the Runics because you know you need that battle phase?
It's always a tough, like, it's almost never, like, good to stop using them. Like you can if you like if your opponent's on one card and then like they're just top decking, there's no point in Runic negating it, but most of the time it's just you wait till your opponent concedes or like you summon the moon in like I did in that game 3 and it's just like you will eventually lose. I don't have to ever activate a Runic spell. Like I can activate Runic spells all I want. Like you will just lose in time or deck out. Like it's fine to play it slow because the deck is like completely fine at the time. So
yeah, I think you did it very well in game 3 as well, especially by putting on the level 4 Runic in the end phase. It kind of made sure that so early on, being able to gain that life points as well, puts your opponent under a little bit more pressure to go, right, well, I'm already down on life points. I've already got to still deal with an Infinity plus a Dawn Dragster, and then you've got the Runics coming out. So I do feel that you chose a very good option for being able to do that. So hopefully going forward, best of luck with the rest of it. We've already talked to us about how you did at the last UK Open and then working your way up to top 64 to a previous event. Hopefully we'll see you back here later on as well. So with all of that done, we're going to be moving on to round 5 very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere, come back and we'll see you soon.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Supreme Darkness. Duelists, heed the words of the Supreme King and tremble. A new hero has arrived on the scene to carry out my will. All monsters shall kneel before the mighty evil hero, Neos Lord. Yu-Gi-Oh! Supreme Darkness. Available now. 9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Welcome back and welcome to round 5 of the UK Open 2025. We are right at the middle of the day as we are going through these 9 rounds of Swiss to crown who will be the champion. And we are finally hitting, a point where competition is getting as fierce as it gets. We have mentioned that to make it to the last top cut finishes, we could say, although we're not going to play a top cut, you only really can lose one match, and it means that, you really got to give it your best, as we have witnessed in the previous rounds, I got to say. And when we take a look at the deck breakdown, last round, it was the first time we saw Ryzel in action. So, I mean, you can probably tell where we are going here. It's going to be Malice for the first time as well, joining the competition. And, it's the deck that, in terms of number, is the second most represented. Although as a single archetype, it's probably the most represented, even though slightly. And for a good reason. It made it all the way to second place at YCS Birmingham. But it's going to be able to face against very different decks to make it all the way. And this is a great example of that, as Tom, our competitor, is going to be playing a fan favorite deck, I'd say. Another normal monster, or maybe 4 normal monsters, which combined with just one additional effect monster can create quite the spectacle, and I'm talking about Exodia. So let's see whether he will be able to obliterate his opponent. Let's go to game 1.
Yeah, so I'm really excited about this matchup. I really do like both these strategies. I feel that Malice, definitely envisioning some of the themes as well, is very, very kind of exciting to see being piloted. And of course, Exodia being one of the original absolute colossus monsters being piloted in the brand new styles with the Millenniums. So it's going to be interesting to see who's won the dice roll and who's going to be going first. And it looks like Alex with Malice might be one of the first ones to be making the move here. Oh, it's just a single pass.
Wow.
Oh, that is some very, very rare occurrence in a Malice strategy. You should be able to see one of your starters, whether it be Dormouse, White Rabbit, or a route to it through the field spell. But it looks like we're just going to be going straight into the Millenniums.
Yeah, and the problem is this is one of those decks that can really close the duel easily. So, wow, brutal from Alex, but at least we are expecting him to building quite a few interruptions. But we had the Ankh, our drone as well.
Yeah, so that's a really good card to be hard drawing because that allows you to protect your own life points. You're no longer needing to pay that 2,000 life points for any of your Millennium monsters in the spell and trap zones. But being hit with a single Ash Blossom can be very, very damaging. This is still going to allow the Millennium Unk to hopefully activate and resolve. Ooh, Dominus Impulse deals with that straight away. Ooh, okay, so this is going to be very, very interesting now. Where it kind of looked like a very quick, swift move to an OTK, it has kind of swung the pendulum back into Alex's favour now, being able to kind of halt Tom presenting his field, trying to work its way into the Exodia. It now all comes down to, will Alex be able to see a Malice starter off his top deck?
And quite interesting, following it up with 3 face-down spell and traps. Lots of solid top decks, but no, another pass, wow.
So this is going to be the one big difference. Oh, it looks like there's 2 pieces of Exodia in Tom's hand as well. So there's not going to be a Millennium Unk to reveal, but you're still going to be able to pay 2,000 life points in order to grab you a card that will ultimately lead you to the Millennium Unk. The big difference is once your life points dip below 8,000, your Exodia will only be able to go as high as your life points. So you'll be looking along the lines of something about a 6,000 attack Exodia if we're able to get there. Not to mention there might be another Dominus Impulse or even an Ash Blossom in the hand that could really, really stunt this play. It looks like they're just correcting that the Millennium Unk, rather than being sent to the graveyard, goes back into the deck, even if it is negated with Dominus Impulse. So they're trying to rectify this one here. The Senganjin's effect again, this time paying 2,000 life points. See if there's any response from Alex, maybe an Ash Blossom, but no, that doesn't seem to be the case. So you're either going to be going for the Millennium Shield or probably what's going to be a little bit more effective to get you directly to the Millennium Unk without having to pay another 2,000 life points will be the Heart of the Blue Eyes. Second time we're seeing a Blue Eyes monster, I suppose, on the feature this weekend already.
And there it is, indeed.
So being able to discard the Heart of the Blue Eyes will now allow Tom to gain access to his Millennium Unk. You can kind of assume at this exact moment in time that maybe there isn't an Ash Blossom floating around, but you still need to be very, very cautious that maybe a second Dominus Impulse will stop that Millennium Unk being able to activate and resolve. It still won't stop the Senganjin being able to attack directly, which might be able to start to try and even out some of these life points disparities. No, and there comes a Fluvaros. This is going to be very interesting to see because, of course, we're going to be able to present well over 8,000 attack by the time we do get the Exodia fusion onto the field. But then the question comes down to, Bestial Druid Swarm.
We cannot use Fuvalos though, right? Because of Impulse? Or
very, very true. Yeah. Impulse is...
Wind as well.
Yes, it's wind, light wind, and... Yeah. Light wind and earth, I believe. So yes, Fluvaros can't be activated. I think they're currently going to be looking at that now. Yeah. So luckily they're checking on it now before any card is drawn. So that means that doesn't need to change too much. But being able to get the Druid Swarm on the field can still be very, very effective here because it means that you've got to be careful about attacking that Druid Swarm and sending it to the graveyard. That would then be able to retaliate by possibly sending the Exodia monster as well. So trying to work its way here. Do you just pass here by being able to set one of the trap cards? But
it's tricky. I mean, we also have so many face downs, which makes me wonder what those could be. Because let me check the deck list real quick of what kind of cards he's using.
Yeah, after activating the Millennium Monk, there's not really more monsters that can be added to the field, but you are correct. If any of those is a way to make sure that Druid Swarm does not hit the graveyard, it could be a very big difference.
Yeah, he's playing the Obliterate Blades as well, which we don't see every day. Usually you just see the Exod Fires of Rage as... So interesting, maybe. Let's see.
Yeah, I feel there's a couple of interesting choices along that spell and trap zone. But it does look like we're just moving straight to the end phase and grabbing the trap card, Exod Fires of Rage. But you still need to make sure that Druid Swarm doesn't end up in the graveyard. Otherwise, unfortunately, that negation that the Exodia does have will be a little bit less effective. So Druid Swarm being shifted to attack here. Very interesting as to whether or not you want to run your Druid Swarm into the Exodia or whether you want to attack over the Senganjin. Senganjin will probably be the most effective use of that attack because you won't take as much life point damage and then you'll be able to trigger in order to send. But we are going to be responding with the Metal Tronus. Is there a Druid Swarm in the main deck? There is a Druid Swarm in the main deck. That is definitely one way to deal with it.
Interesting, yeah. Definitely not most usual, but it works right perfectly. And this, as you can see, Alex just reading the Unstoppable, and it's enough. Wow.
Very, very interesting. I'm surprised the Metal Tronus wasn't used in the previous turn, but regardless of that, still been able to present the board or the field. The one thing you will need to remember is that during the next standby phase, the Exodia will make you pay an additional 1,000 life points. So it does get slightly weaker, which is why it's quite a very fast-paced deck, because it wants to make sure it's not paying that cost on a regular basis.
But yeah, just worked out fine. I'll drawing 2 forbidden pieces, which is not really what you want to get. You want all of them in the deck, ideally. But, I mean, it is a scary deck. We have mentioned it, both when it goes first, because it can set up the Exod, but also going second, because it can easily, deal 8,000 life points. But, I mean, you got to feel bad on the other end for his opponent with an Heartbreak for almost 3 consecutive turns in a row. And at the same time, this kind of prevented the information, because you have no clue kind of what you're up against, right?
Correct, yeah. I feel that all they saw was Impulse, Druid Swarm, Fluvaros, which...
I mean, maybe you can get there just because of the Impulse, but I mean, it could still be a variety of decks. So I guess now things changes quite a bit. Hopefully we won't see another break from Alex. Don't want to jinx it, but if that will be the case, we know that Malice is one of the strongest decks of the format going first, and especially given the build that he has, he's gonna I would assume take out these Fuvalos and just replace them with additional, engine, or he has a lot of different trap cards in the side deck, really focusing on that triple tactics thrust.
Yeah, I think the triple tactics thrust is going to be a big component on this one, because being able to get something like the Dominus Impulse gives you a second route or a second way to stop that Millennium Monk resolving. That's probably the dangerous card itself. Yes, of course, the Millennium Monsters still pose much of a threat to the field itself, but the most Millennium Monsters you're going to be playing will be something like the Golem and then, of course, the Senganjin, which on their own isn't going to be enough to complete an OTK. So stopping that Millennium Monk from being able to resolve straight away stops a very lethal 8,000 attack monster entering the field.
Absolutely. On the other hand, of course, it will be interesting to see whether, cards like Chess Shifter or also a different dimension ground can come in and just shut down the graveyard completely from the Exodia deck. It's not super relevant, I'd say, but, it's going to be also down to Alex's experience against the deck. It's always a factor. But I think they are almost done with their decks, presenting them. So let's see if Exodia can just advance to 0.
Yeah, so as we continue to shuffle this up, again, like you said, it's all going to be down to the experience and how many times the Alex has faced the Exodia matchup will then allow them to kind of dictate the type of changes that you want to make. You've got to be very, very careful in regards to cards like Dimension Shifter. In most matchups, it would nearly be a automatic turn skip. But in regards to the Exodia, they can kind of play it themselves if they wanted to, and that can really, really kind of show the difference between knowing a deck and not knowing a deck. Because like you said, it has the ability for going first or going second. And when you always have that threat of a one card leading to an incredibly powerful attack stat monster, you do kind of need to navigate around that, as well as not being allowed the field to present itself in too much detail or depth.
Absolutely, but yeah, you can see Alex is smiling. He just hopes that he's going to draw a playable. No, that doesn't mean anything, because we are playing Malice at least. No. Way. Oh, wow. I mean, I said that doesn't mean anything because you tend to set or bluff with your, Malice trap cards. But unfortunately, again, it's a brick from Alex.
Yeah, and it looks like Tom has opened up the Senganjin, which is one of the most ideal Millennium Monsters you want to be seeing. Probably next to Heart of the Blue Eyes, because that one will let you get to Millennium Unk without paying those life points. And that's exactly what he's got there. So this is going to be... Ooh, very, very interesting.
We are met to the Ash Blossom, but I see a premium response in the form of the talent in the end. Let's see if Tom wants to go for it.
Yes. Very, very interesting. Now, at this point, do you want to be looking at the hand and you feel that you can control it from this point on? Oh, 100%. Wow.
I thought it could go for a draw, but instead, we are not even chaining this Lancia. So, I mean, makes sense. We are down to just... such a bad opener from Alex.
Yeah, not ideal at all.
I guess we could be expecting, an impulse maybe set? Or, something like...
Yeah, quite possibly. An impulse or an infinite impermanence. Getting rid of the Ash Blossom is quite an interesting choice there.
Isn't that the X deck? No, okay.
No, left-handed.
Okay, left-handed. Yeah, for a moment I was okay.
Ash Blossom in the extra deck.
Because also the stack for the extra deck looks quite big. And I was like, okay, interesting.
So we're going to be working our way through the Senganjin. This will unfortunately be costing Tom 2,000 life points, but I feel that's a very, very minimal price to pay in order to work their way into the Millennium Unk. Being able to activate the Millennium Unk will set up the ability of the Exod Fires of Rage, if it all resolves, of course, and the ability of a non-target destruction. Damage-wise, you'd be looking at 8,750. So we know there isn't a Druid Swarm coming down to protect Alex this time. It's all going to come down to if that back row is a Dominus Impulse, which if it is, could be massively game-changing.
I mean, hopefully at least there is something going for him.
Okay, so it doesn't look like there's going to be the add of the Millennium Shield. We're going to be going for the Golem, which still provides a very decent amount of field presence. The benefit of this one is, again, you're going to be paying 2,000 life points, but you will be able to get hold of the Wedju Temple. In turn, being able to put any of your monsters in your hand into the Spell and Trap zone, and again, then get another Millennium Monster from the deck to the Spell and Trap zone, which if it is another Millennium Monster such as Shield, you would be able to pay another 2,000 life points to add it to the field or push it into the monster zone. Whether or not that's going to paying that additional 2,000 life points may not be as effective as he may wish.
And I just, looked over. Another surprise that Tom is holding, which would actually completely shut down Alex, because even if he's not able to close the duel now, he has a trap card coming from his side deck.
I feel that there is something incredibly good in Tom's extra deck, and if that is the card in the hand that I believe it to be, if that is a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, we could very easily see that being normal summoned and then used to complete a Synchro summon. There is a very important Synchro monster that I believe can be made with this field of a level 8 in the Senganjian and the level 3 of the Ghost Ogre, and with such a big disparity in life points, could be a massive swing in for game. So we've been able to work our way into the Millennium Monk. Here comes the normal summon of the Ghost Ogre. Are we going to be seeing... Well, that is the benefit of paying that additional 2,000 life points, is it means the disparity... Ooh,
Oh, okay. Not quite.
Not as... So we're going to be able to... Is that MTP07? So we're going to be attempting to add a Malice monster. Unfortunately, I feel it might be a turn too slow. I don't know if Alex sees the possible Synchro summon that could be coming his way right now.
Yeah.
But with such low life points, it could
get
very
punished. No pun intended. Yeah.
Yeah. Tom is eyeing that card up right now. I think that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here.
There it is. Been a while. But here comes the Psychic Hand Punisher.
Set 1 just for safe measures. Even with the Millennium Shield being 0 attack, being able to go into Psychic End Punisher will definitely get that life point swing, with Tom being down by 6,000 life points. So maybe a Nibiru could save Alex here.
But we know the end, unfortunately.
Oh, we do. You are very, very true.
And Frost. And that is it. What a quick match this one is. Gotta feel bad for Alex, but congratulations to Tom, who makes it 2-0 with this Exodia deck.
Yeah, Exodia definitely showed the aggression that it has available to it. It's so good in being able to work from one piece to the other, and then working its way into the Psychic End Punisher, being able to utilize certain hand traps that are all going to be level 3 tuners, just opens up that door that if you want to save the Millennium Monk or you don't want to use the Millennium Monk because you fear something like an Ash Blossom, is going to allow you to still have another alternative way of being able to present an aggressive board that could lead you to that OTK.
Absolutely, and I mean, as we were saying, there are benefits to having the Ankh, and in this case, though, he showed us what you can do if that is not the case. And Exodia still having a pretty strong performance here at the UK Open in Manchester. On the other hand, I guess the second most represented deck didn't really shine. Hopefully we'll get to see another Malice player later on bring justice to, one of the most powerful deck of the format. But I mean, sometimes just that's how it is. You get 2 unplayable ends in a row, and, there is only as much engine that you can play in the Malice deck, and sometimes that's going to happen. So gotta feel bad for him, but still, he's gonna try his best to make it all the way down to get some prizes. But it's Exodia that got the spotlight as of now, and I wanna hear it from the man of the hour, Isaac. First of all, for being brave enough to bring it to such an exclusive tournament.
Yeah, I do feel that Exodia definitely has a very, very nice, not so much unknown factor, but just that has that aggressive nature. And like I said, being able to utilize such simplicity or level of a single card to lead you to Exodia nowadays in 2025 can really, really catch your opponent off guard.
Absolutely, and it can lead to scoring, an easy goal, we could say, given again, reminded that we are streaming live from the Etihad Stadium. So thank you guys once more for being with us. We have 4 more rounds of Swiss remaining to crown the UK Open 2025 champion from Manchester. But before we do so, I think we're going to go on a quick break, and then we are going to hear it from the, Yugi's grandpa supporter, number 1, Isaac, showing us how it's done with Exodia in 2025. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon. And we're back live here from the UK Open 2025 in Manchester with the winner of round 5. Tom, how are you feeling?
Good. It feels bad that it wasn't as much of a back and forth as most games. So I do feel bad, but it is what it is. It happens, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta take those still. I mean, feel bad for your opponent, but I mean, at least you gave us a little bit of a show of what your deck can do. Both, you know, when you're able to use the Ankh and not pay life points, but also in game 2, especially when you're able to, you know, go down but still close the duel with the Psychic Hand Punisher. So first and foremost, I mean, Exodia's obviously, I mean, it's a fan favorite archetype as a type of deck.
Yeah.
What do you like about it? Why did you bring it?
I've been playing it since it came out, the Millennium support.
Okay.
I mean, I've always liked Exodia anyway. But yeah, the Millennium support is good. Came out in Master Duel recently, so I know a lot more people are wise to it now and its tricks and stuff. But yeah, it's just a fun deck to play. It's just fun.
And I mean, at the same time, it's quite competitive. You're making it work. So how has the day looked so far? You know, what was your loss against, and how has it been?
My loss was against Tenpai Fiendsmith.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, we are both, well, you know, both running like turn 2 decks because mine's a turn 2 build.
Of course.
So yeah, the Tenpai just Tenpai do
you
Tenpai
know,
things.
exactly.
Yeah. And the Fiendsmith as well, so it can, you know, go first. So it's hard to know what to make them do.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a deck that also had quite some success recently, so I mean, it does make sense. But outside of that, you know, the field has been quite diverse today, and the new Blue Eye deck is also quite popular, being 3rd overall in terms of matchup. Have you played against it at all?
I've not played against it today. But yeah, it is something I was mindful of when I was deck building, because I mainly sort of focused on Ryzeal, Malice when I was deck building, and Blue Eyes as well, just because I know it is a very popular deck. But no, played a lot of Fire Kings today. Played Fire Kings, Tenpai.
The Dinkabui effect, I guess, getting from Birmingham.
Yeah. And even Melodious as well.
Okay,
so
nice.
Nice range.
Yeah, overall as well, something I want to ask you real quick is it seems like you have really gone for the chew off in your deck list. So there are, you know, a lot of different opinions on this. Some people like to go, you know, for free. But you have a lot of different and also spicy cards for going second. What was the reason behind it? What do you think?
Mainly because almost everyone wants to go first, so I just thought let them go first and just build your deck around going second. Just fill it with all the board breakers, the annoying cards that can just get rid of their field, a few hand traps as well, and then it's got in the side deck like a few going first cards just in case you do have to go first. Yeah,
and I like that you have kind of taken you know, inspiration from some of the old Tenpai builds as well with the heat waves. Have they been putting work today?
I've not. I have put them in, but they've not actually come up yet today.
Okay, yeah, I guess it's not super intuitive for a lot of people to also let you start as compared to Tenpai. So
yeah, because if you win dice roll and you choose to go second, they know that something's up. They know that you're kind of opting to go second.
But often not. I mean, at the end of the day, it's also, you know, they have to find a way to deal with the Exod Fires of Rage if they let you start, so it can be quite scary.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, thank you again for being with us. It was it's always entertaining to see, you know, Exodia perform. Even though you had obviously maybe an easier road than expected. Even game 1, you had to pilot through drawing 2 pieces of the Forbidden.
Yeah.
You know, which is never ideal.
All the time.
But I mean, again, best of luck for the remaining rounds, and thank you guys for being with us. As a reminder, again, 4 more rounds separates us from crowning the UK Open 2025. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with round 6. And we are back live from Manchester at the Etihad Stadium here at the UK Open 2025. We are now in round 6. Only few remains to crown the champion, and we have already witnessed a lot of diversity, a lot of different decks across our top tables, and the trend continues as we are glad to announce that we have 2 decks that we have not seen in action for this round. Right?
Not even just for this round. We haven't seen these 2 decks, well, apart from one, of course. We haven't seen these 2 decks come head-to-head for quite a while now. And it's actually going to be very interesting to see these 2 strategies come face-to-face. And the fact that both of these players are still here, still fighting, and we're in round 6 just kind of shows exactly like you said, the diversity of this current format is absolutely amazing.
Indeed. And to just talk a little bit about what we could expect, let's just say that one of them was in the deck breakdown that we showed. And it was one that Yudeo mentioned briefly, because it's the deck that has won YCS Birmingham, taking it by storm with Dinka Bui Fire King, which, by the way, it looks as if it has almost been, at least inspired by card. There are just a couple of differences in there, and Raphael will be supporting this strategy. On the other hand, though, we have a deck that, we haven't seen in a solid minute. Right?
Yeah, for sure. I feel that we're definitely in a XYZ styled elements when you look at the Ryzias as well, but this time it's going to be the turn of the Pearlies.
Yes, it is another fan favorites for a lot, but in the latest of events, it didn't really have much of a show, but it still got a lot of things going for it, and obviously, especially for the way that Robin has decided to build his own version, Drone and Lock Bird seems like enemy number 1. And we have seen today already quite a few going around, so hopefully that won't be the case for him, because he's decided to include copies of Brau, so the Dark Ward, to additionally, take advantage of those discards. But I'm really, really curious to see, because both of these duelists are actually with an X1 score. They are doing pretty well here Manchester. So without further ado, I think they are ready. Let's jump into action for game 1. And here they are.
Yeah, so it's going to be very exciting to see which of these players gets to go first. I feel that these are both strategies that maybe either or wouldn't be fully prepared for. Fire King, as we saw at YCS Birmingham, is an incredibly good call against the most recent metas in the form of the Malice and, of course, the Ryzia strategy. So then on the other side, you do need to kind of consider how they will interact or how they will fare against the Pearly matchup as well.
Yeah, let's take a look. It's also a deck that, as you have mentioned, it's not that popular, so it's not the most straightforward deck. You might have even, forgotten how to play against it, maybe. It's, it's definitely an unusual way of playing the game, and in this case, it's gonna focus on some field breakers with your favorite. You have mentioned that you wanted to see that Dark Ruler no more.
That's exactly what I said. It's going to be, as we've seen here, obviously, Robin is going to be able to go first with this one. And I feel even his opponent, Raphael, kind of let out a little bit of a shock when he saw the Pearly field spell get played right there. But as you mentioned, Robin is on a lot of field breakers in the form of stuff like Dark Ruler No More. Ultimate Slayer is also another one that features here. And, of course, free Triple Tactics talents. But the benefit of something like that is the Pearly Leads need so little to get started that once they do, they can work their way through all of their powerful spell cards in order to set themselves up with an incredibly powerful ex-Pearly Noir, which can be very, very tricky for an opponent to play through.
And here we hit, which is a big, big hit from that Purely, while also revealing those Dark Words brows that we were talking about.
Yeah, if anything kind of signifies you're not worried about Droll as much, it's playing 3 Dark Worlds, 3 Dark World monsters in your deck list to be able to pretty much say, come at me with the Droll and Lockbirds. So we've obviously had the check on Droll and Lockbird. Nothing is being sent via the hand to the graveyard for that one from Raphael. So it does look like this is going to be a very, very powerful field to be presented here, building all the way up through the Pearlies themselves. We could definitely be seeing it in the Noir. Another very interesting point in this one is previously the way that the Pearlies were played is that when you were getting those multiple draws off of the back of the Pearly Noir during the draw phase of your opponent's turn or during your opponent's turn in general, you're ideally looking to be getting into some form of hand traps in order to kind of fend the board off. But it looks like the strategy that Robin has decided to go with is, of course, moving into those board breakers while also sitting on the very powerful Pearly Noirs to return cards from the field to the hand, and that seems to be a fairly strong strategy. So that if the field is broken, they're able to come back with those field breakers in the forms of Dark Rulers in order to keep giving them a fighting chance.
We waited quite a bit to activate this impulse, but it's gonna come down eventually.
Yeah, so this is obviously an interesting point as well. As you mentioned earlier, how prepared are you going to be for the Pearly matchup? Pearlies weren't really, or Dominus Impulse weren't fully in circulation when the Pearlies were in their prime. And now the question is, where is the right time to use something like an Impulse? You kind of want to make sure that you are tailoring your hand trap interactions, especially if you have few and far of them to actually be activated during your opponent's turn, of when to use them at its most effective. And it looked like trying to be utilizing it at this point was probably the best use of call from Raphael.
Yeah, and as you can see here, we are able to set up a 5 material, I believe, Noir.
Yeah, the benefit of even being able to utilize his opponent's own impulse to help provide an additional material is very, very good. Yeah,
we are ordering up, and no, it's actually 6, at the moment. That's great. Gonna be able to go up to 7, which is the key number, because it allows you to still use 1 and, keep the protection effect going.
Yeah.
And how many draws do we get? Yeah.
Just counting on that.
2, I think, yeah. That's great. What a setup.
Very, very effective to be able to add this. And I think they're just double checking the amount of materials that the Noir is going to have. As you mentioned earlier, you want to make sure that you hold back or have that interaction of returning a card from the field as many times as you possibly can while still maintaining your protection.
Great. And obviously, really good way to start things off here from Raphael as well with the Pot of Extravagance. Another one of those cards again in Quarter Century Stampede that will receive an alternate art for the first time in a 3D card game, featuring the Golden Lord.
Yeah, some of the cards that are coming out in Stampede do look absolutely amazing with those alternate arts. We mentioned earlier about Quem. There's also Cartesia, Fallen of Albaz, and then, as you've already mentioned, we've got the Pot of Extravagance, which kind of fits within the lore style a little bit more, gives a bit more backstory to the Pot of Extravagance itself.
But here the deck is revealed to Robin. If he has followed, competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! As of lately, Dinka's Bui deck got a lot of attention for a reason. And it is a very interesting deck in a way where it doesn't really set up, these super huge combos, but it outgrinds, the opponents quite successfully, and efficiently, I'd say.
Yeah, so you've been able to use Fire King Island, destroying that Grunix in hand, which is something you might not always want to do. Sometimes it looks like he's opened up a second Grunix in order to get that to the field, which is quite important. We all know that there is a Kirin in the hand as well. It looks like there is another Impulse that can be quite effective and an Infinite Impermanence. And that looks like a second Fire King Island in the hand as well.
Indeed, which I'm not sure if Dinka was even playing 2 copies. He might be only on 1 if my memory doesn't trick me, but regardless, it's definitely a bit surprising that he has had to to read this Garunix, and we'll take a look at how Raphael manages to play around this Noir.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be destroying this Kirin in the deck through the Garunix effect itself. This will, of course, be able to trigger the graveyard effect of the Kirin to try and provide a bit more field presence, but trying to work away here. This is the point, is at what point does Robin feel that he needs to use the Noir effect? And especially when you're counting how many cards that Raphael may have in his hand, this could be a very big difference. And it looks like we're about to see... No activation from the Noir here. Just again, double checking the amount of materials, how many times it can be activated before it falls foul and no longer protected.
I mean, what is the plan to get rid of it? I guess it's mostly gonna be by attacking it. So maybe with the Garunix Eternity or Typhon, or I mean, I don't know if there is any other way to get rid of it.
Yeah, we still got the Pearly Beauty on the field as well, that can provide another line.
Yeah.
So it gains the quick effect.
And I think this is what we also just witnessed, because we went for the Eternity and then the Kirin has been used. So completely wiping all of his field. And yeah, then gonna use some graveyard effects.
We're just going to be bringing those two cards straight back off of the Eternity. Very interesting use. You've basically just traded your Eternity for the Beauty, and in return, you get back your Garunix and a Kirin, and your opponent gets a Perlily. The Noir is still intact, still attached, sorry, and it still has the ability to return a card. And it doesn't look like... Ooh. It looks like we're going to be entering a grind game between the two of these players.
Yeah, not surprising, but I mean, you got to give the advantage to Robin at this point, because, yeah, there's not really much that you can do. You cannot target the Noir, and he's going to get so much advantage right here.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be the ideal strategy in this one, just to make sure you can make that X-Pearly as protected as possible while still maintaining the ability to use the effects a little bit more freely. And if you're able to kind of navigate through Raphael's first turn as he has done without needing to use that return effect and still maintaining the amount of materials we have, we could be drawing a lot of advantage here, as well as being able to make the Exponent very, very strong to deal with the Garunix and the Kirin and not need to worry about the destruction effects in the graveyard.
Now we get to use, again, my friend Purely, added from the Pure Lily in the previous turn. I can't tell how many cards he has, but I mean, they're not too few, because he also had the double draw in the standby phase.
Correct. I suppose the one big benefit that we do have on Raphael's side is because of all of the field breakers that are being played by Robin, most of them require your opponent to have some form of extra deck monster on the field to gain as much advantage as possible. So right now, Dark Rule No More doesn't seem to be that much of an effective use of a card, and neither does Ultimate Slayer. We do also see the discard of the Black Goat Laughs, which does have some very nice graveyard synergies with being able to provide another kind of a slow lockdown. There is the Dark Rule No More. Nothing off of that, though.
It's a miss, but yeah, it's a great interaction. Obviously, it works well with all of the purely spells, discarding it. But he's also using this Foolish Burial Goods plus Metal for Fusion engine, which can provide you additional draws. While if you already got your thing going, you can send the the Black Goat Laugh and just have a layer of protection.
Yeah, so this is a very good strategy here, using the X-Pearly Noir to be able to absorb as many of Raphael's monsters as possible, making sure the Fire Kings don't actually enter the graveyard and obviously don't get destroyed. Also does provide you with another way of being able to play around those effects that allow them to keep recurring back to the field and also being able to keep presenting these incredibly strong monsters, just maintaining that field presence. Whereas the X-Pearly Noir can just comfortably sit there in defense position, either absorb the materials, make itself stronger and stronger, and when it does feel threatened, that's when it can start returning cards from the field to the hand.
And yeah, we can just wait it out. He doesn't really need to do much. He's going to get 2 more draws now in the standby phase.
Yeah, I am very curious as to what these draws are going to provide, but they're just going to provide a little bit more presence once it comes back to Robin's turn.
And I think,
we're just scooping off there.
I mean, the sheer advantage was just too much from Robin, and this Noir, which was really the key to the victory. And I mean, it's a good show. It's a good show from the deck. As you have mentioned, both in a way are similar because they try and grind it out. They are not really heavy on those end traps. And here we just get to see a little bit of what the competition is looking like. As we have already mentioned that to make it and to claim this trophy, you pretty much need to go undefeated, maybe have a draw at the end. And these are the duelists that still most likely have a chance to making it.
Yeah, we've got some very noticeable names on there. I believe we had Darwin featured earlier on with the branded strategy, so it's good to be seeing him still up there as well. And as the players kind of move their way in, maybe we'll see one of these players sneak into that top 16 or sneak close to get some additional prizes as it works its way through. Still got plenty more rounds to be coming on top of that. And it's going to be quite interesting to see how Raphael kind of navigates his siding strategy for this one. I feel that he's already seen some of the field breakers that are being played by Robin, so maybe they try and play around it a little bit more, knowing that if they do go off unanswered, what type of final board or final field that they can present. But I also feel there's not real much of a threat. Some of the, like Dark Rule No More, I don't feel is as danger to the Fire King strategy.
Absolutely not. On the other end, the good news is that those Drawn and Locked birds are in the side deck. So Raphael is going to definitely bring those in. They can really, really shut down the strategy from Robin, who on the other end has at least quite an interesting card in the Dimensional Fissure. That lines up extremely well against all of the graveyard synergies from the Fire King deck, and although obviously it's much better when going first, you can still bring it in going second just because of how the deck functions. So that might be the case, but regardless, our duelists are pretty much done with their side decks. So let's find out who will be the winner of Game 2.
Exactly that. So moving into Game 2 on this one, Robin being 1 up at this exact moment in time. You can imagine that Raphael is possibly going to want to go first on this one. And the opening hand doesn't seem too unfamiliar than the previous one.
Yeah. Feels good. We are not playing Ash Blossom at all, so that will resolve. Ooh, and we picked up some side deck cards, but do we have a way to play the game? Oh yeah, we do have a Ponix.
Ooh, there's also a very interesting card in Raphael's hand that could very, very easily slow Robin down as he tries to build his field during the next turn. So it'll be interesting to see if that actually comes up or if that's something you can kind of keep a little bit more hidden as we build.
Absolutely. But as we already have the island, we went and searched the Sky Burn, guaranteeing another layer of interruption. And this could just be either the Garunix, I guess it's the safest.
Yeah, I feel at this point now, when you know there hasn't been a draw in response to the draw of Extravagance or the possibility of even the temptation of an Ash Blossom, you can feel a little bit more secure while making your plays here. Just being able to very simply go through Garunix into Kirin, grabbing hold of your Ponix back to the field, kind of gives you or shows you that type of resource recursion that it has the ability for. Being able to set 1, set 2, and set 3. With only one of those being known by Robin, and we don't even know that that is definitely being set yet.
On the other hand, though, I have some news, because in the side deck, Robin is playing some spell and trap removals. So it will be interesting to see if he picks up any of those from his side deck.
Yeah, using Terraform is quite a nice way to see if there is any. It's a little bit risky, because I suppose if you do get hit with a Draw and Lock bird off of the back of a Terraforming could be a little bit dangerous, but we're going to be seeing the Infinite Impermanence on the Pearly. This is going to be to see how this develops will be quite interesting, because we're already trying to pick away some of the interactions from the back row or from the spell and trap zones. We do know that there is possibly a Skyfire along there, and it's going to be a single set.
Oh, wow. Not quite what you want to see.
Taking no risks along with that spell and trap along the back row.
Oh.
Being the goat.
The mind games here.
This is certainly going to allow Raphael to rebuild his field during his opponent's turn and still kind of present very, very strong monsters that, unfortunately, that Pearly is not looking so strong against. iron up the Kirin, destroying the Kirin to utilize its effect. This can also lead to a bit more, so we're going to go with Ponix. Getting rid of the Pearly as well. Completely clearing off Robin's board, Robin's field in return.
Yeah, and getting access to yet another copy of Skyburn.
So this is what we mean when we really do enter the grind state. So it feels that Raphael is also preparing himself for a couple of turns in the future as well. Get a bit of damage on the field. Make sure you kind of slow Robin's field state down a little bit more, and as while you continue to build. So if you're able to complete the OTK, amazing. If not, you're still setting yourself up to play that bit of the grind state if you need to.
And there comes another Garunix. This could just be it if Robin doesn't have... I don't even know what he could have, to be fair.
DD Crow.
Yeah. It's like Bestials are not really doing it. You have to do it on your own cards. And it's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
We haven't normal summon yet. We have... yeah, this is enough.
Just going to swing. Yeah.
Absolutely. So quick and fast returns the favor. And Raphael just completely demolishing his opponent, who probably not drawn into the best end, because like it's quite rare that you only really have the normal summon of, you know, the purely as a play. You would expect some quick spells to get things going, but I mean, the Fire King deck, we have seen it from Dinka in Birmingham. It doesn't set up incredibly well, but then the follow-ups are really what gets the deck going. You get a lot of damage, a lot of pluses, and you know, the more it feels like you drag and you're able to drag the game along, the better.
Yeah.
So
100% agree on that one. One very interesting thing, as you mentioned previously, is the Dimension Fissure currently sitting in Robin's side deck. I think this could play a pivotal role because that will then really kind of take away the grind game that the Fire Kings will be able to produce. Also kind of questions if there is any spell and trap removal in Raphael's kind of side deck for this matchup, and how effective you are worrying about those particular. So we've already seen in game number 2 that Black Goat that last was put along the spell and trap zone. Not really a threatening trap that you don't mind being on the field. Obviously, there are a lot more of worse spells and traps for that kind of occurrence. So is there going to be a direct out being placed for something like a Dimension Fissure? Are you going to be expecting a card on that level?
Not really. I gotta say, and that's a big issue, because not only that it shuts down most of the engine, but at the same time, Drone Lock is a big issue, and you cannot use it under Dimensional Fissure because it doesn't discard it. It has to be sent to the graveyard, and so that's also, you know, an additional benefit of the card, and probably one of the good reasons why it's there. Let's see if it's gonna be drawn, though. Our players are ready. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this could be a massive opening 5 cards for Robin on this one. Be very interesting to see. I feel that you might see some sort of reaction from Raphael if that Dimension Fissure is activated early doors. And like you said, straight away, being able to not only counter your opponent's own strategy, but also end up protecting you from one of your biggest weaknesses. It's just a double-ended bit of amazement there.
He's thinking quite a bit about it, and the opener is going to be this purely... Okay, it does it. One of the better targets. So that's a great start, eating one of those 2 copies of Sleepy Memory.
Yeah, I feel that we've already kind of passed the point of possible Drone Lockbird territory. You might want to be using it as early as you possibly can, especially after that first excavation.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. We're going to be looking to go for the good old-fashioned Metamorphosis Fusion, send it to the graveyard, put it back into the deck, reshuffle, and draw 1 card. Is it going to be the Dimension Fissure?
Essentially a fancier Upstart Goblin, but it does the trick. Now it's time to follow it up, but no, we do start things off by using the Lily and just the purely with the added Sleepy Memory to get the smaller Noir of the 2. Do we have a response? We do. Ooh. Interesting. Activating Kirin.
Could this very possibly be 2 Kirins in the hand? That looks like 2 Volcanics to me. And it is an Volcanics. So Kirin destroying the Volcanics Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, and we had the black goat laugh, which we can now discard and just set up in the graveyard as an additional interruption later on. Oh, but we did have...
So this is very interesting because I believe being able to utilize that Garunix, once it hits the field, it will then be able to destroy possibly another Kieran in the deck, which in turn will allow us to revive, or allow Raphael to revive the Volcanics and destroy one of the Pearlies currently on the field. Bit more of an aggressive opening from Raphael, and it's not even his turn, which is very, very interesting. It looks like we're going to be chaining the Black Goat laughs in order to... wonder what the target is of the Black Goat laughs. Is it going to be calling the Volcanics? That might be the best way of doing it. So it looks like we're going to be getting
No,
both.
I think he probably went for Garunix, right? Chaining it to the effect.
Neither player can activate the effects of monsters on the field with that original name.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be the Garunix.
I think that makes sense. So the Volcanics gets to resolve, but at least you prevent the real interruption.
Yeah,
which, you know,
which would be the destruction of the Kieran.
Exactly. So this has worked out incredibly well due to drawing that one of Black Goat Laugh. And now we are free to continue, pretty much uninterrupted. Only 2 cards in hand from Raphael. Oof, and this talent is huge.
Yes, it is. Gone for the draw instead.
Ooh, interesting.
Either really trying to dig for that dimension fissure. Ooh.
I thought it might have been, you know, an end rip and just guaranteeing the game would go his way, but no, goes for a draw. I mean, finds some pretty good cards as he's able to access now both the field spell and my friend Pearly.
Yeah, being able to use these spells in tandem will be able to grab a decent amount of advantage for Robin on this one. But then you've got to take into account the risk and reward. So the risk of drawing 2 rather than seeing what remains in your opponent's hand could come back to be quite damaging. It depends on where they're going to be trying to lead into with this one. As I do feel that I saw a very cheeky Dominus Impulse in the hand of Raphael.
I thought so as well. So it's just going to be up to Raphael to decide when to go for it. Because here we can also access the 1 copy of Pure Yip at some point. So
yeah, and do not let the field state confuse you on this one. It is definitely still only turn 1 being Robin's turn, even though there are 3 monsters currently sitting on Raphael's field. So no battle phase will be conducted this turn for sure. So I suppose Robin will need to try and find an alternative route to be able to remove all 3 of these monsters from Raphael's field. And keeping in mind that Kieran can still provide a form of threat when being destroyed. And then, of course, you'll have the Garunix that will be able to revive itself later on as well.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see this excavated cards, but it looked to me as if he did not miss. So now we are going to use this impulse. We have waited patiently. It's probably being activated on the Pure Lily effect to special.
Yeah, this is really going to slow down Robin's momentum here. But still trying to work your way into the Pearly Noir is your ideal outgoal for this. So it depends on what else we have here.
And this is where I think we finally access our trap card. Yep.
Yeah, so the Yeep is going to provide an alternative way of being able to get into the Pearly during your opponent's turn. We know that Raphael still only has exactly what he has on the board and 1 unknown card in hand, not to mention the top deck as well. So there's still a lot to kind of work through in Robin's favour.
Oh, not quite, but yeah.
That is
jump
not the
scare.
time.
Yeah. Unfortunately, is it a Princess Sprout time, or what are we gonna do for?
Oh, Princess Sprout would be very interesting. It is.
It is. Big reveal. Not quite. That dimensional feature.
Just keeps to escaping Robin.
Yeah.
It's got to be quite disappointing as well. Of all the cards that could have been excavated off the top of that princess, I'm pretty sure we've gone through 2 Pearlies, 2 Pearlilies. So there's only 4 monsters left in the entire deck, sadly.
Yeah, not quite gonna be it, but I think, yeah, we are gonna have to think a little bit about which to banish with this SP. It's gonna be closer because let me check.
Yeah, I believe the Fire High Avatar Garunix, so the original Garunix, needs to be in the standby phase after this card was destroyed by card effect and sent to the graveyard.
Yeah.
So that's not going to be, as long as that doesn't get destroyed, we're going to be safe.
Not quite. And now we get to draw possibly 2 cards because we can use, as he's doing, the trap card still in the standby phase, and it will be considered obviously as a different axis, and then we can draw another card. Well executed by Robin, but unfortunately, he will have to decide what to do. He doesn't have enough materials to use the effect and still be protected. That's the only issue. It's exactly 5.
Yeah, exactly 5 materials. I think we're just checking the graveyard to see if there's anything more that could possibly attach more. But just being able to have a Kirin and a Garunix on the field are both incredibly strong. It means that the SP Live Tonight threat isn't as much as Robin would have liked it to have been. And then that kind of forces the ex-Pearly Noir to possibly return one of the Fire Kings to make sure that SP maybe survives.
Oh, but we're actually gonna give Robin a chance to use this SP because we go for Volcanics. And now we are only holding 1 card.
Yeah, very interesting choice here to normal summon the Volcanics. Are we trying to... It looks like we are trying to interact. So it looks like it's going to be SP Live Tonight banishing itself and Kirin. And then we are going to be chaining the ex-Pearly Noir to return the original Garunix.
Yeah, essentially gonna say you don't have another fire, but it does have another fire. Yeah, and you can see both smiling.
Yeah, big risk and reward on that one. Bit of a gamble, and unfortunately didn't play off the way that Robin would have liked. Still loads to go for in this game still, though. The ability of being able to destroy the Avatar in the hand as well is going to allow a second Volcanics to enter the field. Plus, we still have the Garunix that has just been added to the hand. So this field went very quickly from 3 monsters to 1 monster, going straight back up to 3 for Raphael.
Indeed, this is huge. We're gonna use the Arvata to bring back the Volcanics, and then the Garunix comes down. And this time we are not really protected. I guess the field spell is still annoying because we cannot target the Noir, right? But
Yep, correct. So your opponent cannot target Pearly monsters you control with card effects, but it's only the turn they are special summoned. So, of course, the ex-Pearly was summoned through Pearly Yeek this turn, so it is still protected.
Yeah, but Kirin doesn't target anyways. So
no, correct.
So, you know,
target protection does not matter here.
Yeah, not quite. So this is actually looking incredibly promising for Raphael. And yeah, I think he's gonna make sure that that is the case.
mean, there definitely is a princess line here. It looks like we're going to go into Salamangreat Almirage. Do we work our way into an SP Little Knight here just to clear off the X Pearly? That's what Raphael is looking at.
Yeah, but that doesn't quite work, right? Because of the field spell again?
Correct. But going after my friend instead.
Cannot target the XCs, therefore we have to change plan. Yeah, and this is what he's realized now. We need to find another way, and Princess...
So currently I believe the Garunix is strong enough to destroy the X-Pearly via battle. We've already used the SP effect, so we can't attack directly this turn. But that still does leave Robin with only the field spell and then whatever was drawn for turn. Apologies, drawn off of the X-Pearly during the start of Raphael's turn.
And I think this is what they are clarifying right now, because it looked as if he was almost making a link with the shoe, but then maybe realized, and I think this is what he has now realized, that thanks to the boost, he can attack over. But this is going to give quite a few resources back to Robin as well. And in this simplified game state, it can really go either way. I think we added another My Friend, most likely. And yeah.
Yeah, so they're just correcting the positioning on the field, so it's a little bit more clear to know exactly what card is in what area. It now looks like Raphael is eyeing up the Princess play.
Yeah.
Now would be a good time, because this will start getting you a bit more of your fire resource in rotation.
But the problem is, again, this field spell is quite annoying, because the graveyard effect of Princess does target.
Correct.
So it's, still being quite the MVP for this match at least.
Yes, it means timing's going to be imperative on this one, because it's only the Pearly XYZs, correct, that are going to be protected. Oh no, it is Pearly Monsters. Yeah. I suppose you have to kind of, maybe Princess Engraver isn't going to be as effective as we would
really.
like.
We're back in action as our own SP is back. And I guess that's something that possibly we can go after.
Yeah, I suppose at the very least, the Princess will be able to destroy Raphael's own Kirin, and then that's something that doesn't target. So that might be a way where he will clear off whatever Pearly monster enters the field. So we're going to be going off with My Friend Pearly. So this will obviously be able to get a little bit more advantage for Robin on this one as well.
It's actually gonna be quite close. At the moment, there is 9 minutes remaining, which is all right, but also not too long, given these two decks. Also, I believe we should be losing some life points for this friend, right?
Yeah, so Robin was on 85. We're now down to 8,000. See, Raphael currently sits on 9,000. So at the moment, Robin is technically down on life points. But like you said, there is still 9 minutes left. There should be plenty of time for Robin to put a bit of damage on this field. It just needs to be a little bit careful of that Kirin. You want to make sure it doesn't get destroyed and go to the graveyard. But as long as you can navigate around that, maybe with something like SP Little Knight, you should be able to. And there is the first use of Brow correctly being able to discard itself and draw a card as well.
Indeed.
Oh,
again?
there's 3 D fissures again. Was that
the same?
That was exactly the same. 2 D fissures and a Brow.
No way. It was exactly the same, yeah.
That is absolutely crazy. Considering one brow is already in the two brows are in the graveyard actually, because we excavated one off of the P princess. So
wow.
yeah, the chances of that are very, very high. Very, very low, sorry. Moving into the Pearly Plant. I'm pretty sure there's a Pearly monster that allows him to return.
And here comes the princess, which can only target this SP. And we are just going to chain it.
Yeah. Surprised we didn't get rid of the Kirin.
Yeah. Maybe, he didn't realize the impact of the ETA, but I mean, it works. At least wants to prevent any possible effect from resolving, and now we are gonna put so many different materials, and we can also get rid of this Book of Moon to steal the Kirin and use a talent as well to draw 2 cards. Yeah. Wow. This really has been a back and forth match and duel.
Yeah, very well navigated on this one. Being able to absorb the Kirin means that you take away that graveyard destruction effect. And then all we need to be doing with the remaining 6 minutes, obviously you want to be a little bit faster than that, but you need to start turning around a 1,000 life points difference, which should be relatively easily achieved with the Pearly monsters. I believe, is it Happiness that gets to only attack on monsters though, correct? Yeah, so if this card battles, you get to add a Pearly card from your deck to the hand. So trying to get as much damage as possible, because you don't really want to be putting it 1,000 life points in your favor, but at the very least, that'll definitely be better than being 1,000 life points in the other direction. Suppose we must be on 7 materials now as well. Yeah, there we go. There's Loire.
Absolutely. The Plump put in some damage, finally getting ahead. And yeah, this was really, really well piloted by Robin.
Yeah.
Look at the amount of materials. Yeah, now we're going to get back the SP and the ETA. And one final draw possibly for Raphael.
That looked like a draw lot, bird.
Oof. Really, really needs a miracle. What can he even do? Like Typhon doesn't really help.
No, getting that X Pearly up to 7 materials is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, although this one really looked as if it could go either way. Yeah.
There comes the Typhon. Ooh,
okay,
Book
just in
Moon.
case, a Book of Moon.
Yeah.
And the match is closed. It will be Robin with this purely deck advancing with a 5-1 score after 6 rounds. Quite some impressive stuff. But what a match it has been.
Yeah, very, very good. It was quite a nice change of pace from previous duels we've seen so far on stream. It slowed it down a little bit more. There was a lot more back and forth. And that kind of shows the grind capabilities of both the Fire King strategies and, of course, the Pearly strategies. And it was very interesting to see how both of them were able to build up, navigate, especially with Raphael being able to play so much on his opponent's turn as well. It kind of showed a very aggressive willing to be like, I want to be taking this. I'm going to be putting all of my monsters on the field where possible.
Yeah, but they really gave it their best. I mean, we've mentioned it plenty of times already how out of these 441 players that are gathered here in Manchester, you know, competition is getting tougher and tougher round after round. And this was a really good demonstration. Both, I think, are really familiar with their decks. They tried their best with the hands that they were given. And it never felt easy for any of the two to really take it. So it was, especially in game 3, I feel like it really looked at moments as if it would go one way or the other. and especially the end, from Rafael was definitely interesting. It was more on the heavy engine side, but he still managed to find a way to turn it into kind of like interruption during his opponent's first turn. But then I think that Black Goat laugh really was the MVP, stopping that Kirin from being used turn one.
Yeah, I think that was a very pivotal turning point on that one, because as you already mentioned, Rafael being able to combo as much as he did, we don't really see Fire Kings comboing that heavily, especially during the opponent's turn, and then being able to try and navigate a little bit more. But that Black Goat put in a lot of work just to make sure that the Garunix wasn't able to set up the Kirin, because then that could have disrupted the board that Robin was attempting to fill up and build.
Yeah, but I think one thing is obviously being in our seats and commentating on these amazing plays. Another one is witnessing by yourself while you're sitting at a table. So I want to hear it just like you guys back home from Robin, the winner of round 6. So let's just go on a quick break and then we'll be back with his interview.
Welcome back. We are here with our round 6 feature match winner, Robin, who was able to pilot the Pearly strategy all the way through that Fire King matchup. So, Robin, tell me, why did you decide to choose Pearly for this event?
I like the deck. The deck is not good. This is pretty terrible at the current meta, but yeah, I only like the deck, so I keep playing this, and when you can play the deck a little bit, it would be better.
Yeah, which certainly shows that you know the deck inside out very, very well. You say this is not good for the meta, yet you are currently sitting here at 5-1 at the UK Open. So it must be doing something right. You obviously know your way of integrating around. I suppose being able to play cards in the main deck, such as Dark Ruler No More, can really catch an opponent off, because a lot of people do say that Dark Ruler No More is a not so good of a card in the main meta, but you're able to use it not only as discard for your Pearly cards, but also to kind of really catch your opponent off guard. What made you choose to put Dark Ruler in the main deck?
The biggest problem for the Pearly deck is right now Rise the Detonator, and you have to play cards against this specific card. And there's only a few cards that are really impactful against Detonator because of Twins of the Eclipse. Slayer and Dark Ruler are dealing with Detonator and Eclipse. So I think you need to play, or you have to play this card, and you have no space for hand traps and Pearly, and you have to play board breaker that are really impactful.
Excellent. Well, it definitely seemed to put in a lot of work in order to get you through that. Even though you didn't directly activate the cards, you were able to kind of utilize them, and definitely something along the side from your side deck as well, being Dimension Fissure, apologies, kind of really does give you a bit of an edge against certain matchups as well. So is there anything from the side deck that you would want to, is that one of the go-to cards, is Dimension Fissure for you?
Dimension Fissure is the main reason I play this card is because of drawing Lockbird. This you lose against this card, and you have to play something for this, and you shut down Ghost Ogre, Effect Veiler, and it could be good against some decks. Malice, of course not, but maybe Blue Eyes or Fire King, but yeah.
Yeah, we say Pearly isn't that good of a day. It certainly has done incredibly well for you so far, so we do wish you all the best of luck in the remaining rounds. So thank you so much for this one. We'll be back with round 7 very, very shortly, and congratulations to Robin again for piloting Pearly on the feature.
Say hello to Dark Magician Girl!
Welcome back from the UK Open 2025 live from Manchester. We are now in round 7. Only 3 remain from finally finding out who will be the champion, taking it all home. And well, I think already we have talked a lot about the diversity and the different decks that we have seen throughout the day. And in particular, you know, Blue Eyes, thanks to the latest structure deck, has been on the rise. We have, you know, took a little bit of a trip down memory lane, reminiscing about the win of Blue Eyes at the World Championship back in 2016. But talking of decks that have won the World Championship, we must mention the current World Champion in terms of deck, which is Jubel. That was the deck that took the event by storm in Seattle later on last year during the summer. And the deck has changed a lot throughout. It has won YCS Lille as well. But ever since it has dropped in popularity, well, that's not what Mel Davis thinks, because it's representing the deck this weekend and it's doing quite well.
Yeah, I feel that the U-Bell strategy is still incredibly powerful. All of the new support that they've recently received, even Phantom of U-Bell is such an incredibly good card for the strategy, being able to line up forms of protection so they can combo off with a little bit of protection from any type of interaction, such as Nibiru, that may be thrown their way. So the strategy itself is very, very powerful, very, very controlled. And it's one of them very interesting strategies that relies on their opponent putting more stronger monsters on the field than themselves.
Indeed. For a lot of last year, everyone was obviously, even though when Snake Eye was considered the best deck, a lot of people argued that Jubel was the #1 combo deck. So when you would go second against it, you would be, you know, almost praying and hoping that they wouldn't set up too much of a field. Well, things have changed, and I gotta say, at least nowadays, that seems to be the case for Mermail. It seems like that deck has taken the crown of the most powerful combo deck out there. Well, what the better way to find out than to see it in action with these two decks clashing against each other here in round 7. We are gonna have a lot of plays coming with 2 combo decks. Here they are. Big die roll.
Very big die roll. I feel whoever definitely goes first on this one, normally you would have the advantage, but I feel in a matchup like this, winning the dice roll is going to give you a little bit more of that edge, especially going up against Atlantean Mermails. You kind of want to make sure they don't get to go first and go
it's
on
an 11.
Yeah, that 11 is massively powerful. And I feel Owen can already see the writing on the wall in regards to who will be going first in this one.
That seems to be the case, and the deck has adapted quite a bit. Obviously, Fiendsmiths are a big part of also the Jubel deck, and yeah, there it goes. We start things off with Tract.
Yeah, the one very interesting thing that Owen has in his main deck is the access to both Perulia and Fluoros. So both of those cards are massive deterrents against the U-Bell strategy, because not only do U-Bell want to be working through the extra deck through the access of the Fiendsmith engine, but it can also lead into the Unchained engine. And then on top of that, they also grant themselves additional normal summons. And of course, you do have other cards like Grave Squirmer that want to be coming from the hand.
Yeah.
So Perulia can also be just as devastating as a Fluoros. And having both of those in the main deck for Owen can definitely cause some issues and maybe force Mel to hold back the amount they want to present onto their field.
However, unfortunately, at least the Fuvalos is not here, has not been used whatsoever. And that reduces significantly the amount of interruptions that could be in the end from Owen. Wow, and we actually see a normal summon of our own Fuvalos.
Working into the Fiendsmith sequence. Obviously not the ideal normal summon you want to be seeing for the U-Bell strategy at all. So it does look like opening up Tract might be the more direct route for this play.
The big difference is that this deck exactly can go into the Aerial Eater, which opens up a lot of other plays. This could have been all over, but this into the Muckracker actually opens up some pretty nice lines for the U-Bell deck.
Yeah, exactly that. Being able to send the Samsara Lotus is obviously going to be able to give you access to your starter or one of your best starters for the U-Bell line. And that can work you pretty much all the way through to everything you need, going into the Unchained portion of the extra deck as well, leading into a final field of something along the lines of Soul of Rage, followed up by a Phantom of U-Bell, a Nightmare Pain, and that's very, very, as you kind of mentioned, very, very powerful just to come through the Fiendsmith line to bring you that kind of synergy with your U-Bells that you want to gain access to as well.
Indeed. And this is exactly what we are going to be witnessing. Gonna set up all the different unchained pieces. Easy on SK. Ah, wow, actually, big surprise. Not maining any trap card, only siding the escape. Interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting because it kind of, I mean, the other kind of counterpoint to that is they are main decking a Fiendsmith Sanct. So it seems like they've kind of prioritized including that particular card over something along the lines of main decking one of the Unchained trap cards.
At the same time, 48. So
it's not as if they're losing much. Yeah,
you know, I mean, not gonna comment too much on that. But I mean, maybe we could have found the 49, space. But I mean, the opener should still be pretty strong. So hopefully, he won't need that additional interruption.
Yeah, it seems that we're very well in control of how we want to work this way through, being able to get U-Bell, and of course that Grave Squirmer working itself into another link, which could possibly be a second Jama, and then we still have the ability of creating a Phantom of U-Bell as well. Keeping in mind that we are currently Fiendlocked, I believe, because we do have the Shavara on the field via its own effect, and this will make it a little bit more streamlined, but that would then still open up once we get that removed from the field through some form of link summoning mechanics. And the one thing I am extremely excited about is there is an Unchained Soul of Anguish. So as I mentioned back in round one, I do miss that good old red dog.
Yeah.
Exactly. So being able to see that is something that could be quite exciting later on in the later stages.
And here comes that Mark Cracker.
Yeah, so that Muttcracker being able to revive any fiend from the graveyard. Coming straight back into the Soul of Rage, we already have direct access through most of the U-Bell cards. I suppose the only thing that is missing is that Phantom, but more U-Bell players are being very, very reserved with that. Now that you're only being able to play one copy of it, you kind of want to make sure you use it at the most opportune moments.
Yeah, but at the same time I'm seeing Mel shaking his head for some reason, maybe not too happy with something that went wrong down the line. Yeah, you can see it.
Possibly not wanting to put back. Is there two Fiends with 0/0? Ah, there we go. So there's the Samsara Lotus coming back. I believe maybe they were trying to navigate in order to have the Samsara D Lotus stay on the field, so come back from the graveyard, but then also still be able to set up the Phantom of U-Bell. But I feel that there is only one other 0/0 Fiend in the graveyard, being the Spirit of U-Bell. Not wanting to sacrifice Lotus or U-Bell is quite an interesting approach.
Yeah, and now play is back on Owen. At least the good news is if you don't open any of those, mulch armies, you're gonna have a lot of engine to play with, and Mermily is a really good deck at doing that. I guess we have used Impermanence on the Unchained.
Yeah, I would assume that would be the best kind of way there. But then also you do need to worry about the Lotus. It looks like we are going to be seeing a Poseidra come down, and what I can tell is possibly a Dragoons in the graveyard.
An ultimate.
Definitely flexing the extra shine on these particular cards there.
Okay. Not really gonna prompt a response, and this can create so much advantage. We have seen previously what Poseidra can do, especially going second, helping to crack some fields.
Yeah, the best thing about this, being able to chain block some of your mandatory effects with the Poseidra can be very, very helpful. Maybe we didn't use... No, I'd like to think we used Impermanence on the Rage, otherwise Mel might respond with Rage linking off that Poseidra. Still trying to need to navigate if that Samsara D Lotus is going to utilize the effect as well. Currently we do have a very nice semi-attack lock, thanks to Nightmare Pain as well.
Yeah.
+2 cards along the spell and trap zones. Just looking at Mel's deck list right now, it could possibly be 2 infinite impermanences, but they could also be a couple of bluffs, as it doesn't look like there's anything else spell and trap worthy that could interact here.
Yeah, having a big think here, and we are gonna use the Impermanence on the Poseidra. No response. So we are gonna use the Shadow Squad later.
Yeah, so it looks like we valued... I wouldn't say it was an early activation of Infinite Impermanence. Mel did take quite a lot of time to think about that to make sure it's utilized. And there's an Ash Blossom as well.
Makes sense. I mean, we did go and search for the Minstrel, so
yeah,
it would have been banished anyways. Another Dragoon. Wow.
This is the one good thing that, well, not just the one good thing, but Atlantean Mermaids are very good at this because you're already preempting and showing your opponent that because you're discarding as cost, they already know the next thing you're going to want to do on the next chain. So you're always kind of contemplating, do we try and stop the first thing that's happening or do we stop the second thing that's happening? It's always going to lead to some form of advantage one way or another.
And this leads to the Abyss Shrine, one of the greatest piece of support, alongside this other search.
Yeah, so it looks like we've gone with Neptivist. Keep in mind, we've already used the normal summon on Pike.
Yeah, on Pike.
So unless there is a way in Mermails that I am unfamiliar with to grant an additional normal summon, we know that there is a Minstrel still in the hand.
Yeah, we can just use the other effect, I guess, to just revive something. And is that it? I think.
Ooh, looks like a Neptivist and an Abyss Shrine effect. Still one set unknown. And I can't tell if Mel has held back this Samsara or if the Samsara has been negated at some point. But I find it, I don't remember seeing two forms of negation. So this may be something that was preemptive, is waiting for the Sealer Camp, and that's possibly where you're going to strike to make sure that that effect does not resolve.
One of the two interruptions, are definitely still there for Mel. Just gotta figure out which one it is between the Unchained Link Monster or the Lotus.
I feel the one thing that we need to keep in mind here is if that Samsara is still live, the Samsara effect... Oh, it was Rage that was still alive.
Interesting.
Wow. Very, very
now
interesting.
Now we are going to see this SP come down to just banish the Coelicant.
Very, very interesting that we decided to Infinite Impermanence the Samsara D Lotus at the start.
But...
Wow, that SP was incredibly powerful. Being able to trade pretty much 3 monsters on this one is very, very effective. The other thing that I was going to say is that the Samsara D Lotus, it turns the effect into destroy a U-Bell monster on the field. Now, the sacrifice of that would be you would tribute off your Samsara D Lotus and then destroy the U-Bell. Some people would play the Terror Incarnate, but it doesn't look like Mel has that in their deck list. So they wouldn't have, what that would have led to, is what I'm trying to get to, is that by getting rid of that U-Bell on the field, it wouldn't be able to float into a Terror Incarnate, which would then also mean that Nightmare Pain wouldn't be effective at all because there would be no U-Bell to redirect attacks.
Yeah, and also here maybe a little bit of an unfortunate sequence because we tried to negate the SP effect with Coelicant, but then we still lost the... So maybe we could have let SP resolve, and then we will still have Pike and Dragoon to maybe go into, Abamus Shark and resolve also the Dragoon effect. But yeah, this now looks awful if you're Owen. I mean, just gonna put it that way, because Mel is in the driving seat. A lot of resources in the graveyard set up, and that Nightmare Pain is still there. And when you're facing a 2700 attack monster, you can close the duel in, an alternative way, we could say.
Yeah, especially when you've got the Phoenix cards in the graveyard to kind of come back a little bit more here. You still have Samsara D Lotus, which will lead you into hopefully another U-Bell monster. Just being able to attack into
Third Dragoon? Yeah.
Third Dragoon, yes.
We had 3 Dragoons in hand. But still, that wasn't enough at the end of the day.
No. It looks like Owen is going to try and gain as much field presence as possible and as much resource as possible. Maybe trying to work his way into the Poseidon to be another form of interaction, but still being able to have access to this Samsara D Lotus, leading into a second U-Bell monster. Just being able to attack twice into any strong monster that Owen leaves on the field would ultimately lead to game. As Owen had to take damage previously with the Dragoons attacking into Yubel, as you are not able to skip your battle phase. And just by being able to get the Spirit of Yubel onto the field, maybe even working into a Phantom, which looks like exactly what is going to happen here. And Owen sees the writing on the wall on that one.
Yeah, well execution by Mel. At the end of the day, I mean, when you're not really facing interruptions and you get to go first with the U-Build deck, we should know where that leads to. But obviously now the things turn around. And we are going to try and return the favor, I guess, from Owen's side.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned previously, Mel's deck list is currently sitting at 48 cards, so sometimes that can always be a little bit of a risk in regards to wanting to see maybe a very specific card in the form of something along the lines of a Droll and Lockbird in order to stop Owen building up his combo. We all know exactly what the Atlantean Mermails can do unanswered, and we already know as a previous one of the previous feature rounds how effective a Droll and Lockbird can be against the Mermail strategy in order to build up their field.
Indeed. On the other hand, though, it being a heavy combo deck, usually what we see is a switch of these main deck Mulcharmies for additional copies of Minstrel or Talent to play around, you know, your opponent interruptions. And that is probably what's going to happen here again. From Mel's side, we see so many unshops in the side deck, 14 to be exact. And Didi Crow, which actually can be quite impactful here.
It's been quite interesting to see DD Crow and the amount of time it's actually featured in the side deck, and then of course we got to see it actually being used. It seems to be one of those cards that some people are moving a little bit more towards if Bestials aren't going to be as an effective use in either their own deck, but also against some of the meta matchups. Ryziel it may not be as effective against, Malice not so effective against, so being able to move to something more like a DD Crow that will allow you to target any particular card in the graveyard can be very, very effective.
Absolutely, and it does come into play in this matchup specifically, where, you know, other options that yes available are not that premium, but when you pair those up with the Droll and Lockbird you already mentioned, I mean, things start to look promising for Mel, even going second. But let's see where the fuss is all about and which of the two will be crowned officially the best combo deck, at least of round 7 here at the UK Open. Let's jump back into game 2.
So time to move into game 2. It looks like we are shuffling up, getting ready to go. Again, absolutely amazed if I'm waiting to be shocked. I'm waiting for that one person to decide on who goes first and second and chooses to go second.
Yes. Oh, and here we see a Purulia pretty strong against the Mermail deck.
Yeah, and just taking a quick peek into Owen's hand, it looked like there was an Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs alongside a Nibiru, the Primal Being, and a Abyss Pike. Not the most ideal starters for your Mermail strategy, which does kind of preempt why we are going to be using 6. And there goes the Ash Blossom as well. Mel knows when you are banishing 6 off of Prosperity, you are really looking to dig. And unfortunately, that is going to be stopped with the Ash. Here comes the normal summon of the Pike. Here is the one draw off the back of the Purulia. And unfortunately, hard opening up the Mooning Glacier as well. Sometimes it's nice to see it, but you want to make sure you're seeing it with a lot of combo to be able to resolve that as successfully as possible.
This is looking absolutely rough for Owen. I was about to ask you at the start of the turn whether you agreed with not using Ash Blossom on the Purulia from his side, but I mean, yeah, the end was not looking promising, and at least we are able to get to this Coelegant, which needs to resolve.
Yeah. It looks like Owen is sacrificing a lot of his hand.
Okay.
Yeah, we know that there's no Ash Blossom, so we were really praying and hoping there wasn't an Effect Veiler or an Infinite Impermanence in that one. Or even a Dominus Impulse, you know, we never know.
Yeah, it's a big sigh of relief for sure. Unfortunately, obviously, one of the Pikes was used, so we can only summon 3, not 4.
Yeah. Still a very, very good option to try and work its way into.
Oh my, no, there is an Nibiru as well. Wow.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate.
Completely out of cards.
What does Mel have? Oh, opening up.
Yeah, this could be a quick one.
And unfortunately, we already saw that Owen had to use his Nibiru. He had to lose out on his prosperity. A lot of his cards were checked 1 for 1, and unfortunately with no response to the Dark Beckoning Beast, it looks like we've got the ideal opening here for Mel as well.
Yeah, I mean, not much to be said. Owen's end was already on, you know, more of the weaker side, and then when you're facing off against so many interruptions, it's brutal. Mulcharmi, Pululia, Ash Blossom, and Nibiru, the primal being.
Yeah, and then to top it all off, being able to start off with a very, very powerful starter for the U-Bell strategy. We say U-Bell strategy, even though we've worked into that. And there is an Ash Blossom on the Requiem.
Wow. Wow.
Nightmare Throne as well. Okay, so...
yeah, it's just the dream, man, let's face it.
When the heart of the cards are with you, they are with you for sure. There we go. Even had the Phantasme. Very interesting choice to side that in. But I suppose if you do go down the link routes of the Mermail strategy, being able to kind of present a Phantasme, put back some of the cards you might not want to be seeing in your hand, stuff like a U-Bell, and then being able to draw fresh cards or draw fresh cards first and then recycle. Also being able to set up that targeted protection can be very, very helpful from cards like Infinite Impermanence. And that Nibiru token is pretty strong in defense. So just being able to add on a Phantom of U-Bell, if possible, can very easily present an OTK opportunity right here, just attacking into that Nibiru token. We still have the discard off the back of the Opening Spirit Gates, unless I've missed that. We do know that there is a Dark Beckoning Beast and a U-Bell in the graveyard, so there comes the Phantom of U-Bell. 2 attacks onto the Nibiru token. Just trying to recall exactly what the stats are, but I believe it is two pikes plus the Coelacanth and 1 other. Just trying to shore it up here. I don't believe Owen has any more cards.
And then there is only the
fish. And Owen sees it there.
It's gonna be enough. And Mel trying to send just a strong statement to this debate of what's the premium combo deck out there, and just trying to say to the new kids of the block, no, U-Bell is still the way to go, advancing with an impressive record after 7 rounds with this U-Bell deck.
Yeah, incredibly impressive there. Being able to kind of stop Owen at every particular opportunity to allow him to build up combo at all, and then being able to show exactly what U-Bell can still do. Like you mentioned previously, a lot of players have kind of turned away from U-Bell, put it back onto the back burners, but you can still see how incredibly powerful it is. And when you're able to incorporate so many different hand traps as well that don't really hinder you as much by having them in the main deck, and then access to the Fiendsmith engine, you really do kind of have a little bit more aggression, a little bit more consistency, and that kind of allows you to play such a big deck count in order to kind of counter certain combo decks as well, especially with a lot of 1-card starters that can really kind of set you apart from the rest.
Absolutely, and on the other hand, I mean, you gotta feel bad for his opponent too, because especially in game 2, I mean, it just seems like it was an uphill battle from the start. Already not a premium end, and your opponent just throws the absolute perfect answers plus engine. So, I mean, sometimes that's how it goes. It's part of the game. It's something that you need to, you know, take into consideration. And, I mean, still good chances to have a pretty good result at the end of the day. So, must keep his focus and try his best for these 2 remaining rounds. But at the end of the day, now it's going to be Mel with a great chance to try and get to the title. Maybe that one loss, it's not going to allow it, but I'm still, great chances to make it at least to the top 8, if not top 4. And that would be a great result. But without further ado, I think we want to hear it from Mel and this U-Bell deck that is crushing everyone in 2025. So thank you guys for being with us. This was the end of round 7, but we'll go on a short break and we'll be back with the winners interview. And we are back with the winner of round 7, Mel. Congratulations. What a great show. Great match, really. How are you feeling?
A bit nervous after that match, to be honest. Did not play well at all.
No, why?
It happened, didn't it?
No, I think it was a great show. Come on, it's okay to be humble, but no, overall it was really a good match, and obviously, I mean, game 2 was a lot easier in a way due to the ends and also to your opponent not opening too great. But yeah, I think it's good to see Jubel still being a top contender, or at least we should. Thank you probably for doing that. So I want to ask you, what do you like about the deck and why did you bring it?
So absolutely. As I said, I played at the YCS a couple of weeks ago.
Nice.
So played it there. Made adjustments to the list. I just find the deck I find it extremely fun to pilot. Not a fan of Malice, which is probably the other combo deck this format. And it just felt in a good position. So with all the hand traps, with all the ways to push through, it just felt very solid.
Yeah, I mean, we joked a little bit in the introduction to the match that the new combo deck, or at least what many people think is the premium combo deck, is Mermail. And then, in the previous year, it was all about Jubel, so it was fun to see, the old and new kid, facing off against each other. And I think you sent a pretty strong statement of which one's better.
I mean, absolutely, yeah. I think Mermail's extremely strong, but. Yeah. As I said, I find Jubel quite fun, especially with the defensive cards as well.
Absolutely. And no, in terms of deck list, I mean, one thing we were intrigued the most about was the decision to only include the trap card in the side deck, so the escape in this case. What was that about?
Absolutely. So as I think for the YCS weeks ago, I was playing all kind of mains. I was playing the Terran Incarnate, I was playing the trap as well. Decided for this event to cut all the bricky cards, play a low count in quotation marks, and try and cut all the pseudo garnets. So we're starting it now, just for going first, really.
Okay. I mean, and it did work out. At the end of the day, you still have a lot of ways to still set up a pretty threatening field. So it worked out pretty well. On the other hand, another interesting addition was just the one copy of the Fiendsmith Sanct. How did that perform today?
Absolutely. So the Sanct it's another way to play through draw when you draw the engraver. So say if your hand is already playing very badly into draw, you can engrave a 4 Sanct. If you get drawn, you pretty much do the exact same line. It's just a tiny bit weaker, but into draw it's a lot better.
Yeah, and makes sense, absolutely. When it comes instead to the side deck, you take in quite the extreme approach with 14 hand traps out there. So what were you trying to target the most, or is there like a matchup that you really don't want to play against today?
I'd say the previous side is that as we've cut more non-engine from the main deck now, so playing more on the side just to mitigate for that. As I said, you've got to play side cards for stuff like Malice, for the other combo decks in the format, stuff like Mermail. So that's where it's really targeted to, and instead the main deck kind of is designed to be the Rise Your deck.
Yeah. And I mean, it's working out. It was the most represented deck, and I mean, I think the tournament experience is going pretty well so far.
Absolutely.
So no, I think again we want to thank you for showing us that still in 2025 Jubel is definitely a solid strategy. So if there are fans out there, you can take this future match as an example and take a spin on the deck. But again, thank you for being with us. We wish you best of luck. 2 more rounds, so the same goes for you, but also you guys. Home, you gotta keep your focus and just give it all you've got for just the 2 remaining rounds, and then we'll be able to end this beautiful trophy to the deserving winner. We'll see who it goes to, but thank you guys. Keep watching, don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with round 8.
Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Birmingham.
our duelists can compete in a lot of different events.
We have over 2,500 players attending.
And you can compete to get some amazing prize wall tickets.
You can even win a giant card. This is where most of the magic happens over the weekend. All the feature matches that you see happen here. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way.
And we are back for round 8 of the UK Open 2025 live from Manchester. Only 2 more rounds are what remains before knowing who is and who will be the UK Open champion, the holder of that trophy.
Yeah, exactly that. It's been absolutely amazing so far as well. Like you said, we've got 2 more rounds of Swiss to crown our champion. We've actually been doing incredibly well with these features we've been able to get away with. Lots of diversity, lots of range. And even this one of the matchups isn't going to be exactly as we've seen before. That is going to be rocking a pure Crystron build, followed up by the opponent who is also on a build we've seen recently, but that was all the way back in round 1.
Yes, and it is the Blue Eyes deck, fresh off the Blue Eyes White Destiny structure deck. And yeah, as you have mentioned, we had seen it only, surprisingly, given that it was the third most represented deck from the current, not for long, I think, looking at the standings, UK Open champion Andre Delore, who represented the deck pretty well in round 1. But now we have Lily representing the deck. She's gonna, show us what it's about. But on the other end, as we have mentioned, we did have a Crystron Runic player earlier on. The deck looks completely different. That is from Rio, who is piloting more of, let's say, the Crystron deck that we saw also in the top cut of YCS Birmingham. And regardless, though, they have some similarities in the lines that they want to go for, and the additional benefits of playing through the graveyard really, really well. But I think regardless, we are going to see some explosive plays coming both ways. So let's find out who will keep their dreams alive of making it to the top finishes with an X1 record. Let's jump into game 1. And here they are.
Yep, so we're about to see the dice roll. This could be actually quite important. We've already seen with the Runic variant of the Crystron just how important their first end field can be. And we also know what Blue Eyes can present with their first end field. So it's going to be quite interesting to see who gets to go first, who sees what, and kind of what they're presented with.
Rio rolled a 9, so pretty good. Let's see if it was enough. It was, and we start things off with the best opener in deck, as we've seen in the previous Crystron Future match, which is this 3-star Ross.
Yeah, and then it looks like we've activated the incursion, which has been instantly met with the Ash Blossom. We're going to be able to destroy the incursion to bring down the Sulphur Deer. This is obviously one of the ideal plays. Usually you'd want to use your incursion to work you into the Sulphur Deer, but then being able to already hard open up a copy of the Sulphur Deer will still give you that ability to continue to combo. And that's quite a similar feel to the way that Blue Eyes is. What I mean by that is Blue Eyes have a lot of cards that will lead one into the other, into the next. And that's exactly what the Crystrons can do as well. So it's a very similar strategy from building on top of each other. And then, of course, they also do work their ways into quite a few synchro plays. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this develops. And now that we have a monster on the field as well, we've got the Tristanos that could also react should another hand trap be utilized for Lily against Rio at this one. So we're going to be banishing the Smyger from the graveyard. This is going to grab access to what looked like a trap card, so I can only imagine it's Crystron Cluster. We still have the First Vyvern in the graveyard as well that could be utilized should we need to. But it looks like we're going to be making a Synchro Summon straight away with the Skeletos, and this will allow it to recycle from the graveyard.
I'm trying to take a look at what Lily could be holding. I mean, no, she does have quite a few interruptions in the main deck, actually. It does look also quite different from the build that Andre was using in round 1, so...
Yeah, just from a very short sneak peek at the hand, it does look like there's possibly an Effect Veiler. We definitely know there is a Sage with Eyes of Blue in there as well. And then 2 unknown spell cards. So that provides a guaranteed, another form of interruption. But then also we know there is a guaranteed combo starter in the form of the Sage with Eyes of Blue, which is a very interesting interaction point for the Blue Eye strategy, because as much as you want to stop them getting access to another level 1 light tuner, which could ultimately be either Maiden, you also want to make sure you try and save any form of interaction for the Link Monster or, of course, Mausoleum. So working our way into 2 Sulfonirs. So this is a little bit different from the previous build we saw, which was only running 1 of those. So that's the big difference when you have a little bit more space to utilize more of the Crystron cards. It allows you to utilize more of the Sulfonirs themselves. And straight away, as mentioned previously, you can see when there are 2 level 5 machine monsters on the field, you can see that they're probably going to be working their way into a Nova and then an Infinity. And that is one thing I still haven't seen resolve, which would be very, very interesting to see, is that when you make your way into a Nova, should you get interacted with a Nibiru, you can also spawn out an invoked Macabre, which has actually been quite an interesting tech option that I haven't seen many people utilize, but that is a very interesting or very specific form of interaction to go with that one. So we just go straight into the FA Dawn Dragster, setting up a spell negate, which can actually be very, very effective against the wishes, and then kind of work its way around there. I can imagine Rio is going to try and put more monsters on the field, being able to discard a Smygar to revive what looks like the Sulfonir. The Sulfonir obviously comes back and then destroys itself, which then allows to summon 2 more. And this is how we're going to walk into the 3rd Sulfonir, and then ideally move into the Nova Infinity, backed up with an FA Dawn Dragster. And you probably still have the ability of Incursion, and of course the first Wyvern to add the Tristanos back to the hand and ultimately end up getting it to the field, which looks like we're just going to be skipping past the first Wyvern play, get the Tristanos to the field, and that's still going to be very, very important, because this is going to allow us to end the field with a Nova plus Infinity and a Dawn Dragster, and then of course the Tristanos, and we already know that the Crystron cluster was also searched. The only thing it doesn't have is a Crystron Synchro monster, so maybe Rio may wait for an interaction where Tristanos can then provide that Crystron the additional Crystron Synchro monster on the field, and that will then provide with 2 destructions rather than 1.
Yeah, and what an opener it is indeed from Rio. Now Lily will reveal her deck to the opponent.
So starting off with the Maiden in White, this is actually quite an interesting interaction point as well, because getting access to the True Light, being the fact that it places it face up in the spell and trap zone as well, means it can instantly be activated that turn, and that can very easily work its way either to board extension by bringing back a Blue Eyes, or of course it can add to the combos by being able to set a Blue Eyes spell or trap directly from the deck. Ideally, the first one you want to go for will be Wishes, as that will lead you into another starter, and it looks like it's going to be responded with the Crystron cluster, not even letting True Light sit around for very long. One very important thing to remember as well about True Light is it has this clause that if it leaves the field and goes specifically to the graveyard, it will destroy all monsters you control. But as Lily didn't have any monsters, there was nothing to be destroyed at that point. So it's very interesting to see where we move on from here. So we're going into Sage with Eyes of Blue. This will, of course, try to search out a level 1 Light Tuner. The fact that we've already used the Maiden, either you open up the door for an additional normal summon that you might use something like Master with Eyes of Blue, but quite possibly it can also search out an Effect Veiler for a guaranteed interaction. And it looks like that's going to be met with the Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Yeah, not wasting any time around. Seems like he's not super familiar with the Blue Eyes deck, given he's read one of the key cards, but yeah, sometimes that's enough, and yeah, it is. I mean, it's something we see from time to time when a player is not familiar with the deck. But if you're able to play a combo deck that just set up generic interruptions, sometimes the correct way is to just use it as soon as possible, and it was good enough indeed. The opener was quite impressive because, I mean, at the end of the day, it didn't require all that much, but it was able to set up, you know, the Infinity with quite some materials under it, then the Dragster, and still the, you know, both interruption through the trap card and the Crystron on the field. So, yeah, good stuff.
It was a very, very powerful end board, especially when you're kind of looking at what else Lily had in her hand. You obviously saw that there was a Triple Tactics Talents as well. Luckily for Rio, he also had the FA Dawn Dragster pretty much set up for that. And the one very important thing with the Blue Eyes normal summon is you want to try and interact with it in a way that doesn't leave that monster on the field. So that's the big difference. If you're able to activate something like a Cyber Dragon Infinity or something that will negate and destroy, rather than just negate with something like an Impermanence or, of course, a Veiler, it then means they no longer have that material to work its way into the Link 1 Blue Eyes, and straight away being able to starve the access to that then ultimately means they're not going to be able to get to Mausoleum, and Mausoleum will then provide them with an additional normal summon, which is usually what the Blue Eyes strategy wants to be playing, especially if you're already getting rid of True Light. It then means that their extension into their Spirit Synchro monster is also going to be very, very limited.
Yeah, and on the other hand, obviously, it's rough trying to improvise when you're up against a deck you might have not tested at all. And in particular, I'm interested because Lily is the first duelist this weekend that has sided Winter Cherries, actually. So most likely I want to think it's for the mirror match, because the only other target I see is that detonator, obviously, for Ryziel decks. So doubt we'll see that in action, but it's an interesting decision. Obviously, going first, you're still gonna try and set up your own Blue Eyes plays. A very typical side deck option nowadays, which is also part of her side deck, is these Solemn Strikes. So we could just bring those in. They're pretty good going first regardless. And we also have one copy of Skill Drain.
Ooh, very interesting.
That could be a good one.
Yeah, taking it back to the good old basics of Blue Eyes beatdown.
Let's see whether that will be the case. I see a lot of spell and traps.
Yeah, starting off with Lordy Load, which is probably one of the better spells you can definitely be starting with. What I really like about this is the direct access to a starter in the form of the Primite Beryl. Beryl then in turn leading you to a negation and a banish in the form of the Drill Beam. And if that wasn't enough, it can then work its way into the Blue Eyes strategy. As we saw previously, though, with round one, you do need to be able to combo this off with access to something like either your Maiden or your Sage of Visor Blue in order to access the Blue Eyes lines. And it looks like a Fluoros is going to be utilized right here, right now. This isn't going to be the end-all, be-all. I still feel that you could be very, very comfortable. Ooh, Ash Blossom. That is a very interesting approach on this one. Definitely want to be able to get access to the Link one. Just to grab hold of the Mausoleum, and maybe there is a access. One of those spells could very easily be Wishes, and that could very easily work its way into a Sage. But it looks like there is a Roar of the Blue-Eyed in the hand, 2 trap cards. One of them I could possibly see was the Dominus Pulse, and then another trap card that looks like an Imperm. So we know there's a Drill Beam. I suppose it's very important to try and get Blue Eyes into rotation here. So being able to utilize the Mausoleum will allow you to send a Blue Eyes from deck to the graveyard, increasing the attack of the Spirit. And then if you actually sequence this correctly, you could tribute off the Blue Eyes Link monster to get a Blue Eyes White Dragon onto the field, which then opens up the door for Roar of the Blue-Eyed, not only to get you access to a Blue Eyes White Dragon, but because you already control Blue Eyes White Dragon, it can then open up the door to get you a Blue Eyes Jet Dragon. And we've already seen that that can be very, very useful in a grind state, but also open up the door for more synchro play, more XYZ plays if you wish to go down that route. So being able to try and maintain either access to a Primite monster or, of course, a normal monster in the form of Blue Eyes can be very, very pivotal to make sure that the Drill Beam is still active and utilized, especially when it comes to your opponent's turn, because having a Drill Beam is all well and good, but if you don't have the materials to either reveal or have on the field to utilize it and actually put its effects to full use, you're not really going to be able to put it as much of a threat as you would like. So working our ways into the Hieratic Seals here, so we already know that this is going to give a non-target return from the field to the hand, and then utilizing the Roar of the Blue Eyes, it's going to allow us to bring the Blue Eyes White Dragon back for the graveyard. Very interesting choosing not to bring that from the deck. Maybe we're going to see the second effect of Lordy Load, or is that a pass?
Doesn't look like it.
I find it very interesting to leave the Blue Eyes in the deck. Maybe there is a use for that later on in the duel. We've got one set Spell and Trap alongside the Drill Beam, the Lordy Load, and then of course we do have the ability of activating the Hieratic Seals. We did see Andre previously in round one use the Hieratic Seals to return the Lordy Load back to the hand, so that could very well be a strategy to return that ability to activate it again and then work its way into the Primite Beryl. So we're now cutting up Lily's deck and moving over to Rio's turn. So Rio is going to be drawing for turn on this one, and it looks like he's drawn the Perulia Meowis. Very interesting option on that one. Still pretty good going second, because obviously if True Light is face up on the field, you know that there's going to be 2 monsters possibly coming back from the graveyard off of that. So that could be a very, very interesting option. And it can really kind of hold your opponent back a bit if he was to start his turn by activating that card. If there was a True Light, a face up on the field, of course, that would definitely make Lily think twice before using True Light to revive a Blue Eyes and ultimately a Maiden from the grave as well. It also looks like you might have hard opened up the Incursion, which can be very, very good to get the combo pieces started. But then if the Hieratic Seals is chained to this, we all know that continuous spells won't be able to resolve and it may return back to the hand. But it's definitely one way to deal with Seals, which can be a very, very interesting obstacle to try and navigate around. And that's where it is instantly used.
Yeah, indeed. We open with this inclusion and prompts this response. Are we going to use anything? Nope, doesn't seem like it. So Lily will get to special summon Dragon, and that's why I guess he didn't go for it. Just wanted to use it this way around, but I mean, you lose on some attack points, I guess.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see just quickly if there are any other dragon targets in the deck to be utilized. I think you could have used, I would like to think that there was another Primal Barrel
so
possibly. But Lily wouldn't be here with a 6-1 record with not knowing what to be doing. So there's probably something that we're not seeing that makes this definitely stand out. We already know, or from what I can see in Rio's hand, he's definitely opened up multiple incursions. We already know that there is a Meowis in there. We do know there is a Schmeiger, which can be very easily normal summoned, and then in turn sent to the graveyard by going into a Link one that has also come out recently, which is the Clockwork Knight, which is very, very good for the strategy of the Crystons, being able to put instantly your normal summon of Schmeiger into the graveyard to gain access. So there's definitely 2 incursions. It looks like there's another spell card there. So there's the normal summon of the Schmeiger. This might prompt some interaction from Lily. It's not really doing anything on the field, and you don't really want to put it in the graveyard for Rio. If anything, you want to make sure it goes back to the hand or gets banished, or even back to the deck.
But no response at the moment, so we can go for that Clockwork.
Ooh, are we using the Schmeiger effect? We are.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting choice on this one. So obviously Schmeiger has 2 effects, but you can only use one of those effects per turn. But this is going to get direct access to the Tristanos. Usually you try to save the effect on field of Schmeiger because you usually want to be able to banish it from the graveyard to get the incursion. But the fact we already have that is very, very helpful.
And then we're going to go and set just one face down Speller Trap. And past. It seems like he motioned just passing over.
Yeah, being ended on a Tristanos isn't the worst thing about this, but what you do need to remember is you've got the Drill Beam is going to react to deal with the Tristanos. Could have also, the other downside to that is the Primite Barrel is going to be coming back to the hand during the standby phase of Lily's turn, and it looks like there's an imperm in retaliation or in response to Tristanos attempting to use his effect. So not only do we go Chaining 1 Drill Beam, Chaining 2 Tristanos, Chaining 3 is going to be Infinite Impermanence, which ultimately would mean that Tristanos leaves the field, leaving Rio with just 1 card along his spell and trap zones. Facing down 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons, but remember one of them has been summoned off the back of the Hieratic Seals, so its current attack stats are 0/0. We also know that the Primite Barrel is going to be coming back from the graveyard to the hand. So a normal summon of that will allow us to regain access to another Primite card, ultimately looping back the Primite Drill Beam from the grave.
Yeah. Here comes once more this Primate engine. Just so much synergy with the Blue Eyes cards, and yeah, the advantage just seems to go over the roof. You're going to banish the Roar. Rio.
Yep, so being able to banish the Roar will actually hard fusion summon into what I can only imagine will be the Tyrant Dragon. And what I absolutely love about the Tyrant Dragon is the fact that it can recycle any trap card from the graveyard. So you mentioned in Summoning Strike earlier, being able to activate Summoning Strike and then recycle it and use it again is obviously going to be an amazing strategy.
Yeah, and Rio, you can see him smiling a lot. You can tell he's not too familiar with these cards, but I mean, gonna try his best to maneuver through. And worst case scenario, I mean, he is 1-0, so he knows that he can try to replicate the same opening as he did in game 1, and hopefully it's gonna take him there.
Yeah, as it currently sits, there is obviously 1 spell or trap along Rio's zones that you can utilize, and I believe, as a cheeky suspicion, it could very well be a Forbidden Droplet. That might stop the recycle of possibly an Infinite Impermanence off of the Tyrant if it is so, and mitigate the damage a little bit, giving him a bit more of a fighting chance, as we do know that Incursion is going to be coming back online during his turn. Ooh, okay. Lily is choosing to activate Pot of Prosperity. Not so much sacrificing, but definitely passing the priority of doing maximum damage here. And that's going to be able to allow her to search through the deck a little bit more off of those top 3 or possibly top 6 cards. But when you're looking for very simple access to something like a Maiden, ideally, or a Wishes of Visor Blue. Either of those cards could be very, very good to allow you to add more disruption to the field.
Just going to be a free. Let's see.
Yeah, I feel with this current field, state 3 would be more than enough. Imperm, there's the Maiden.
No,
Oh,
it's
went for a
actually
full
6.
6.
Wow.
Very interesting.
Willing to take any risks whatsoever. I mean,
honestly, I would probably take the Maiden just because it strikes as good as it may be. I feel the Maiden can let you add a little bit more. Obviously, Lily chooses to take this strike, which is absolutely fine as well.
It's fine, yeah. I mean, it's a very simplified game state. You have control of the field, and maybe you don't want to take any unnecessary risk, play too much into your opponent interruptions, and just play it safe.
Yeah,
I guess. I still would have liked, maybe the attack to come down before the prosperity, but. Okay, in this case, we're just going to hit the droplet, which is going to make this pretty much a fourth of the damage that it would have been.
I think it's going to be somewhere along the lines of 600 damage. I believe it is a 3,400 base.
85, I think. Yeah, 850.
So not as devastating as it could have been, but we still know, now that we've seen Forbidden Droplet send an incursion, there's 2 more cards left in Rio's hand. Lily may feel that the first incursion that was returned to the hand was utilized. On the other benefit of this as well, it does leave Rio's field empty. So if he does get to a position where the Meowth may come up, we could be utilizing it. But I feel the best use for that against the Blue Eyes strategy will, of course, be anytime Blue Eyes is revived, and Maiden will soon follow. And there we go. There's the exact Meowth. Very interesting choice to do it here. Having a look to see what we have in the graveyard. So there we go, we're reviving the Blue Eyes White Dragon from the graveyard off of the back of the Lordy Load, which guarantees Rio will get 1 draw at the very least, setting 2 more along the spell and trap zones, one of them being Solemn Strike that we know, and then one of them unknown, as I believe the Drill Beam was previously set. But that still gives a lot of interaction on Lily's field for Rio to try and navigate around, especially when you're looking at 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons that both have a 2,500 defense stats. Makes it a little bit aggressive to kind of need to deal with that, plus the Drill Beam and the Strike. So there's a lot of effects in the graveyard still with Schmeiger and, of course, Incursion. Ooh.
The Dominus Purge.
Very, very effective use of the Dominus Purge there. As far as Lily knows, we don't know there is a second incursion coming. Ooh.
Fenrir is nice, but the strike is just there,
Correct.
If you want, you can just use it right away.
Ooh, going for the Drill Beam.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so Drill Beam dealing with the Fenrir. We still... he is trying to protect that incursion very, very well.
Did he banish it? Okay. Yeah. Perfect.
So the incursion, I don't believe, can do anything just yet, depending on what Rio's hand is. I still believe there is a second incursion in Rio's hand, so we can probably see that to be activated. He's seen both of the unknown spells and traps being used, or one of them being known, being the Drill Beam. So he can take a very educated guess at this strike along the back as well.
Totally. But, I mean, it's not really reassuring that that's there. It's kind of tough to find a way to maneuver through it.
Yeah, I feel this is the one downside that the Christians have, is that, yes, of course, you could normal summon down one monster and try and turn it into a Typhon. That instantly gets met by the Solemn Strike. There's not really a Link 1 that really does put pressure on your opponent's field to allow you to then save the graveyard effects. But we'll soon see how Rio decides to pilot this. With 24 minutes left on the clock, there's plenty of time for to fill this one out and then even work his way into game 3 should he need it. But Lily's field is very, very impressive right now. And like you said, still sitting on that Solemn Strike can be massively damaging depending on what else Rio may have access to.
Okay, we are now revealing everything that we got. Yeah, you really don't want to mess this up, and we are going to use the strike on the effect right away from end.
Yeah, so this will pretty much leave Rio with nothing left apart from the incursion in the graveyard and the Sulphur Door. So this is still going to be allowed, provide the ability to try and rebuild a field.
Yeah. Was it too preemptive, or what do you think, this Solemn Strike?
Quite possibly, but letting the Sulphur hit the field is still quite damaging as well. I feel the Sulphur can still present a slight bit of an issue on its own. Kind of put it in a bit of a board state or a field state where you probably didn't want either to resolve, and you were probably hoping that there wasn't going to be much more. But to have the Sulphur in the hand, access to any of the other Crystons that he would like to send from deck to the grave as well, can still allow the board to be a bit more presented. The one biggest thing you need to keep an eye on as well is if Rio is able to navigate himself into a Nova and then to an Infinity, that Tyrant Dragon being left into attack does open itself up to being absorbed by the Infinity, and then that should give it enough attack stats to deal with one of the Blue Eyes White Dragons.
Yeah, and as you can see here, we are not stopping at all. We set up the clustering graveyard, and we're finally accessing a Synchro Summon for this game. True.
Yeah, so this is actually really well done because you're going to be able to add back the Crystron cluster. And then, of course, you've got the skeleton on the field, no longer on the field. But if he is able to even navigate himself into another Crystron Synchro monster, he'll get 2 destructions off of the back of the Crystron cluster. But as you can see as well, we've also got 2 level 5 machines, which will work its way into possibly a Nova and Infinity eventually. And having the Tristanos back onto the field then opens up the door for either access to a FA Dawn Dragstar or a second Skeletos, which then opens up that if you go Nova, Infinity, absorb Tyrant, and then you work your way into your opponent's turn, the one thing you need to be careful of is if they don't activate an effect, they should have enough attack stats with a Blue Eyes to either deal with the Tristanos or the Infinity. No one wants to be leaving a Cyber Dragon Infinity on the field, especially if you need to switch one of your monsters to attack position in order to deal with it.
The only thing I don't remember is one of the Blue Eyes still the one from the Erratic Seal or not?
No, that was fused off to make the
yeah, I hope so, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully they just clarified it, then it should be good to go.
Yep.
Yep, so we do absorb this Tyrant. And
currently putting Infinity on 2900 attack, I believe. So this is also very important because now we have access to a Crystron Synchro monster. The cluster becomes a pop 2 or a destroy 2. Being able to kill both those Blue Eyes is insane, and there is still a Tristanos and a cluster.
What a turn.
Wow.
What a turnaround by Rio, honestly.
Yeah.
It looked as if there was no hope, and he managed to deal with 3 different interruptions this turn, and yeah, just clear the field, set up his own. Wow, let's see. Really a back and forth one. We can get back the Prima. Do we have anything?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. At the very least, we have the Beryl coming back from the graveyard. This can then lead the ability to kind of loop back the Drill Beam again. But as soon as something is activated, that Tristanos can, of course, trigger. And if there is enough level 5s left in Rio's deck, it can work its way into the Dawn Dragstar, meaning that the Drill Beam isn't as effective as you might first feel. Also have Infinity that can deal with the Beryl. And as previously mentioned with the Sage of Visor Blue, you want to make sure that your normal monster does not stay on the field. If you're able to stop that from happening on a Blue Eyes player, they really will struggle. Even though Mausoleum is still active, they still will be able to, still makes it a little bit more awkward for them to build their plays. And there we go. There comes the Crystron cluster, which will be allowed to deal with 2 cards because there is a Crystron Synchro monster on the field. And then we still have the Infinity to deal with the Beryl as well. Ooh, second Lordy load.
Interesting, though. I think she's holding only the Primate, right? That
Correct.
She just got back.
Yeah. So the Lordy load at the most will be able to attempt to search out another card. Ooh, very interesting.
We're going to negate it. Yeah, seems like that was declared indeed.
Very, very interesting to negate that. I suppose because it would search out the drill beam directly, but then you could also negate the drill beam. So normal summon the Beryl. Is now the time for Tristanos?
Yes.
Yep.
Do we have a target? That's the big
So
question.
there's 2 Solfenirs in the graveyard. 2
Seems like Rio
Solfadors.
believes he does.
There should be at least 1.
Do we have it?
Ooh, okay, going for the Smiger
Interesting.
play for a level 5 synchro. Axel synchro.
Wow, okay. Different route, but yeah.
There's definitely one way of working its way into it. We can even go to a higher level. Are we going to go for something a bit more?
Yeah, that's quite.
Yeah, there we go. Ooh, Centurion. This will allow the Beryl to be destroyed and then draw 1 more card off of the back of that. And then Infinity is currently on 27, I believe. It was on 29, then it obviously had to detach to negate. So you've got 35, and that's it. Lily offers up the handshake.
Yes. What a turnaround by Rio, and really, really what a show off, you know. He piloted the deck so well. Looked as if this game, even up against a strategy that he seemed to be a little unfamiliar with. At the end of the day, it is probably more coming down to how well you know your own deck. And this really was what, granted him the game. What a match.
Yeah, exactly. A very, very good match. Very well piloted from both players on that one. I felt that Lily had it at the start of game 2. I feel that the field presence was very, very dominating. And especially when we were able to recur a lot of that resource, setting up the Solemn Strike, setting up the Drill Beam as well. Instantly, you'd probably think that the favour was definitely on the Blue Eye side, but then exactly like you said, Rio definitely navigated that incredibly well in order to kind of play around with all those different forms of interruption as well.
Should definitely never count him out, and what a match it was. Yeah, because game 1 was pretty much streamlined. He went first, set up really well, and she couldn't do much. But then game 2, completely different. I think it probably goes back to the decision about the Pot of Prosperity. You were mentioning that maybe that Maiden could have got more done as compared to the Strike. Who knows at this point? But it was such an integrated decision, and at the end of the day, I don't think anyone would have bet on Rio breaking the field in that spot where he was facing 3 different interruptions, the Solemn Strike as well.
Yep.
Wow.
Exactly that. When you're trying to face down those types of interaction, like I said, they're all different. They're having a counter trap, then on top of that, you've got Drill Beam, which is a negate, and then a banish, so it doesn't put your Crystron cards where you want them to be. And they're kind of like the worst things you want to be facing as a Crystron player. But exactly like you said, being able to navigate that expertly, using the strategies of the Crystrons, knowing it inside and out, kind of allowed him to overcome that field that he had to face.
Yeah, who knows? At the end of the day, it was definitely a beautiful one to watch when you have all of this back and forth grinding. It's really where both duelists showed us why. After 7 rounds, we were on an X1 record, which is no easy joke at all. But at the end of the day, only one can advance, unfortunately, and it was Rio with this pure Crystron deck, sitting now at the 7-1 record, which is absolutely impressive. He's gonna have a chance at claiming one of the top spots out here in Manchester. So only 1 more round remains. So guys, it's getting real. Next round is where we'll finally be able to crown the UK Open 2025 champion. So you don't want to miss on that. But before we do that, we are gonna go on a short break, and we'll be back with the winner of round 8, Rio.
Welcome back. We are here after round 8 from the UK Open. I'm here with our winner, Rio. Congratulations. You were able to pilot expertly the Crystron strategy. So what made you decide on going with this particular version of Crystrons for the UK Open?
I'm playing the Kashtira version. A lot of people like playing the Speedroid version. I play triple Fenrir, one Birth, one Fenrir, which is one card bigger than the Speedroid package in terms of like non-engine size. But I think if you're going second, you much rather see the Fenrirs over the Terratops, and they still both get you full combo if you start with Fenrir and any Crystron name that isn't purple. That's full combo. And also lets you make SP as well, whereas the Speedroid ones you just have Cherubini, so you can even get the SP to dodge with on the Sulfur which you will be getting off the Smyger that you send off Cherubini.
Excellent. Well, it clearly shows you know this deck inside and out. And one thing that I would like to highlight is during duel number 2, Lily did put up a very impressive board. We saw that she was able to present the back row or spells and traps of a known Solemn Strike, one unknown card, and of course a Drill Beam. And you currently had no cards on the field. So you were able to navigate that correctly. Did you know exactly what type of cards you wanted Lily to respond with? So did you know you wanted Strike to be activated towards this, or did you feel it didn't matter what sequence, you still had the right outcome?
The Purge was scary. I wasn't seeing that coming. Whenever I see a set card, I just default to Imperm. And if it was Imperm, I was loving life. I pitched an inclusion because I opened with 2. I pitched it earlier because I wanted to pretend I didn't have one. Not too successful. So I used Smyger. I was hoping that would get striked, just because I got low cards. Hopefully, it would, Smyger's full combo. But I got Purged. That's just as good. And I had the Fenrir, so I went with the Fenrir, and that got Drill Beamed, and that's exactly what I wanted to do. The Drill Beam's really scary for Crystron, because Crystron normally doesn't mind being banished because of Cluster, but that card can banish Cluster, it's really scary. So, but getting out Drill Beam and the Purge before inclusion was essential in that. So I could add the right card so I can pitch it with Sulfur. Because what I was going to do was Self-Effner, pitch Sulfur, then pop the inclusion, and then I could chain block one of my effects with Sulfur, destroy Self-Effner. Fortunately, they just strike the Self-Effner, so I could just do full combo from there with no problems.
Yeah, so it was incredibly well done and built up, being able to kind of break that field that she presented. In regards to the last round, we have one more round to go. Of all of the decks you could face or you would like to avoid, which one would you like to avoid, which one would you like to face?
I would love to face Odeon.
Odeon.
The man with the mark. It's real scary, real scary. But I would love to play against it, especially because it's new from Maze of the Masters. I would not want to see probably Malice. They play Shifter and Lancia. I lose to both of those. I don't like those lingering floodgates, but they really hurt Crystron. I don't mind the Bestials, it's just a shift.
Yeah,
that's a real
just
problem.
a shift that's going to cause you an issue. Well, congratulations on your round 8 victory. Only one more round to go here at the UK Open. Well done to Rio. Best of luck in the final round, and we will see all of you back here in a short while for the final round of our UK Open live here in Manchester.
Welcome back one last time live in Manchester from the Etihad Stadium for the UK Open 2025. After 9 rounds of Swiss, finally we are down to the last round 9 to crown who will be the champion and who will bring this trophy home and also the deserving title of champion. It has been an exciting day. 441 players have gathered here and they will compete for this one last round. And to do so, obviously, they've had a lot on the line, but I think just as a reminder, let's bring up on the screen what are the prizes for the event. No top cut, of course, only Swiss rounds, but they still get some amazing prizes if they make it the exclusive new regional game mat, as well as invitation to the World Championship qualifier, the European Championship that will take place in Berlin, where players will have a chance also to qualify to the playoffs and then compete at the World Championship in Paris, which is going to happen later on the weekend of 30 to 31 of August. But now, as always, as in tradition, the last match will be the one between the players that can get to the first place. And what are they competing for? Let's bring up the prizes for second and first place. This time around, both will actually receive the oversized card, which will be this Evil Hero Neos Lord. Beautiful, but of course, alongside the PlayStation 5, they are competing for that trophy and that title of UK Open champion. Only a few duelists can do so. And after, that fierce competition, it has come down to only 2 duelists left standing with an undefeated record. Only 2 are with 8-0. So let's bring up first and foremost what are the top 16 players left in competition. List of solid names, some of which we have seen on stream already, right?
Yeah, so we've already seen Andre coming back to try and retain his title. And then, of course, right at the top, we have Darwin, who, if you remember, saw earlier on today piloting a very, very interesting strategy. And I don't know about you, but this definitely wasn't a deck I had on my list to be coming anywhere close to the top tables for this event.
No, absolutely not. I mean, he was playing back in round 3. Where he took the match by storm, and it's really nice to see him standing at the top, but someone is there to stop him as well, because Corey White-James is also on an undefeated record, and if you have picked up on this, you might know that there is one more round remaining, and they are the only ones who can become the UK Open champion. So I think without further ado, our duelists are ready. Let's go one last time to game 1.
Okay, so we're just going to be doing the dice roll. Probably one of the biggest dice rolls, if not the biggest dice roll of these players' day. And it looks like they both straight away rolled into a 10. It looked like an 11 following it up and an 11 again. They are matching each other points for points and dice roll for dice roll right this very minute. Hopefully we can get this one moving because we've got 45 minutes. So there we go. The dice roll has finally been decided. It looks like we're going to be starting this duel for the final round here at the UK Open.
Yes, and now that you're seeing those deck names, you might remember better Darwin from round 3. It has that branded deck with the idol, the star of the match. Let's see, because he has won the die roll, and this is a big win, but let's see if Corey will allow this to go through. We see the impermanence.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves on this one, though, as we do know that Darwin has faced this down exactly pretty similar last time. Wow. Very similar than last time. But we have just seen that Corey has taken as his first card off the top of the deck will be the brand new 7th Tachyon that was just released in Maze of the Master. It looks like we're going to be revealing number 104, which will allow him to work his way into another level 4 light monster from the deck, being one of those all-important Ryziel monsters. So this is one of the best ways to start. The only downside is you don't want to be facing a Drum and Lockbird. As we previously know, Corey does not know, there are no hand traps in Darwin's main deck outside of the standard Bestial, Magnamut, and of course Saronir.
Yeah, we have been talking a little bit about this impact from Maze of the Master, and it's nice to finally see it and actually being completely undefeated right here from Corey. It is true that in round 3, Darwin did face this exact opener where just one interruption stopped his play. I think the end from his opponent looks quite different, though.
Ooh, responding with a forbidden droplet. This is quite interesting strategy from Corey because obviously he knows he doesn't need to be sending with the X'd a Agitator. There's nothing on the field to negate, but being able to still utilize your normal summon in the form of the Ice Raziel is going to allow this board to continue to expand.
Darwin obviously was hoping to return the favor, and that just one interruption would have been enough. Definitely not the case here, and you can see him smiling a little bit, not too happy about this.
Yeah, getting hard access to the Raziel cross is still going to be very, very effective because it means that the next summon that Corey makes, as long as it is an XYZ summon, as he is currently locked under those, thanks to the 7th Tachyon, and as long as it is a Raziel monster, he will have the ability to negate a monster effect. Kind of allows to play around a little bit of some sort of forms of interaction, but just being able to detach 2 from the duo driver and grab himself 2 Raziel cards can be very, very important. So it looks like we're going for the Raziel sword and the Raziel node. Darwin still has 3 more cards in his hand. One of them could very well be a Bestial. We saw how much work the Bestial Magnamut put in for him during round 3. It would kind of see, I feel that there might not be as effective targets for the Raziel strategy, but if you hit them at the right moment, that might derail their plans. But it does look like we're going to be working our way into that all-important detonator as well.
And although this looks more like a pure version of Ryzen, let's not forget that the Mitsurugi is also in the deck. So are we going to just push a lot of damage, or what's the goal here from Corey?
Yeah, I feel you kind of want to get this game 1 tied up as early as you possibly can. Try and put as much aggression on the board, especially when we're utilizing stuff like Eclipse Twins. We've got Detonator currently sitting at 3,000 attack, not to mention the attack stat changes that Duo Drive may provide. I believe it's Ice Raziel that was negated with Forbidden Droplet, so we need to remember that the attack is halved on that, I believe.
Wasn't it X? I think
was it X? Yeah, correct. Yes, it was X. Yes. Correct. So still a very good normal summon. It looks like we're going to get the draw off of the back of Cross. I think Corey is just trying to do the maths in his head to see if there is enough on the field to complete lethal. And going down for a second Ice Raziel should be enough to take it here.
Absolutely. That's enough. So game 1 quickly goes to Corey. And this Raziel deck. So it was when we added the different variations and the most represented deck with, I think, 22% across the whole field. But it doesn't mean that this match is over. We have seen early, since round 1, a lot of comebacks today. And this could totally be the case, especially when, I had the pleasure of interviewing him. And he told me that, Branded often has these kind of ends where one interruption just completely stops you, or maybe they can have 5 and you're still gonna combo through all of them. And so, chances are that we'll see maybe a better opening going forward. And obviously he's gonna go first, and Darwin is just gonna, prioritize keeping his combo pieces. He does have some interesting side deck options, but I'm not even sure if he wants to side anything going first. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you don't go all the way being undefeated and going through nearly up to 9 rounds of Swish without having to face the Raziel or being familiar with the Raziel strategy or even knowing your siding patterns. So I feel that he could be very well prepared for this type of matchup, and I can't imagine that this has been the first time that Darwin has been staring down one game. We saw it, of course, in the not so much down one game, but in round 3, we saw how he was able to kind of come back and work it round. He definitely knows how to pilot his deck inside and out, and he's definitely going to be able to be the right person to kind of come back from this one.
Absolutely, but on the other end, it's going to be quite the different experience, because again, it's another duel doing really well with Winter Cherries in the side deck. So it seems like it could be a popular pick going forward, but it's not going to be quite the case for this duel. Let's find out though, because again, there is only one more duel potentially to close this one out for Corey. Only one game away from becoming an undefeated 9-0 UK Open champion. But Darwin is not going to make his life easy. So without further ado, let's go to game 2.
There we go. So we're going to be starting off in game number 2. We can see that there is an Ash Blossom in Corey's hands. So this could be the very first interaction that Darwin needs to deal with. And here comes the fusion deployment. Very interesting if an Ash Blossom is used here. I feel you could very easily reveal for access to Cartesia, or of course you can go for an Albaz. And it looks like we're going to be chaining the branded opening as well. Discarding the Tragedy.
That's great.
Oof. Very, very good combo back from good old classic branded plays, being able to get advantage off of the discard for the Tragedy, as well as then getting advantage off of the branded opening and working all of its way back to the fusion deployment. Being locked into fusion, something that I can't imagine would be anything that Darwin is too worried about with this branded strategy.
Definitely not. Yeah, this is a premium opener where you can play around cards such as Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanence, which have, you know, proved to be quite annoying for Darwin in the previous rounds.
Yeah, so we still have the Cartesia fusion play. You could ideally believe that Darwin would probably want to work his way into the Grand Grignol at some point. We're just trying to resolve the Tragedy, which of course can work its way into the Aluba Jester, and this in turn will work its way into Branded Fusion. Now, most players, when they are facing Branded, know or pretty much try to hold the Ash Blossom for that Branded Fusion. And it looks like we are sending Branded in High Spirits. Very, very interesting choice here. So Darwin definitely has been piloting Branded for long enough. He should be able to know when to kind of, as I mentioned previously, through round 3, not to rely on Branded Fusion as much. And I think this type of play and piloting is really going to show that, that the Branded have so much more to offer, and being able to kind of play around some of Corey's interactions that he may or may not have.
But yeah, unfortunately, when you play around in Impermanence and Veiler, they do have the Ash Blossom, and that is the case for Corey. Plan B is in motion, so let's see how Darwin will maneuver through this.
Yeah, looks like we're going to be able to produce a fusion summon off of the back of the Cartesia going into the Grand Grignol. This will still allow Darwin to produce a bit more advantage on the field, as well as trying to work with whatever else he may have in the hand. Keeping in mind that we do know he plays Fusion Duplication, that can definitely be a way to get him access to the Mirror Jade. And just being able to send the Albion as well can allow him to gain access to the Brandon Red. And these can just kind of start to, before you know it, snowball into very interactive fields to kind of help either stop Corey building the field, or being able to disrupt it when it gets going.
Yeah, and although interactive fields are interesting, Darwin has mentioned that Ido, the Supreme Magical Force, has another, you know, not so interactive way of playing during his opponent's turn, which could be the case here.
Yeah, so we've been able to add back the Brandon High Spirits, and we've confirmed that we have set the Branded in red off the back of the Albion. So as we mentioned before, this can work into a multitude of different fusion targets, which can provide, as you've already mentioned, either a very, very slowed down lock grind game with the Ido, or of course it can be a little bit more aggressive and work its way into the Guardian Chimera.
We start once more with the X.
Very interesting there. Chain blocking the X, of course, with the Adjugator in order to negate the Grand Grignol.
Yeah, I think it's Sword. And it's going to be up to Darwin to pretty much decide when he wants to use his Branded in red at this point.
Yeah. Like we've mentioned before, there's plenty of different options that he may be able to choose from that Branded in red. We know that there is the Aluba in the graveyard that can be utilized, and of course the discard of the Despian Tragedy. So either of those can be the correct targets in order to add back to the hand and then fusion summon. It just really comes down to where he would like to proceed from there. Keeping in mind that Cartesia is still live, and there is still the effect of the Grand Grignol that can be utilized in the graveyard later on, even though it is negated on the field currently with the Adjugator.
And yeah, we go for Cartesia.
Ooh.
Into the second Grand Grignol. Okay. Don't see it every day.
Very, very interesting on this one. So it looks like we're going to attempt to activate the Grand Grignol's effect. Is there any response? There's the Ido.
There comes the Ido.
See the small little smirk there on Corey's face. I believe he saw this coming. It looks like Darwin is going to move pretty fast in being able to resolve this and not allow his opponent to work his way into either a detonator or, of course, the duo drive, which is definitely the right port of call. Maybe you might want to have done it a little bit earlier to kind of stop the field presence, but even then you should still have enough aggression on the field to do with what you need to.
I was about to say, do we even have Albas, but luckily it was in the end.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be able to resolve the Sanctify. We still have Quem as well, which looks like that can provide a little bit more field presence for Darwin as well.
And yeah, if that's going to resolve, it could make Corey's turn completely end here, as he won't be able to summon further. Yeah, that's you can hear, asking confirmation about it.
Just trying to clarify exactly what they need to do. Now, unlike the Nightmare Puppet, it doesn't linger. So it is something that if you are able to remove the Ido from the field, they'll be able to continue to make the summons. But it's very, very tricky to not be able to summon in general in order to try and present some sort of field and get yourself out of the lock.
But it doesn't seem like he has a way out at the moment. There are only a few cards, to be fair. That's not like too many that can out it.
Yeah.
Obviously, Forbidden Droplet usually being the premium one. And if that is the case, we could totally just go into game 3 with this Ido. Just once again, Ido being the MVP for Darwin.
Yeah, I feel as Corey thinks about it, it's still probably worth making Darwin work for this one. Yes, Ido is still a very, very hard block, but from Darwin's perspective, he will need to make sure that he can get enough field presence to complete the OTK or complete the 8,000 attack stat swing without letting that Ido leave the field. You don't really want that Ido going anywhere until you know you can guarantee that.
And yeah, you can see Corey is just, passing back. I mean, struggling to find a way out of this lock, which means Darwin gets to play once more.
Yeah, so we already know that Darwin currently holds a Branded in White, which is a counterpart to Branded in Red. Different type of fusion spell, but still near enough the exact same outcome. And it looks like by switching all of these monsters to attack, he's going to try and push for lethal. We should have the ability with the Albion in the graveyard as well to try and attempt to work his way into a Mirror Jade if there is another Albaz accessible to him.
Yes.
Ooh, okay. It looks like there isn't another Albaz available to him. So it doesn't look like there's any fusion targets he can make off the Branded in White currently. Maybe there is some other plays. We do know that he has the Branded in High Spirits that could lead him to, of course, an Albaz or a route to present that Mirror Jade to the field.
We know quite a few cards. We also know the Tragedy that was added by the Branded in Red but not used. And
correct. It looks like we're going to be using the Cartesia effect to fusion summon with the
Ad
libitum, to make its way into the Quinteris. Quinteris will obviously be allowed to adapt some attack stats at this particular point, but keeping in mind it's only fusion monsters that it doesn't affect, or level 8 or higher fusion monsters, so the Aluba and the Quem are still within those remits to lose their attack stats as well.
And yeah, Quem is going to be used, and now we're going to have a full field of monsters to play with.
I think they're just trying to calculate the maths here as if there's enough, and it looks like we're going to be working our way into the battle phase.
Yep.
Yeah. So Quinteris over the Ext, and then he's going to deal with the Ido and the sword, and then there is a Grand Grignol, a Sanctifier, and a Luba to push in for the damage.
Something like this. Yeah. And then let's see. Not quite enough to seal the game right away unless we are going to push more. No, we are not. Okay.
We need to remember that the Ido needs to return to Darwin's graveyard on this one. Maybe there is another way of bringing the Ido back. Yeah, and I think that's what they've just corrected here. Correct. Leaving Corey on 700 life points is a very, very interesting approach here.
Especially because we do have the Masquerade in the side deck, but I don't think he might have not been sighted in already. Usually it's when time is about to approach.
Correct. The Cartesia being negated by the Infinite Impermanence has been allowed to resolve, so that is actually massive.
Yeah, it's massive because now we are kind of locked. We don't really have a way to just special summon anymore and just get rid of our field.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to continue to go through the Ryziel strategies, being able to go with X straight away being the most ideal one you could possibly imagine to have in the hand, sending the Eclipse Twins, working the way into the Ryziel Sword, which will allow it to special summon to the field and provide itself with even more advantage, working its way ultimately to maybe your normal summon, if you want it to be in the form of the Ice Ryziel, while also trying to maintain an additional special summon of another level 4 monster to open up the door to some of your rank 4 plays.
Yeah. It's a big issue because, as mentioned, without this Cartesia, we cannot use the Albion Sanctifier, not having a space on our side of the field. That cowboy could have been nice for the other way around.
Nice for Darwin,
yeah. Oof, and here comes the Exeter Knight. That's so huge.
Very, very big field clearance on this one. Does Darwin have a response to this? Is there a branded opening in the graveyard? There is a branded
opening, okay.
Oh, and it looks like the branded in High Spirits was the card that was set along the spell and trap zones.
This might actually come back to hurt him, but yeah, at least we...
Yeah, this is where we're about to see the Mitsurugis come into their own. Obviously, the standard play of this one would be to get hold of the Ritual Monster in order to destroy all monsters his opponent controls. There is still the effect of the Grand Grignol, which could be semi-effective. And we also have the Sanctifier Dragon, who is still now active. Thankfully, Corey has cleared the field for Darwin to open up some spaces, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing here, is the Sanctifier Dragon is going to give the Ido, meaning that Corey cannot summon any more monsters.
That's big. Yeah, this accident, unfortunately, maybe we didn't think about the protection effect in Graveyard, because at the end of the day, probably made Darwin life better by allowing him to set up this idol lock once more.
Yeah, this idol log is going to be very, very big. You've also got to keep in mind exactly how many cards. I think this is what Darwin's going to need to keep an eye on is when can that Exton Knight activate again and when can it not? Currently with Corey having 4 cards in the hand plus the Exton Knight and now the Ido, there's 6 cards on Corey's side. So yeah, Darwin should well and truly be a little bit safe around that. Just moving into the battle phase. It looks like he's going to go for the...
That also does
There we go, reveal the Mirror Jade, knowing exactly what he's going to want to go into here. Going to be going for the Fallen of Albaz, discarding the card, and
I mean,
yeah.
It seems like finally Darwin has been able to access his Albaz, getting rid of this Exiton. And yes, Corey has seen enough. The score is tied 1-1. It couldn't go any other way. It's only fitting that after these amazing 8 rounds, it's going to go down to game 3 to crown the UK Open 2025 champion. And to do so, Corey, for the first time in this match, though, will most likely be going first.
Yeah, so this is going to be very exciting to see because we already know that Darwin plays very few hand traps in that type of regards, but he does play a lot more board field breakers, and that could definitely work in his advantage. Like we said previously, it's very rare that you get this far at UK Open, and definitely by piloting a deck in the form of Branded without having your siding patterns already figured out, and that usually does take a very big chunk of stress off of a player's choices, so you know exactly what you want to be bringing in, what you want to be taking out, and he's obviously faced this strategy quite a few times to know exactly where the weak spots may be, depending on the opening hand.
Yes, and it's probably gonna be around that. Also, it's worth mentioning that Corey most likely might have not even played against another Branded the entire day. It's not one of those decks out there, so he might struggle a little bit more with the strategy here. We'll have to improvise. Most likely bringing in, again, those Solemn Strikes, which are universally good going first. But outside of that, it's going to be interesting to see whether he wants to go for maybe an Abyss Dweller or prioritizing the Mitsurugi engine that really didn't get to shine yet in this match, but is present massively in the deck. So we want to see some of that in action as well. But yeah, not much to be said. Both incredible players fought through a tough field of 441 players, and it's down to only them. Only these two can actually become champion. They are the only one on an 8-0 record. And it's also worth mentioning that it is no one on an X and 1 draw record. So everyone else is on X1. So, I mean, they have done an incredible job for sure.
Absolutely amazing. Like you've mentioned, 9 rounds of Swiss. And I can't imagine that every single one of them was Swift 2 games. They've probably had a good couple of free games in that one. They've definitely been working all their way throughout this entire day to try and be the UK champion. And they're definitely both putting each other to the test on this one. And neither one is going to give it up easy to the other. They're going to make them both work for it. And that's exactly what you want to be seeing in this game. You want to be seeing it go to the wire. You want to be seeing these 2-1s. You want to see both players give it everything they can in order to walk away from a tournament like this as the champion.
Absolutely. And now, one last time, the score is tied. And as fitting to our venue, we're going into extra time to the shootout, we could say, to find out who will be the winner of the UK Open 2025 in Manchester. One last time, let's go to the table. Here they are. Who is it going to be? Corey and his Ryzeal Mitsurugi deck, or Darwin and his underdog, we could say, branded strategy?
Excellent, with both players with a great big smile on their face, about to draw probably the biggest 5 cards, definitely of the entire day as well. And it looks like Corey's opened up very
really
well.
solid end from Corey. Starting off with that ice, and as we would expect, we are not really going to see many interruptions, at least during his own turn from Darwin.
Yeah, it's very, very big that you can also see that Corey is sitting on the Ash Blossom, Branded's biggest nemesis in the current game, alongside a Call by the Grave. So any particular type of hand trap that Corey may be expecting is not going to be a threat of that one. It allows him to play a little bit more freely, not needing to worry about an Ash Blossom on his own duo drive. And then also turning that into a very, very powerful form of interaction during Darwin's turn, so that if a tragedy was discarded, that could very, very easily deal with it. And any time an Aluba or anything else along those lines do get sent to the graveyard, that could be a massive turning point as well.
Obviously, having drawn the cross, we are just going to have more follow-up alongside this node.
Yeah, working our way from a duo drive into the cross, working it into what's possibly going to be a detonator, being able to special summon out the EX as well. 21 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time left as well. Hopefully we don't need to see that Gargaga Cowboy come into use on this one, and being able to set up that all-important and incredibly powerful detonator.
But once more, I do see a ritual. Well, we have been cut off this Mitsurugi engine. Obviously, the Feralim, King of Feralims, has been, a card that allows to bridge these 2 engines, but maybe we'll just go for an Abyss Dweller. Let's see what Corey thinks is the right decision here. It is going to be the Abyss Dweller.
I feel that is definitely the safer option. Yes, of course, you can move into the Mitsurugis, but that's something you could possibly do during your second turn. Being able to put your opponent under as much restrictions as possible, including something like an Abyss Dweller backed up with a detonator, can probably be the more solid choice.
Absolutely. And, I mean, well spotted, he activates the Abyss Dweller right away, so he can just get this additional draw off the cross, and most likely we're just going to see this one phase.
7th Tachyon.
Interesting. But nope, not going to be using
Holding that one back. Okay, looking into Darwin's hand.
I mean, this is far from being over. We know that Darwin is on Field Breakers. He has a lot of useful cards. For example, Forbidden Droplet could be big. And let's see if he has opened any of them.
Taking a long, hard think about this. I did only get a quick glimpse at his hand. We did see that there was a couple of spells among them. Whether one of them is the almighty, all-powerful super pulverization could be a very, very interesting one here. Ooh, XYZ Encore. Very, very good card to be having on this one. So this is going to stop the Abyss Dweller being able to utilize its effect, but Detonator is still alive and kicking on the field.
Yeah, it is a very popular side deck card this weekend, mostly to prevent Abyss Dweller from activating, and obviously can be an effective response against the Detonator and also the Eclipse Twin opening, because it sends it back to the graveyard, not back to the extra deck, so not really able to special summon it.
Yeah, very, very interesting choice. It always kind of puts it in perspective on the stuff like this when you're facing down two incredibly very powerful XYZ monsters in the form of Dweller and then, of course, Detonator. Which one you value more than the other in regards to what could disrupt your strategy? So very easily traded one card for, technically one card on that one, still 5 more for Darwin to utilize here. And it looks like we're going to be going with another XYZ Encore, a second XYZ Encore to attempt to deal with that Detonator.
Wow, I mean, we mentioned it. It's far from being over. It's not an art once per turn, I believe. Let me check. I mean, it's not too common that it would happen.
Correct. So
it is not. Yeah.
Yeah, soft once per turn, and then if a monster card in the graveyard among those detached XYZ materials, you special summon as many as possible to allow him to bring back the node and, of course, the Ext. But we're not going to be able to work our way into either an XYZ monster, which obviously also shuts off the cross, leaving Corey with a very, very still sizable wall of Raziel monsters, but nowhere near the level of what a Detonator and Abyss Dweller could have been.
Not. Obviously, the goal in this case is, I mean, you pretty much take away the cross, you take away the XYZs, and you hope that they were not going to have other responses. And this is actually pretty good.
Yeah, very, very interesting.
The interruptions from Cody that we know don't really interact here. So he's going to be able to at least make a play, but he's only on 2 more cards.
Yeah.
That is Darwin.
So this could be where it becomes very, very important, because we knew that there was that call by the grave for Corey to potentially protect himself from hand traps during his combos. But now it looks like we're going to use that as a disruption, possibly for Darwin's plays instead.
Are we really, though?
Yep.
Okay,
there we go.
We're going to go over the Albats, it seems.
Yeah, this now puts Darwin in a position that he has to have opened up a second Fallen of Albaz in order to kind of push himself for an ideal Mirror Jade kind of play. And you don't ever really want to be banishing the Aluba, the Albion itself. So it's going to be interesting to see if there's any more responses from Darwin on this one. Possibly a branded in red. It looks like Darwin does have an answer to this. Thinking long and hard about this one. It is a branded in red.
Wow.
Very, very big card right there. Branded in red being able to add the Albaz back from the graveyard. This would be very interesting because he now needs to try and resolve branded in red as much as he possibly can. And he's hoping to still probably save the effect of Albion as well to see where it can go from here.
Yeah, it can be a bit intricate, but no, apparently it's not going to go over, and he's just going to resolve the Albion instead, going for that Mirror Jade.
Yeah, very, very good approach there. He obviously values the remaining cards in his hand quite a bit in comparison, or they might just be all more spell or field breakers. Being able to go to the battle phase, at least Mirror Jade might be able to clear both of these cards off of Corey's field.
At the same time, this might be just a tad too fair if it's the only thing left.
Yeah, well, we know he's on 2 branded in red, so being able to send the Albion can be quite interesting here to get a second branded in red if he chooses to. There is a Despia in the graveyard that will allow him to conduct a fusion summon. So off of this branded in red, it could work him into a Guardian Chimera.
We ash it every time, right?
Yeah, 100%. You can't let this happen.
I mean, you can ash it since it also can add the card.
Correct.
Doesn't just set it. So I think it's a no-brainer. And yes, Corey agrees. This is big. Only this face down, the Mirror Jade cannot activate its effect again. So it's going to come down to this last face down card. Corey might have done it after surviving double XYZ Anchor.
Yeah, especially when you are taking Bonfire off of the top of the deck as well. Being able to also have that backed up with the 7th Tachyon. This could very easily work its way into 2 searches, so a single Ash Blossom wouldn't be enough to really stump the fires of Ryziel. Still be able to work its way into either a Detonator or a Duo Drive. The only thing that Corey probably needs to navigate is maybe the the field destruction of the Mirror Jade as well. Oof, going straight into the Ext. We're going to be sending an Eclipse Twins. There comes the Duo Drive, equipped in the Eclipse Twins. And now straight away there is that protection thanks to there being a material on a Ryziel XYZ monster off of the back of the Cross.
This is so huge from Corey. Again, hasn't really used those Mitsurugi at all. But, I mean, sometimes the Ryziel just get there.
Yeah, I think Darwin did incredibly well on the previous turn to be able to try and navigate around. I feel the Call by the Grave was maybe something he wasn't fully expecting. As I spoke to our previous players on previous feature rounds, they mentioned that when you see a set card along the Spell and Trap Zone, more times than not you default to believing it being an infinite impermanence, and then Call by the Grave is something that's a lot less at the further back of the minds. So that definitely deteriorated Darwin's original plans for what he may have had, especially with the Albaz and Albion, and then having to use the branding in red to make sure the Albaz was still in access to himself. So with the Duo Drive now currently have 2 materials, and it looks like we could possibly be working our way into the Feral Imps, so you are getting your wishes on this one.
Finally. Finally, some good old ritual action coming our way, possibly.
Already hard opening up the access to the ritual monster, not even needing to conduct our normal summon as of yet, still having access to the 7th Tachyon. This is going to start opening up the door to the Mitsurugi engine, which can, in theory, you don't really need to worry about the end phase effect of the Mirror Jade if you're able to complete the OTK at that particular point or reduce your opponent's life points to 0. And I feel that that's exactly what Corey is going to be looking to do right here, right now.
For sure. And yeah, this is quite the impressive acolytes. As you can see, we're gonna go for the Raigeki effect, it seems like. Getting rid of this Mirror Jade and threatening enough damage to close this one out.
Yeah, Darwin just having a look to see if there is a branded opening in that graveyard. And unfortunately,
and reveals a forbidden droplet. Is that really gonna do anything here?
No, I think Darwin noticed that one there, even reducing the attack of the ritual monster. We still currently have a decent amount of attack just on the Duo Drive itself, alongside with the King of the Feral Imps. So it might stop lethal as it currently stands, but I can't imagine that Corey is going to end it there. Yeah, here we go. So being able to tribute off the ritual monster to go into the other one, and then work back the ritual monster, so even with the attack stats halved, we're still going to be able to add some more to the field and bring it back at full power. And that's it.
And
they wrap it up.
There it is. So it is Corey who will be your 2025 UK Open champion with this Ryziel Mitsurugi deck. What a tournament, going 9-0, undefeated, not dropping a single match. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Both players did very, very well. Darwin tried to navigate that as best as he possibly could, put up a massive fight. Like I said, we were not going down without a fight, activating both XYZ Encores to try and pull apart Corey's field. And Corey was still standing there saying, no, I'm not going down without a fight myself. And both players gave it everything they could. And they have both done themselves very, very proud of this one.
Absolutely. It was a great match. It really had it all. That's some back and forth. Darwin really tried its best to fight back, and even when it had this chance in game 2, also it hadn't really easy. But then at the start with their idol, it tried to lock the game away. Then it transitioned into more of a weird situation in which he locked himself. The exit on night came down from his opponent, but again, really, really back and forth one. And in game 3, the opener was absolutely ridiculous by Corey. On the other end, though, we mentioned it all day long. Darwin was on these field-breaking spells, and he opened double X's Anchor, which was absurd. And unfortunately, though, you know, it just didn't have enough in terms of engine to get things going. He tried his best, and I think he played really well around, you know, the Call by the Grave. But we knew, as we saw at the end of the turn, that there wasn't even an Ash Blossom. So at the end of the day, you know, this is the really power behind the Raziel deck, and especially when, you know, it's facing no entraps at all. You can just build a lot of resources with a few cards, and then it means that most likely you're gonna have some non-engine, so something there. And yeah, this has been the case, and still, I think I want to congratulate both. It's not easy to go 8-0,
no.
Absolutely. So, I mean, unfortunately, there can only be one winner and one taking home the trophy, but at least, you know, we'll be able to see once we get the final standings if he has remained in second place, and he will be taking home his own oversized copy of the card. But regardless, I think this tournament has proved once more that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game where you can really play, especially today, a lot of different decks. So whatever you're comfortable with, you can give it a try. New cards come out often. We just saw the impact of, you know, the latest set, Maze of the Run. So it has shown that the structured deck from Blue Eyes as well, White Destiny, was having a lot of impact. A lot of those decks were up there. Andre Deluri, close, close. It was 6th before this round. I mean, it's not going to make it to, you know, the comeback, but he had a good show with the deck. And especially, I mean, for branded duelist, at least, I think the consolation prize I can give you is that, you know, April 10, we've mentioned it a couple of times, Quarter Century Stampede will come out. I'll tell you that, of course, you have already some announced alternate art versions of some of the key cards in the deck, but I'll tell you there are some more surprises coming, so you'll be able to upgrade your deck with some really good Quarter Century secret rares. So if anyone is on the lookout, just wait for more announcement on that. And also, most importantly, this is not the last event in the UK, because we have announced the UK National Championship coming up in Liverpool on the weekend of June 13 to 15. So be on the lookout, because in the next days we'll update more infos on it, such as the venue and also when you'll be able to purchase tickets for them. So hopefully see you guys there as well. But now we'll go on one last break before having the winner, Corey, the UK Open 2025 champion, because he needs to get this beautiful trophy and his own prizes. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with the interview. And we are back one more time from the UK Open 2025 live at the Etihad Stadium in Manchester. We are finally able to crown your champion. Very well-deserved one. Corey, congratulations again. Great run. And this trophy is absolutely yours. So, yeah, show it off. You said your first big win. How are you feeling?
Oh, absolutely amazed with myself. I was not expecting to come this far, never mind going XO.
Yes, I mean, 9-0 is no joke. We had 441 players gathering, and the competition was rough. Yeah. Still, you made it.
Yeah, biggest ever UK Open ever as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you should say it loud and proud. Last time, obviously, we had a great one in London where Andrew Deluri made it. But I can tell you, in the end, they had the draw. So you made it even better going all the way 9-0. So
absolutely,
you can be proud with yourself.
Oh, absolutely.
And, you'll have some amazing prizes. But also, this will be yours, this oversized copy of Evil Hero Neos Lord. So, yeah, I mean, for now, we'll keep it on the side. That's our mascot for this interview. But, I mean, the highlight always has been your deck and also some of the latest inclusions. So first and foremost, why did you bring this deck? Have you been playing it for a long time?
Yes, I've been playing Mr. Rugi since the cards came out, and honestly, I like Rysel. It's one of the best decks in the format. It's one of the most best percentage. And Mr. Rugi, I just love the engine. It's just so fun to play. The recursion you can bring to you and the power level, if you draw into him, I just really love the deck.
And I mean, we saw even in the finals. I don't think, or at least you can prove me wrong, that you would have expected it to play against branded of all decks.
For all decks, no. I said to my opponent I was not expecting branded in the finals. I was expecting something like maybe Malice.
Fair enough. Yes. But I mean, you made it look easy. I gotta say, you played really, really well in the finals as well. And even game 2, it was closer than it looked when you were facing off against Ido, which is no joke.
Double Ido.
Yes.
He out of date, left me on 700, couldn't quite finish it, but then he summoned it again, and that was kind of like the icing on the cake on that part.
Yeah, absolutely. But game 3 was also quite interesting. Obviously, your opponent was mostly on field breaking spells, not really interruptions, so you could do whatever you wanted. You decided to prioritize going for the Abyss Dweller. Yeah.
Yeah, so like if I go for Abyss Dweller, it cuts off like stuff like the tragedies, so we couldn't get like searches, the end phase searches and sets, so it just stops like the power level, like mainly like on my turn. So he doesn't have like the brand rail, which unfortunately he did have. Like he wouldn't be able to set it during the end phase because he's on the Dweller. So I'm really trying to like sort out like his recursion for my turn.
Yeah, and it worked out really well. I mean, there was some pretty big emotions with the double XYZ anchor.
Oh, yes, I was not expecting double. Obviously, stopping my Dweller so I couldn't Dweller him. And then he goes, get rid of my detonator. And then obviously he brings him back to level 3. Yeah. So obviously they're just stuck on my field. I can't hopefully my turn if he just left them. But so I'm glad he actually did leave him off my field. So I had a nice open board to play on.
Absolutely, no, and it was really, really a great spectacle. And at the same time, I just want to highlight, one more thing about your deck is that this week, so just a couple days ago, we had the release of the latest set, and you've had an inclusion in your deck with the 7th Takion.
Yes.
How was it for you today?
Oh, amazing. Being able to basically having another bonfire to get X or Ice, which are both 1-card combos, or like in the side deck, you see my tech card, to get into Lancia, especially for like those Mars players. I even brought it in against, I had a ABC player round 3. Oh. So using Lancia so he can't bounce his pieces to make his fusions, really cut him off. So, yeah, Taekon came in really clutch in most of those matches.
Nice, that's good to know, and I think it's definitely no chance that you made it all the way. The ability to, take your deck and then adapt it to even new inclusions and new cards coming out is great, really. And I suggest anyone who has missed any of the action and the way in which Corey was able to become your 2025 UK Open champion, which does have a nice ring to it.
It absolutely does.
Yes. So, I mean, again, we'll wish you congratulations, really. It was absolutely a great run. And, I think we want to see more of you in the future. So this was your first big win. Hopefully, one too many.
Yeah, hopefully I'll add enough one soon, maybe.
Absolutely. And before we dial off, I'm going to give you just the chance to, if you want to give any shout out to your close friends or family watching, just, feel free to do so.
Massive shout out to my dad for being my biggest supporter in playing, especially over the years. I've been playing for over 13 years.
Nice.
Well, there. My cousin for getting me into the game, all my close group, and all them that have been helping support me and playing, and locals, and just all them for being such great friends and playing.
Beautiful, beautiful. Love to hear it. And again, guys, so just as a final reminder, we will not be the last that you see from a UK event soon enough. Hopefully, you'll be able to follow your journey through at the UK National Championship as well. So, on Liverpool, June 13 to 15. Make sure to check the official pages in the next days for updates on the venue and tickets releases. But one last time, give it up from home to the UK Open 2025 champion, Corey. Woo! Absolutely. Thank you guys for being with us once more. It has been a pleasure. Make sure to go back and just watch any of the action you might have missed and keep watching. We'll be soon with more Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming your way. Thank you.